Chapter 4102. With that, Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror. The green-robed Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua flew out of the space and landed in front of the two demon monarchs. Roar! The four demon monarchs uttered unpleasant murmurs. They waved their demonic weapons and rushed toward Xiaohua and the others. True qi surged around Sun Jian's body. The five-colored clouds not only appeared under his feet, but also enveloped his body. In addition, Sun Jian's armor was overflowing with brilliance. He really was a majestic perfected Lord Qingyun. Sun Jian's strength might not be comparable to Xiaohua's, but his experience on the battlefield was better than Xiaohua's. In particular, he had followed the Immortal Palace's army everywhere and fought with the demon race more than once or twice. He didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the demon monarchs. That three-pointed, double-edged blade was a spiritual treasure that was about to advance to the Xiantian level. That weapon not only split the void, but also split the demon qi in half. Swish! There was a soft sound, as if a hand had torn his clothes. The moment the demon monarch's strange demonic tool came into contact with the three-pointed, double-edged blade, it was immediately cut open. The demon monarch was slightly startled. He opened his mouth wide, and a stream of filthy blood gushed out. This filthy blood was very powerful. As soon as it rushed out, it immediately produced dozens of thumb-sized whirlpools. In the middle of the whirlpools was a small black dot that looked like an eye. The blood waves that rolled up from the whirlpools corroded the entire space. Wherever the black dot passed, it produced a terrifying roar, and a heavy sound wave rushed towards Sun Jian's forehead. What was particularly special was that within 100 li of the demon lord, all the space was suffused with a bloody light as thin as a broad bean. Within these bean-sized bloody lights, one could faintly see the demon kingdom. Perhaps there were demon flames that soared to the heavens, or demons that covered the earth. Tens of thousands of killing qi seeped out from these bloody lights. Humph! Seeing the bloody river like waves and the bloody light like swords, Sun Jian sneered. He threw his three-pointed, double-edged blade into the sky. The blade turned into a three-headed silver dragon and pounced on the demon monarch. He also patted his own head. Puff! The five-colored true qi turned into a cherry blossom and rushed into the air. A mighty qi bloomed from the cherry blossom, completely enveloping the demon monarch and Sun Jian within 100 miles. With the rotation of the cherry blossom, the mighty qi condensed into thin needle-like pillars of mighty qi, which pierced into the bloody light with incomparable sharpness. Bang 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 bang. Sounds like beans being fried appeared within 100 miles. Void cracks appeared out of nowhere. When the five-colored cherry blossom arrived in front of the bloody river, it immediately went against the flow. A rumbling sound that shook the space was heard. A fluctuation that could overturn a giant mountain emerged from the cherry blossom and the bloody river. In the light and darkness, the bloody river flowed in reverse. Sun Jian's five-colored true qi not only destroyed the demon monarch's bloody river, but it also didn't stop there. It crashed into the demon monarch's body, causing the demon vein to let out an ear-piercing howl. Cracks appeared on the surface of the demon monarch's jet-black body, and the cracks spread extremely quickly. Several of the demon monarch's legs collapsed like glass. Not only that, the three-pointed, double-edged blade also pounced over. The demon monarch hastily fought back, and a few of his demon weapons were shattered by the three-pointed, double-edged blade. Even one of his arms was chopped off. The demon monarch didn't expect Sun Jian's battle prowess to be so strong. They had only met face to face, but Sun Jian was already able to injure him. He couldn't help but quickly retreat in fear. That big eye suddenly spun, and streams of demon vein rushed out from it, distorting the space and falling towards Sun Jian's head. Kill! Sun Jian roared angrily. The void-shattering eye between his brows slowly opened, and a thin, silver-white pillar of light instantly broke through the sky, piercing straight through the demon vein. Wherever the pillar of light passed, the demon vein exploded. With a loud boom, the pillar of light even entered the demon monarch's eye. Thief! With a muffled sound, the pillar of light sank into the demon monarch's head, passing through it like a chopstick sticking into tofu. Oh! The demon monarch let out a blood-curdling scream, and his figure quickly retreated again. Fifth. With another crisp sound, the three-pointed, double-edged blade stabbed into the demon monarch's back. The jet-black demon vein gave birth to the shape of a huge shield, and the demon chi in the shield was dense. 10,000 blood shadows appeared in an attempt to block it, but they couldn't stop the three-pointed, double-edged blade. Ka-ka! With a crisp sound, the demon monarch's demon core was shattered, and a dense demon chi rushed out from the demon monarch's body. 10,000 blood shadows roared and wanted to fly back to the demon array to escape. Woo! Sun Jian was already prepared. The cherry-like five-colored true chi had already descended, and the entire space trembled as it was about to kill these blood shadows. Ah! Leave these to this Xiao. A loud laugh came from behind Sun Jian. It was unknown when Xiaohua had mysteriously appeared. Under the mental barrier, the netherworld origin force rushed out, and all the demons were sucked into the blood river. Reverend's method is good. Sun Jian smiled and withdrew his true chi. He raised his head and looked in the other two directions. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua took out a subbrush and a green dot fell on the demon monarch's body. It was as if green sprouts had sprouted from the demon monarch's body. Instantly, thousands of seeds sprouted from the demon monarch's body. The demon monarch let out a heart-wrenching howl, and his demon palms madly clawed at his body in an attempt to pull out the green sprouts. Unfortunately, as soon as his demon palms touched the sprouts, a green light appeared on his palms. In just a moment, the demon monarch's entire body was covered in green light. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua didn't have to use any other divine ability. The subbrush's life force had already exterminated the demon monarch. Divine tool. Ma Liang's divine brush. It really is a divine tool. Sun Jian sighed. In his heart, he knew that although his Confucian cultivation technique was the bane of the demon race, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill the demon monarch without his three-pointed, double-edged blade. Furthermore, Xiaohua's subbrush seemed to be even more powerful than his three-pointed, double-edged blade. It was even more powerful than the legendary divine brush. Seeing Soul Cultivator Xiaohua succeed, the green-robed Xiaohua was a little anxious. He had always considered himself as the Fortune Gate's ancestor, but today he actually fell behind Xiaohua. This really made him lose face. The green-robed Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and two thunderbolts appeared in his hands like halberds. Ka-cha-cha! They hacked down towards the devil monarch's head, and he even opened his mouth. Woo! The seal of turning the sea rushed out, and the coiling dragon roared as it grabbed the seal and pounced towards the devil monarch's heart. Wherever the seal passed, waves of bronze ripples rippled out like water, breaking through the devil monarch's domain. The thunderbolts illuminated the devil monarch's ugly face, and it seemed as if they were about to split the devil monarch in half. It was also at this time that the demon monarch's single eye suddenly flickered with a trace of fire. An invisible whirlwind suddenly appeared around the demon monarch, and then, a frigid coldness spread out from the demon monarch. This frigid coldness was so powerful that the moment it appeared, the space around the demon monarch froze. One after another, pale white devils appeared from the void. The green-robed Xiaohua's lightning bolts actually froze in midair, unable to strike down. Even the powerful seal of overturning sea was tumbling in midair, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier that it couldn't break through. Not good. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. His figure flickered as he tried to teleport over, but it was clear that the ice had already spread out for several hundred li. His figure blurred, but after a few li, he reappeared again. His eyes were filled with shock. However, in a short moment, lightning bolts surged around Xiaohua's body, and an intense fluctuation appeared. Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow as he forcibly charged into the ice domain. Woo! Above Xiaohua's head, a beam of light shot out. The Kunlun mirror that had always been incomparably sharp also became slow at this time. Although the beam of light shattered a lot of ice, it was still very far away from the green-robed Xiaohua. At this moment, the devil patterns around the demon monarch's body suddenly emitted a pale white brilliance. Within the brilliance, a large amount of devil chi and blood-red light rushed into the huge devil body. The huge devil body emitted a ka-ka sound, and the devil body rapidly changed and expanded. A humanoid devil emperor was about to appear. Woo! Before the devil emperor was completely formed, the several tentacles of the demon monarch had already transformed into a strange arm. This arm was entangled together like a vine, and every vine was a white bone. With a wave of this arm, it had already crossed the sky and pierced towards the green-robed Xiaohua's head. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Although he saw the lightning bolts surging around the green-robed Xiaohua, and the space within 100 li was also clustered with lightning bolts, and the green-robed Xiaohua was preparing to merge with the lightning bolts to fight against this white bone, Xiaohua's intuition told him that his doppelganger would definitely suffer a great loss under this devil emperor's doppelganger. Seeing the soul cultivator Xiaohua's subbrush landing on the ice domain, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and the Kunlun mirror in his hand trembled again. A thick devil flame was born and rushed into the domain. Immediately, the devil flame condensed into the shape of a human. It was precisely the devil spirit Xiaohua. Devil spirit Xiaohua didn't reveal his appearance. His left hand suddenly waved, and a black light that swallowed all the brilliance flashed in midair. Devil Blade Murder transcended space and Devil Emperor's domain and appeared above Devil Emperor's head. Kill. It's actually kill. Even the Devil Emperor was startled by the appearance of the Devil Blade, and almost jumped out of his body. The Devil Emperor's ice domain was admittedly cold, but under the killing intent of the Devil Blade, it threw away its armor. When the entire space collapsed, the Devil Blade cleaved the Devil Emperor's incomplete body into two halves. Even the Devil Blade swallowed all the devil bodies in its path, and the Devil Emperor's doppelganger fell into the Devil Chi. Grandma, that was close. After the Devil Emperor was destroyed, the green-robed Xiaohua hastily put away his magic treasure and teleported to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense to look at the place where the Devil Emperor appeared. He nodded and said, "Yes, this Devil Emperor should be 9th grade elemental power. It seems like he can break through to the realm of Devil Emperor at any time. Fellow Daoist really is not his opponent now." The soul cultivator Xiaohua also teleported to Xiaohua's side. He frowned and said, "The Devil Realm has always had few Devil Emperors. Why did we suddenly encounter a Devil Emperor who is about to become a Devil Emperor? Fellow Daoist, don't forget, this place is not the hidden immortal continent." Xiaohua reminded, "Perhaps this Devil Realm and that Devil Realm might be different." Chapter 4103. As the saying goes, the devil rises 10. The path of cultivation is still far away. Green-robed Xiaohua looked very ashamed, and sighed as he followed Xiaohua back into Xiaohua's fleshly body. On the other hand, Sun Jian stood extremely far away as he looked at Xiaohua, who was holding a demonic blade, with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian and did not explain anything. The Kunlun mirror shook and absorbed Xiaohua into its bloodline. Xiaohua and Sun Jian didn't say a word. They just stood on the lightning boat. One used the light of clear sight to check the attacks from the two immortal arrays, while the other used his divine sense to observe the changes in the demonic arrays. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the time it took to finish a cup of tea had passed. The Fortune Gate's disciples' fighting spirit was gradually worn down, and the battle was now in a stalemate. Moreover, as the bloody light from the devil array poured in, more and more devil cultivators flew out and joined the battle. The devil flames were beginning to suppress the Dao sect's momentum. Not bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua nodded and said, "This demon race is clearly different from the demon race we encountered before. These devil cultivators are tough and powerful. In a one-on-one battle, other than the 4th grade and above cultivators, the rest of the Fortune Gate disciples are no match for them. But now, after several battles, the Fortune Gate disciples can cooperate with each other and rely on their formations to fight evenly with the same number of devil cultivators. It's really not easy. It's too early to make a conclusion." Sun Jian was not optimistic and said, "As the saying goes, the first drum beats the spirit, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Currently, our army is in a state of decline. If we can't survive this, We will be defeated. Hee hee, this Xiao doesn't know. Xiaohua laughed. But, if the Fortune Gate's devil-slaying army and devil-exterminating army can't give birth to a military spirit under true sovereign Qingyuan's guidance, then which army in the world can resist the devil cultivators? Hee hee. Sun Jian laughed arrogantly and did not reply. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the Fortune Gate's disciples' tenacity was revealed. The experience and lessons they had learned from sacrificing more than 10,000 Fortune Gate's disciples' lives in the previous battles had paid off. Although there were casualties among the Fortune Gate's disciples, they still fought tenaciously against the endless waves of devil army. Not only did they block the devil army in front of them, they even sacrificed their lives for their fellow disciples. This unity of will formed a divine ability that was 100 times more powerful than magic power, blocking the devil army's attacks. Moreover, after enduring the devil clan's attack, the Fortune Gate disciples were like cultivators who had opened 100 meridians. Their movements had become more agile, and their attacks were like sharp blades piercing into the devil formation. The lightning bolt's flickering light tore the devil formation apart, and the several thousand zhang long lightning bolt charged into the blood mist. An unstoppable military spirit was gradually revealed. Kill! The Fortune Gate disciples cheered when they saw that the devil formation had been broken. However, the disciples' battle formation did not change. Instead, it was as steady as before, with layers upon layers of magic treasures. In the face of such battle-savvy humans, the devil army could only retreat, leaving behind more than 10,000 broken limbs as they fought and retreated. After the blood formation, there was another blood formation with layers upon layers of blood shadows. It was exactly what Xiaohua had seen with his magic treasure. At this time, the number of Dao Gate's cultivators fighting inside the blood formation was much less than before. Moreover, the surviving cultivators all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. They were at a disadvantage, and could be killed by the devil army at any time. However, these cultivators were pleasantly surprised when they saw the lightning bolt charging in. However, when they saw the Fortune Gate's disciples' attire, they were shocked. However, since the Fortune Gate's disciples were humans, and they had broken through the devil formation, these cultivators naturally knew the purpose of the Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival. Some disciples hurriedly broke away from their opponents and regrouped with the Fortune Gate's disciples, while others hurriedly sent messages to the White Cloud Monastery. We are Fortune Gate's disciples under Daoist Xiao. In front of the lightning boat, a disciple in charge of sending messages shouted through voice transmission. Don't be anxious, get into formation and resist. We are here to rescue the White Cloud Monastery. You and I will attack from the inside and outside and defeat the devil army. Many thanks for the Fortune Gate's assistance. The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was very happy. The devil army has besieged my White Cloud Monastery for more than 10 days. Our transmission array has been cut off by the devil army, so we can't send messages. The danger here cannot be transmitted to the meeting hall. We have no other Daoist to send messages. My White Cloud Monastery's protective grand formation is on the verge of collapse. No need to say more. The Fortune Gate's disciple acted as if he had been on the battlefield for a long time. He said through voice transmission, send a message to the White Cloud Monastery. Activate the protective grand formation at full power. We will attack from the inside and outside, and fight the enemy together. But the White Cloud Monastery's disciple was even happier. He said through voice transmission, I will send the message now, but I wonder, how many disciples did you send? I can also send a message to the sect. 90,000. The Fortune Gate's disciple answered without hesitation. 90,000? The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was shocked. He looked at the blood clouds behind the lightning bolt in disbelief and blurted out, how can there only be 90,000? There are close to 700,000 devil army besieging the White Cloud Monastery, and the devil army that attacked the Fortune Gate's disciples just now. Quickly send the message. The Fortune Gate's disciple's face was expressionless. He ignored the White Cloud Monastery's disciples' shock and ordered. Okay. The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was slightly stunned and hurriedly turned around. It wasn't that the Fortune Gate's disciple was experienced on the battlefield, nor was it that the White Cloud Monastery's disciples were ignorant of war. It was because the Fortune Gate's disciples had come with the lingering prestige of victory. The White Cloud Monastery's disciples were scared out of their wits by the Devil Army. More importantly, the Fortune Gate's disciples had Xiaohua, a godlike existence in their hearts. They were not afraid of the Devil Army. My Fortune Gate's Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor and 10 of his Grand Ascension Stage friends are in the formation. The Fortune Gate's disciple shouted again after the White Cloud Monastery's disciple turned around, as if he felt that his words were too cold. Friend, Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor? The White Cloud Monastery's disciple was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard of a Grand Ascension Stage martial ancestor. However, the word Grand Ascension Stage sounded awe-inspiring. Moreover, the Fortune Gate's disciple's tone was arrogant. The White Cloud Monastery's disciple had already replaced the Grand Ascension Stage with the Dao Transformation Stage. He immediately sent a message. Dao Transformation Senior, Daoist Zhao's 90,000 Fortune Gate's disciples are here as reinforcements. There are also 10 Dao Transformation Stage experts. The 10 Dao Transformation Stage experts were naturally more important than the 90,000 disciples. As soon as the news reached the White Cloud Monastery, a rumbling sound came from the monastery. The white clouds that were originally suppressed by the blood formation emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then, the white clouds condensed into blocks that were several li in size. These blocks rapidly took shape. They were birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and people. The white clouds released an indescribable pressure as they rushed towards the blood formation. Woo-woo! The blood formation was suddenly shattered by the white clouds, and hundreds of Daoist cultivators appeared from each of the white clouds. As soon as these cultivators rushed out, they immediately arranged themselves in a strange formation and activated their magic power to fight against the devils. Looking at the devil army, they were originally surging within the blood clouds. Now they also rushed out with a roar. They were divided into two groups that faced the White Cloud Monastery's disciples and the Fortune Gate's disciples. For a moment, the battle cries that had stopped for a while sounded again. Where are the Dao Transformation Stage seniors of the Fortune Gate? Juniors by Shan, by Shui, and by Ming are here to welcome the seniors. Between the white clouds, a rainbow flew out from the depths. 3 young Dao Sex cultivators appeared in front of the devil army with horsetail whisks in their hands. When they waved the horsetail whisks, the space within a few li was sealed. Rays of light flashed like clouds, and the devil generals within a few li were all killed and turned into powder. Daoist Master Xiao? Sun Jian looked at Xiaohua and said tentatively, "We should go out and meet the White Cloud Monastery's master." Xiaohua naturally understood Sun Jian's thoughts. He took out the Kunlun mirror. As the brilliance shook, the green-robed Xiaohua, the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, the bone-tempering Xiaohua, and the phoenix body Xiaohua flew out and landed on the thunder ship. The 4 clones did not conceal their strength and released their auras. Not only did they force the devil army to retreat, but the thunder ship's brilliance also shone brightly. Seeing this, Sun Jian nodded slightly. His figure flew out first, holding the 3-pointed double-edged sword in his hand. Xiaohua and the others flew behind him. The 6 experts flew out from the thunder ship and killed all the devil soldiers within 100 li. When they flew closer, Sun Jian cupped his hands and said, "This one is true sovereign Qingyu, Sun Jian. Greetings to the White Cloud Monastery's fellow immortals." Fellow immortals? The White Cloud Monastery's master Baishan was slightly stunned, but he did not ask too much. He returned the greeting and said, "This one is the White Cloud Monastery's master Baishan. Greetings to fellow immortals Sunday. May I know which one of you is the Fortune Gate's Daoist Master Xiao?" While the White Cloud Monastery's master was speaking, his gaze had already landed on Xiaohua, who was surrounded by his clones. "This is my Fortune Gate's Master Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiao." Sun Jian moved to the side and said respectfully. Baishan hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Baishan greets Daoist Master Xiao." The two cultivators beside him also hurriedly bowed and said, "Juniors by Shui and by Ming greet Daoist Master Xiao." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and lifted the three of them up. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be overly courteous. It won't be too late to greet you after we kill the devil army." Daoist Master? Bai Shan looked at the four clones behind Xiaohua and said with a smile, "These four seniors. They are this old man's good friends." Xiaohua smiled and said, "They specialize in magic arts and are not good with words. They also don't like to make friends. You don't need to know their names." "Yes, this junior understands." Bai Shan hurriedly bowed to the four clones and looked at Xiaohua. However, he was a little hesitant. He turned to look at his two junior brothers and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, the devil army is too powerful. My White Cloud Monastery had already planned to destroy everything. Since Senior has come to help, my White Cloud Monastery has a chance to survive. Although Senior's 90,000 disciples are brave, we have to face hundreds of thousands of devil soldiers. Even if the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate work together, we may not be their match. In this junior's opinion, if we can use the Fortune Gate's flying ship to break the devil army's blood formation, my White Cloud Monastery will be able to escape from the devil army's formation." "Oh!" When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't hesitate and pointed at Sun Jian and said, "This old man is only in charge of killing. All military matters are decided by true sovereign Qingyin." Bai Shan hurriedly looked at Sun Jian and asked, "What does fellow Immortal's son think?" Chapter 4104. Very good. Sun Jian nods. The devil race is powerful. Although the devil emperor's doppelganger has been killed by Zhenren Shao with a thunderous strike, his true body has yet to be revealed. Although we can't judge that the devil emperor is on the southwest border, our two sects should join forces to rush out of the devil formation and then go to rescue the soft sound palace. What? Bai Shan was shocked. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. The devil emperor's avatar was killed by Daoist Xiao? Yes, not only was the devil emperor's avatar killed, but the four devil monarchs surrounding the White Cloud Monastery were also killed. Now, it's much easier for us to break out. Xiaohua said, "But, Temple Master Bai, if we break out, what will happen to your White Cloud Monastery's foundation?" "Yes, Senior knows." Bai Shan hurriedly explained. The devil race mainly devours the flesh and blood of cultivators. The White Cloud Monastery's foundation is just rubble in their eyes. It won't be too late for us to return after they retreat. Good. Xiaohua nodded. We'll do as Temple Master Bai says. We'll rush out of the devil array and hide from the devil emperor. Subsequently, Sun Jian and Bai Shan discussed for a while. Bai Shan left Bai Ming to assist Sun Jian while he brought Bai Shui and charged into the devil array behind the White Cloud Monastery. When Bai Shan's figure charged through the blood-red light, Xiaohua clearly saw that the radiance around Bai Shan's body had dimmed. The Dao Gate of the Ruins is similar to the hidden Immortal Mainland's Confucian cultivation realm. They both cultivate the primordial spirit, but they don't seem to restrain the devil race like the Confucian cultivation realm. Xiaohua muttered inwardly, the Dao Gate of the Ruins cultivator's cultivation technique seems to be not worth the loss. The lightning boat obeyed Sun Jian's order and stopped charging into the devil array. It stopped in midair. Lightning overflowed from the lightning boat. Not only did it kill the devil race that came to snatch the lightning boat, but it also formed a lightning immortal array with the Fortune Gate disciples nearby, protecting them. Bai Ming, who was standing beside Sun Jian, looked at the lightning boat for a moment. Envy appeared in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, "General Sun, what material is this flying boat made of? Why does it have such lightning power? What kind of great formation is this lightning formation? Why is it so powerful?" This flying boat is called the Lightning Boat, and it was personally refined by our Fortune Gate's chief, Daoist Xiao. Sun Jian proudly said. This grand formation is called the Pleiades Devil-Devouring Immortal Formation, and it was also taught by Daoist Xiao. The Pleiades Devil-Devouring Immortal Formation? Bai Ming sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, "General Sun, are you talking about the Kunlun sect's sect protection array?" Sun Tian smiled and said, Whether or not it is the Kunlun sect's sect-protecting formation is not something that I can know. Fellow Immortal Bai, you still have to ask my Daoist Xiao. Daoist Master? Bai Ming turned around and bowed without hesitation. Junior was reckless. Although I don't know if this Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation is Kunlun sect's great sect-protecting formation, this Junior still wishes to earnestly ask Senior, if possible, could you bestow this formation to us? If we have this immortal formation, our Baiyun sect, no, the hundreds of sects in the ruins will no longer fear the invasion of the devil race. Back then, 10 devil emperors led hundreds of millions of devil soldiers to besiege Mount Kunlun, but Mount Kunlun did not send any troops to face the enemy. Just this Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation alone killed 2 devil emperors and 5 million devil soldiers, forcing the devil emperors to flee in panic. This, Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. To be honest, after 20,000 years of bitter cultivation, although he did not focus on the innate divine restriction in his Naiwan palace, after the battle with Sun Hao and the others, the innate divine restriction had gradually become clearer, and Xiaohua had also comprehended a lot in these years. He had already comprehended the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation completely, so it was not a big deal to give it to Baiyun sect. However, this was an innate divine restriction after all. How could Xiaohua just give it away like that? Baiyun sect might not treasure something that could be obtained without paying a price. However, how could the current Xiaohua be compared to Zhang Xiaohua, who did not know how to speak in the past? He hesitated slightly, then took out a jade slip and said with a smile, "Indeed, although the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation is precious, compared to Baiyun sect's foundation and the lives of the Dao sect's cultivators in the ruins, it is nothing. I am willing to give this formation to Baiyun sect, but this old man hopes that Baiyun sect can only use it as a sect protection formation and cannot teach it to disciples or others." Of course. Bai Ming was overjoyed and said tactfully, "My Baiyun sect is not the kind of sect that does not know how to repay kindness. Senior, please hold on to this jade slip first. When senior brother sect master comes, this junior will ask senior brother to exchange the precious treasures of Baiyun sect. There is no need for precious treasures." Xiaohua smiled as he passed the jade slip to Bai Ming and said, "Your Baiyun sect has many disciples, and they also need those treasures. My Fortune Gate's disciples will not compete with Baiyun sect's Daoist friends for these resources. This old man likes to study Dao techniques the most. If you have the heart, you can let this old man take a look at Baiyun sect's cultivation techniques." Daoist. Bai Ming held the jade slip that was still warm, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. This Dao sect senior in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't see through his depth at all. How could this senior lack any cultivation techniques? He said this to give Baiyun sect an excuse to accept the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation with face. Otherwise, how could Xiaohua put the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation's jade slip into his hands before he even got anything to exchange? Looking at Bai Ming's expression, Xiaohua knew that Bai Ming had understood his meaning. Bai Ming was indeed worthy of being called Bai Ming. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for this, let us escape first." "No. Daoist." Bai Ming resolutely raised his hand and took out a simple and unadorned jade slip from his bosom. He respectfully handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This is the cultivation technique that this junior practices. I'm afraid it can't be compared to my Baiyun sect's Dao techniques. However, please take this jade slip first. As for the rest, when my senior brother sect master comes, this junior will risk his life to ask senior brother sect master to let him take a look at the Dao techniques." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What did he want Bai Ming's cultivation technique for? What he wanted was the Baiyun sect's Dao techniques. He waved his hand and said, "Bai Ming, this old man isn't the kind of person to take advantage of a burning house. You should keep this cultivation technique for now." "No." Bai Ming was even more resolute. "This is Junior's determination. If Senior doesn't accept it, Junior won't accept Senior's formation." "All right." Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He reached out to take it and casually placed it in his bosom. At this moment, Bai Ming raised his eyebrows as if he was listening attentively. After a few breaths, he also put away his jade eyes and hurriedly called out, "General Sun, Senior Brother Sect Master has sent a message. All the disciples of my Baiyin sect are coming out in full force. General, please give the order to charge into the demonic formation." "All right." At the head of the shop, Sun Jian looked around with confidence. He raised his hand and took out a small flag. He waved it and said, "Disciples, charge into the demonic formation." As the small flag was waved, rhythmic lightning appeared on the thunder ship again. It began to rumble as it was activated. The 90,000 disciples understood the military order and similarly activated their magic power, charging into the demonic formation. The lightning radiant fruit was the nemesis of the demonic formation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the thunder ship tore through the blood waterfall just like before and went deeper into the demonic formation. Through the gap in the demonic formation, Xiaohua and the others could see that on top of a majestic mountain, there were hundreds and thousands of palaces. There were wisps of white clouds above the palaces, but they had already been shattered. Above the white clouds, a dozen flying ships that were not inferior to the thunder ships slowly flew out. However, these flying ships were in the shape of white clouds and didn't seem to be fast. What was special was that when the flying ships reached the demonic formation, the demonic clan's blood-red light had already torn apart the flying ships' white clouds. "Daoist Xiao," Bai Ming hurriedly said, "Previously, my Baiyin sect's disciples also wanted to use the flying ships to destroy the demonic formation. Unfortunately, my Baiyin sect's flying ships are not as fierce as the Fortune Gate's lightning ships. In the end, they failed on the verge of success. At this time, I beseech seniors to help my Baiyin sect's disciples escape." In fact, Xiaohua was also anxious. Previously, he had killed that unknown Devil Emperor's clone without saying a word. Who knew when that Devil Emperor would arrive here? With just the Baiyin sect's disciples and Fortune Gate's disciples, it would take a lot of time to break this demonic formation. Xiaohua didn't want to stay here for too long. "All right." Xiaohua nodded and raised his hand. "Fellow Daoists, it's time for us to act. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home and eat." "Ha!" Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "As you wish." With that said, the green-robed Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and Phoenix Body Xiaohua all rushed into the demonic array formation and stood several hundred miles behind the lightning ship. Xiaohua followed them and landed below the lightning ship, forming a pentagonal formation. Dragon Vein Xiaohua chanted in the dragon language and his hands formed a seal. A clear golden dragon mark appeared about 100 li away from him. A dragon's roar and tiger's roar came from the void. Then, the dragon mark soared into the sky with Dragon Vein Xiaohua's seal and turned into a huge dragon. It circled in the sky and roared as it charged towards the demonic formation that was torn apart by the lightning ship. Wherever the dragon passed, the demonic chi was swept away. The demonic soldiers and demonic generals were also smashed into pieces. However, the demonic array was too powerful. The dragon couldn't penetrate it completely. A huge whirlpool appeared near the thunder ship. Bone Tempering Xiaohua was even more mysterious. He placed his hands in front of his chest, and it seemed as though his hands were flashing with 3 different colors. It seemed as though he was punching and kicking. "Break!" Bone Tempering Xiaohua shouted. As though there was an opponent in front of him, he clenched his hands into fists and punched forward. Woo! The 3 waves condensed into a barrier that was 100 li in size. It carried a tricolored halo and rushed into the demonic formation. Wherever the waves passed, most of the devil chi was destroyed. Even more devils were crushed into powder. Similarly, a huge vortex appeared on the other side of the lightning ship. Phoenix Physique Xiaohua raised his head and let out a long cry. The 3 suns and the faint outline of the moon world suddenly lit up and released the power of the stars and moon that was hard to see with the naked eye. The majestic power of the stars and moon shrouded Phoenix Physique Xiaohua. Woo! Phoenix Physique Xiaohua waved his hands just like Bone Tempering Xiaohua. 2 winged phantoms that were several hundred li in size appeared out of thin air. As the wings danced, The power of the stars and moon like a flood rushed towards the demonic formation with a desolate aura. The devil chi was turned into dust by the power of the stars and moon. The demonic soldiers and generals were killed. Even the blood light in the blood formation was wiped clean. A huge crack was torn open by Phoenix Physique Xiaohua. Chapter 4105. Seeing Phoenix body Xiaohua's means so powerful, green-robed Xiaohua was somewhat unwilling to be outdone. He had just been sneak attacked by the Demon Emperor's clone and almost fell into the enemy's hands. He had lost all his face. Now, he rubbed his hands and waved his Daoist robe. Hundreds of lightning bolts condensed into a huge sphere, and the heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 miles crazily poured in. Rumble! The lightning bolts were like crazy beasts, roaring, biting, and pouncing on the demonic array. Green-robed Xiaohua desperately wanted to break the demonic array. Xiaohua, who was below the thunder ship, smiled slightly and similarly let out a dragon roar. He raised his hand and threw the Kunlun mirror into the air. Then he formed a seal with both hands. The flickering light of the dragon pattern emitted from his hands and fell on the Kunlun mirror. Along with the activation of a secret technique similar to the dragon language, the Kunlun mirror emitted a 5-colored brilliance. As soon as the brilliance appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. Within the brilliance, a thumb-sized crystal ball rotated at an extremely fast speed. Go! Xiaohua straightened his arms and pushed them out. The true yuan around his body slowly fell into the Kunlun mirror. Along with Xiaohua's light shout, the Kunlun mirror issued a rumbling sound. The space within 100 miles of Xiaohua was shaking. Then, a light beam several times stronger than before rushed out of the Kunlun mirror and disappeared into the void. The nearby void seemed to be boiling, and countless indescribable fluctuations flew out. Rumble! In a few breaths, the 5-colored light beam appeared near the thunder ship and crashed into the demonic array. It really connected the vortexes and cracks created by green-robed Xiaohua, dragon vein Xiaohua, bone-tempering Xiaohua, and phoenix body Xiaohua. The entire world seemed to be shaking. The demonic array was hit by Xiaohua's 4 clones and a gap of several hundred miles was created. The demonic energy, bloodlight, and demons within 100 miles were all turned into ashes. There was no trace of them. Only the flickering lightning of the thunder ship and the misty clouds of the dozen or so white cloud ships could be seen. Go quickly! Seeing Xiaohua's great power, Sun Jian's face did not have the slightest trace of surprise. He raised his hand and the small flag that commanded the 3 armies was taken out again. Then, the rhythm of the thunder ship changed again. The thunder ship didn't have any intention of changing its direction and immediately retreated to the back. The dozen or so white cloud ships also followed behind the thunder ship and rushed toward the outer layer of the demonic array. Although the innumerable devils who were repelled by Xiaohua were unable to stop Xiaohua and the others, they were unable to stop the fearless devils. As soon as the thunder ship retreated, the devils rushed over like a tide, intending to block the thunder ship and the white cloud ship. However, by the time the demon race arrived, the thunderbolt had already reached the outer layer of the demon array. The outer layer of the demonic array was incomparable to the inner layer of the demonic array that surrounded the white cloud sect. The thunderbolt had already broken through it once. Now that the thunderbolt was here, the demonic array was like a piece of paper. It only lasted for a moment before the thunderbolt broke through. Kill! Seeing the thunderbolt break through the demonic array, the White Cloud sect's disciples didn't even wait for the Fortune Gate's disciples to cheer. The White Cloud sect's disciples who had been suppressing their emotions for more than 10 days were released in an instant. Their passion for survival reached its peak. All the White Cloud sect's disciples circulated their magic power and attacked the demonic array in a frenzy. Under the powerful attacks of the White Cloud Monastery disciples, not only were thousands and tens of thousands of devils killed, even the demonic formation was completely destroyed. Although the dozen or so White Cloud boats were moving slowly, they still managed to charge out of the bloody light. The dozen or so flying ships immediately displayed their speed when they rushed out of the demonic array. Lightning flashed, and white clouds drifted. In a few breaths' time, They had already crossed several dozen li. The devils were like flies chasing after a swarm of bees, but they were still lagging behind. Ha! On the White Cloud ship, the White Cloud sect master Bai Shan laughed heartily. He cupped his fists at Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks, Senior Xiao." At this time, Xiaohua released his divine sense to alert the surroundings. When he saw Bai Shan thanking him, he smiled faintly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He abruptly turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. "The Devil Emperor is attacking, quickly leave." As soon as Xiaohua's voice rang out, a black flame shot out from the distance, covering the entire world. This black flame was like the fury of a Devil Emperor, burning fiercely. However, the strange thing was that under this black flame, within a range of 10,000 miles, layers of icy cold waves rushed over like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The White Cloud ship that couldn't escape in time was about to be frozen. Xiaohua sneered, waved his hands, and hundreds of crystal lights disappeared into the void. Rumble. Within a range of several thousand miles behind the White Cloud ship and the Thunder ship, layers of thunderbolts appeared. This thunderbolts blocked the oncoming cold waves. Amidst the booming sounds, the frozen domain was crushed. Amidst the violent airflow, the Thunder ship and the White Cloud ship were lifted high up into the air, drifting far away. So it's a Dao Gates expert. This emperor is really surprised. A sneer that sounded like an owl's came from the cold. Not to mention the group of Fortune Gates disciples, even Xiaohua and his avatars felt their blood boil, and their hearts beat rapidly. Gradually, from the source of the voice, a black speck like a devil shadow grew to several thousand zhang in size in the blink of an eye. It flew over. Black flames danced around the devil shadow, and a momentum that could annihilate all living things rushed over. Devil Emperor! Xiaohua looked at the devil shadow rushing over, and a familiar devil sense fell on his body. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked around. Magic power surged around his body, and the world's origin energy whistled into his body. In a flash of brilliance, Xiaohua's figure grew rapidly, and he also turned into a 10,000 zhang tall avatar. He held the wishful staff in his hand and blocked the attack in midair. Xiaohua stood in midair, and several of his avatars also stood nearby. Dragon Vein Xiaohua revealed the body of a 5-clawed true dragon, and his imposing manner was majestic. Bone-tempering Xiaohua snorted coldly and revealed his desolate figure, clenching his fists and looking coldly. Phoenix Body Xiaohua spread his wings, and his phoenix body bloomed with 5-colored brilliance, and his pair of phoenix eyes emitted a cold light. The green-robed Xiaohua was even more arrogant, and a 10,000 zhang tall thunderbolt appeared, as if he was indomitable, standing straight in the air. "Sure enough, you have some skill." The Devil Emperor revealed his figure, and it was similar to the avatar that was killed by Xiaohua before. It looked a little strange, but where his eyes were previously like bloody holes, an indescribable brilliance appeared, just like the eyes of a human. He stared at Xiaohua and his several avatars, and a somewhat hoarse voice came out from those big mouth-like holes. Xiaohua and his 4 avatars revealed their imposing manner, and 5 of them pressured the Devil Emperor. However, the Devil Emperor's body was surrounded by black flames like a ribbon, indifferently fluttering, as if he was not affected by this imposing manner. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the Devil Emperor, his mind turning rapidly. Previously, the Devil Emperor did not appear, and only one of his avatars blocked the attacks of the green-robed Xiaohua and the soul cultivator Xiaohua. If he did not rely on the Devil Blade, and took advantage of the fact that the Devil Emperor's avatar was not completely revealed, he was afraid that he would have suffered a great loss. However, now that the Devil Emperor's main body had come personally, and before they even fought, he had already shown his strength. How should he deal with it? This Devil Emperor seems to be just a Devil Emperor, and has not set foot into the Devil Venerable realm. But his strength is far from an ordinary Devil Emperor. He should be an existence that surpasses the 9th grade of elemental energy. Xiaohua pondered, this realm is higher than the hidden immortal continent, and the strength of the devil race is also correspondingly higher. Although this Xiao already has the strength of a 9th grade of elemental energy, it seems that I am not a match for him. I can only use my wits. Gee. Xiaohua had just made up his mind when the Devil Emperor sneered again. The black flames around his body soared into the sky, and when they fell again, they actually divided into 5 and rushed towards Xiaohua and the others. The 5 black flames were like 5 huge black pythons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws fiercely, giving birth to a suffocating, imposing manner, completely enveloping Xiaohua's golden body. Traces of indescribable coldness pierced into Xiaohua's body like steel needles, and Xiaohua felt that his entire golden body was imprisoned, making it difficult for him to mobilize his magic power. Open! Xiaohua and his doppelganger roared in unison. Xiaohua's divine sense was like a hammer, falling like a star. The wishful staff was swung up, smashing towards the black pythons. The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hands, and a thunderbolt like a flying sword slashed out, crashing into the mouth of the black flames. The dragon vein Xiaohua, the bone-tempering Xiaohua, and the phoenix body Xiaohua also urged their divine abilities to meet the black flames. Woo! In the roar, the 5 black flames were blocked, like a tide hitting a reef. A burst of flames soared into the sky, as if covering the sky and covering the sun, surrounding Xiaohua and his doppelganger. And when these flames calmed down a little, Xiaohua and his doppelganger could no longer see any brilliance within a few thousand miles, and the scenery had also disappeared. What Xiaohua could see with his naked eyes was only pitch-black darkness and the devil flame that seemed to have some light in the darkness. Blood-dripping paradise? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out, and when his divine sense touched the devil flame that seemed to be everywhere in the air, he immediately had a feeling of being swallowed. Xiaohua sneered in his heart, I am afraid this is the power of the Devil Emperor's domain. Even if it is not the blood-dripping paradise, it should be close. Looks like this Devil Emperor is rather scheming, wanting to use the Devil Flame's attack as an opportunity to trap us. But how could he know that this Xiao did not intend to escape? What this Xiao wants to do is to kill this bastard. Ha! While Xiaohua was pondering, the Devil Emperor laughed loudly. This emperor took advantage of the chaos to sneak attack the 10 sects of the southwest. This emperor originally wanted to collect more souls, but I really did not expect that such a secret information would be leaked. It attracted so many experts of the Dao sect. Looks like, this time, this emperor is destined to return with a full harvest. At first, the Devil Emperor's voice was still somewhat hoarse, and his words were mixed with the devil language. Xiaohua could not hear clearly, but after a few sentences, the Devil Emperor actually used the human language, and it was much more fluent. For you, this emperor has been trapped in the ruins for so long, how come I have never seen such a strange cultivator like you? After saying a few sentences, the Devil Emperor actually asked about Xiaohua's origins. Xiaohua sneered, looked around and replied, Senior, do you think that this old man has become a fish on the chopping block after being trapped in your devil blood-dripping paradise? You are only a devil emperor, not a devil venerable. Chapter 4106. Haha. The demon emperor laughed out loud, and the demonic blood in the entire paradise shook. Within a few thousand miles, countless demons poked their heads out from the demonic blood and laughed eerily. Little kid, your words are really funny. This emperor has never heard of a human cultivator who dares to speak so calmly in front of this emperor. Don't think that you have the strength to fight this emperor just because you've reached the Dao actualization realm. In the eyes of my devil race, you humans are nothing more than food. Nothing more. At this point, the Devil King's laughter came to an abrupt stop. A huge eye strangely spat out from the Devil King's eye. The eye was blood red, and there were tens of thousands of smaller eyes gathered together. The eye stared at Xiaohua for a moment. Xiaohua felt a bone-piercing coldness all over his body, as if the eye could see through him. The Devil King's somewhat puzzled voice rang out. Even Mo Lianxi, Lu Wuxia, and Yun Che can't recognize this devil blood grotto. You? How do you know? No wonder you could kill this emperor's avatar. Which sect are you from? How can this emperor's name be spoken so easily? The Devil King sneered. Besides, a despicable human like you doesn't deserve to hear this emperor's name. Haha. The tiny devils within the countless black flames let out strange laughter. The entire devil blood grotto was filled with fluctuations that constantly attacked Xiaohua's mind and soul. However, whether it was Xiaohua or his 4 avatars, the area within 100 kilometers of them was covered by their own domains. The fluctuations disappeared without a trace after entering their domains. They were unable to harm them at all. However, this aura was so monstrous that it firmly suppressed Xiaohua's heart. Humans are food in your eyes, but you are a pile of blood in this old man's eyes. Xiaohua smiled faintly. Fighting with you is really dirtying my hands. Woo woo. When the Devil Emperor heard this, layers of black light appeared in its huge eyes. It let out a whimper and pierced toward Xiaohua. Wherever the black light passed, the entire space was torn apart. Countless devils rushed in, and an endless amount of bloody light overflowed. The Demon Emperor is nothing more than this. Xiaohua was already waiting to make his move. When he saw the black light surging towards him, he waved his hand and the Kunlun mirror appeared in midair. As he cast a spell, his surrounding mana surged into the Devil Emperor's cave. The Devil Emperor's Devil Blood Cave was more than 100 times stronger than Ji Peng's Blood Drop Cave. Buzz! The Kunlun mirror emitted a blinding light as a light pillar rushed out, transforming into a 100-mile-wide light tide that rushed towards the black light. However, the might of this light pillar was clearly not as powerful as before. Moreover, although the omnipresent black flames were destroyed by the light pillar was also exhausted and became increasingly dim. Boom! When the 3-colored light pillar rushed into the black light, it did not cause too much of an impact. The black light was immediately destroyed by the Kunlun mirror. Moreover, the 3-colored light pillar went against the flow and rushed towards the Devil Emperor's bloody eye. The Devil Emperor was clearly stunned. He hurriedly waved his devil palm, and thousands of ripples emerged from the Devil Blood Grotto heaven and landed in front of the light pillar. Rumble! Countless devils rushed out, and the blood light and devil chi burst out from the light pillar. In just a moment, the light pillar of the Kunlun mirror was completely destroyed. At this moment, the light pillar was still some distance away from the Devil Emperor. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He knew that although he was a Mahayana realm cultivator and had the strength to pass the tribulation, he was still far from the Devil Emperor in the ruins. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of the difference in the environment. Even if he had cultivated for 20,000 years, he was no different from a child in the eyes of the Devil Emperor. Not to mention that during those 20,000 years, there were many times when he could not cultivate at all. As Xiaohua sighed, the pressure on the Kunlun mirrors suddenly increased. Moreover, an indescribable suction force appeared from the nearby grotto heavens. Xiaohua's heart tightened and he thought to himself, in this Devil Blood Cave, this Xiao's magic treasure is probably not useful. I don't want to be tricked by this Devil Emperor. This Xiao's Kunlun mirror will be taken away by him. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly kept the Kunlun mirror. Then, lightning surged around his body and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Looking at the bone-honing Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers, they also used their divine abilities and abandoned their magic treasures to pounce towards the Devil Emperor. Oh! The Devil Emperor was stunned, and then he waved his demonic palms. Countless vortexes appeared in the space of 500 kilometers around him, and blood-red light and devil chi surged once more. Swoosh! Xiaohua's golden body flew out from the devil chi and let out a long breath. It seemed as if it had dived out from deep water. Then, without stopping, he waved his arms and legs and used the Fist of the North Star to attack the Devil Emperor. The wind from his fists was like a hurricane, and the wind from his legs was like a star, tearing the Devil Blood Cave apart. Good! When the Devil Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but shout, "You humans always say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This emperor has never seen a human fight a devil with his fists." As he spoke, the Devil Emperor waved his demonic palms as well, and his figure swayed as he fought with Xiaohua. One was a human, the other was a devil. One had a 10,000 zhang long golden body, The other had a 10,000 zhang long demonic body. One could flatten mountains with his fists, while the other's demonic palms could shatter stars. In just a moment, the space within 500 kilometers was completely filled with fist winds. The devil chi and the golden light collided, causing the devil blood cave to shake violently. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard. Although there were no magic treasures, the collision between the golden body and the demonic body was not inferior to that of magic treasures. Woo! Bone Honing Xiaohua rushed forward and waved his fists as well. Like a meteor, he rushed into the battle and cooperated with Xiaohua to surround the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor was already shocked, and seeing Bone Honing Xiaohua join in, he cried out in shock, "How do you know, my Devil Realm's great heavenly cycle star fist?" No. In just a moment, the Devil Emperor cried out again, "This is not the great heavenly cycle star fist." Xiaohua snorted and said, "A frog in a well. This is called the Fist of the North Star. Today, this old man will use the Big Dipper God Fist to challenge you, the Devil Emperor of the Devil Race." While speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua also besieged. Although the two doppelgangers did not use their fists, one had a dragon body and the other a demonic body, so they were both incomparably tough. Taking advantage of the gaps, they either used their dragon claws or phoenix claws to attack, besieging the Devil Emperor. Devil Chi surged around the Devil Emperor, and several arms grew out of his demonic body. He said proudly, "Even if you know my Devil Realm's great heavenly cycle star fist, so what? Let this Emperor teach you what close combat is." Boom! While speaking, the Devil Emperor's figure flashed and strangely dodged Xiaohua's fist. Then, a demonic palm stretched out from his back and pressed on Xiaohua's arm. The moment the Devil Chi came into contact with Xiaohua's golden body, it immediately exploded. Tens of zhang above Xiaohua's golden body exploded into splashes of light, and strands of Devil Chi rushed into Xiaohua's body like sharp swords, madly seeping into Xiaohua's blood vessels. Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, and the other doppelgangers relied on their tempered bodies to fight the Devil Emperor, but the green-robed Xiaohua was unable to do so. At the same time Xiaohua was hit by the Devil Emperor, the lightning around the green-robed Xiaohua's body was also shattered by a punch. When the demonic palm pressed on the green-robed Xiaohua's body, the green-robed Xiaohua's body began to boil and tremble, and his entire body began to collapse. The green-robed Xiaohua was seriously injured, and Xiaohua was even more shocked. He had cultivated the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, but he was in such a sorry state. As he rapidly retreated, the blood drop paradise in his blood vessels was hurriedly activated, and the devil spirit Xiaohua was barely able to swallow the devil chi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Devil Emperor once again struck the bone-honing Xiaohua with his demonic palm. Ha! The bone-honing Xiaohua's body flashed with brilliance, and as he laughed, he advanced instead of retreating. A large foot suddenly stretched out from the light, and with a boom, it kicked the Devil Emperor's body. The Devil Emperor howled in pain, and like Xiaohua, his figure rapidly retreated. Previously, he was looking at Xiaohua with complacency, but now, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. Good opportunity. Seeing the Devil Emperor retreat, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua suddenly attacked from the left and right. Xiaohua secretly cheered in his heart, and taking advantage of this moment, his figure flashed again, instantly disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the flashing devil flames around the Devil Emperor, and was approaching the Devil Emperor's side. So, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a golden light shot towards the Devil Emperor like lightning, covering a distance of several li in an instant. Gotcha! The golden Tengjiao shears swung its dragon tail in midair and struck the Devil Emperor's body. The golden light descended from the demonic emperor's forehead and instantly streaked across the space between his eyebrows. Hiss! Under the golden light, the demonic marks on the demonic emperor's body began to rotate violently. Although a pitch-black mark appeared on the demonic emperor's body and broke the demonic marks, as the demonic marks spun rapidly, the demonic marks quickly recovered. The pitch-black mark also disappeared in an instant. Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, isn't the tempering of this devil body too perverse? No wonder the Dao transformation cultivators of the hundreds of sects in the ruins could not defeat the Devil Emperor. Xiaohua knew that his magic treasure could not break through the Devil Emperor's defense, and even his fists and feet might not be able to hurt the Devil Emperor. However, he never expected that the sharpest magic treasure among his magic treasures, the Tengjiao shears, would also fail. How can I escape? At this time, Xiaohua was no longer thinking about how to kill the Devil Emperor. Instead, he was thinking about how to escape. Perhaps at this time, only the celestial white bones can be of some use. However, once the celestial white bones are used, whether it succeeds or not, I will be at the mercy of others. How can I dare to use it now? Ha! A puny human dares to have designs on my supreme devil body. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic treasure had no effect, the Devil Emperor laughed complacently. As he waved his arms, very strange devil weapons were taken out. One was like a long spear, and the other was like a demon-subduing pestle. As he waved them, a heavy aura assaulted Xiaohua's face, as though it was heavier than Xiaohua's wishful staff. Chapter 4107. While Xiaohua was pondering, the Tingjiao scissors cut through the air, cutting hundreds of black flames in half with extreme sharpness. Finally, it fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua grabbed half of the Tingjiao scissors with his big hand. At the same time, the wishful steel staff also appeared in his hand. With a roar, he attacked the Devil Emperor. The wishful steel staff looked a little slender at this time, and it was somewhat uncoordinated in Xiaohua's hand. Crackle! The wishful steel staff clashed with the spear, and Xiaohua fell into a disadvantage again. The Demon Emperor not only had exquisite moves, but his weapon was also heavier than Xiaohua's. Xiaohua's wishful steel staff couldn't get close at all. Even with Xiaohua's dragon body, the Demon Emperor's spear pierced his tail, and the two hard dragon scales cracked. However, compared to Xiaohua's shock, the Demon Emperor was even more surprised. He looked at Xiaohua's wishful steel staff in disbelief and said, "Huh? God punishment staff technique? You are the descendant of the demon race of my demon realm? How do you know both the great heavenly cycle star fist and the God punishment staff technique?" At this time, how could Xiaohua care about his surprise? Seeing that the wishful steel staff was useless, he began to look around, and his mind raced, thinking about what other means of escape he had. Unfortunately, the Demon Blood Wonderland seemed to be more powerful than the Blood Drop Wonderland. There was no gap in the domain. Xiaohua's illusion breaker eye opened a slit, and his eyes were full of blood red, and he couldn't see anything else. Maybe this is the only way. Xiaohua sighed slightly, and his figure moved, and his body surged with demon chi no less than the Demon Emperor's. Buzz! Demon Spirit Xiaohua appeared in the Demon Blood Wonderland. Similarly, Demon Spirit Xiaohua's body flashed with blood-red light, and the Blood Drop Wonderland also protected Demon Spirit Xiaohua. Demon Spirit Xiaohua appeared, and without a pause he waved his left hand, and the demon blade emitted 1,000 layers of demon chi mixed with countless blood-red light. The demon flame and demon head of the Demon Blood Wonderland were also sucked in by the demon blade. Seeing the demon blade cut the space in half and fall on the Demon Emperor's head, Xiaohua could see the panic and fear in the Demon Emperor's eyes with the naked eye. The Demon Emperor hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. Clang. Two loud clangs rang out. Although the demon saber failed to shatter the two demon artifacts, the unparalleled demonic force sent the Demon Emperor flying hundreds of kilometers away. Demon Spirit Xiaohua's attack was successful. Without hesitation, he once again turned into a strand of demon chi and chased down. The demon blade once again slashed out. As for Xiaohua, he hurriedly kept the heavily injured green-robed Xiaohua into his space. He also kept the dragon vein Xiaohua, bone-tempering Xiaohua, and phoenix body Xiaohua into his space and prepared to flee. Ha! Just then, the seemingly defeated Demon Emperor burst out laughing. "Human, oh human! You can't help but use slaughter in the end. Do you really think that your majesty doesn't know that those are your doppelgangers? Human, you're so childish. Xiaohua was taken aback. He immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that those doppelgangers weren't completely devoured by the demon saber? Without waiting for Xiaohua to react, ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls resounded in the surroundings of the demon blood wonderland. The place where the demon flame was before turned into small pitch-black holes. A powerful suction force was generated from those small holes. When this suction force landed on Xiaohua, it wasn't that powerful. However, when it landed on demon spirit Xiaohua's body, waves of demon qi came out of nowhere. Waves of pain, as if he was being cut into pieces, came from demon spirit Xiaohua. Demon spirit Xiaohua let out a heart-wrenching howl. Although demon spirit Xiaohua was separated from Xiaohua's body and the pain couldn't be completely transmitted to Xiaohua's body, the apocalyptic terror of demon spirit Xiaohua was like a piece of black cloth covering Xiaohua's heart. Woo! Demon spirit Xiaohua couldn't care less about killing Demon Emperor. His entire body turned into a pool of blood and wriggled violently in the air. In just a short moment, that pool of blood had shrunk by more than half. If it weren't for the faint flickering of golden threads in the pool of blood, this demon spirit Xiaohua would have been devoured by Demon Emperor long ago. Haha. You've only cultivated my demon realm's blood drop wonderland. How can such a low-level cultivation method be a match for your majesty? Demon Emperor laughed loudly. Demon Qi was generated around demon spirit Xiaohua, which turned into a huge demon palm and grabbed at demon Dao Slaughter. Your majesty gave you some benefits, and you really took out demon saber Slaughter. However, your majesty is curious. How could Slaughter, which has disappeared for millions of years, fall into the hands of a human? Your majesty has obtained Slaughter. Qiuhong Demon Domain will be your majesty's sooner or later. Facing the Demon Emperor's Demon Qi, Demon Spirit Xiaohua didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. That pool of blood still couldn't form. As the demon palm descended, Slaughter was snatched away from Demon Spirit Xiaohua's hand without any suspense. That demon palm danced about, causing cracks to appear in the nearby void. Blood spurted out from these cracks like spring water, as if the demon saber had injured the space. Ha! Demon Emperor really laughed wildly. Another arm stretched out from under his armpit. That arm raised its hand and grabbed Slaughter from the demon palm. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua suddenly waved his left hand, and the Slaughter that was originally controlled by the Devil Emperor's devil palm suddenly raised its blade, and with a swish, it horizontally chopped towards the Devil Monarch's chest. The demonic blade was like a black light of death that instantly landed on the demonic body. Under the demonic blade, the demonic patterns on the demonic body were immediately cut in half and collapsed piece by piece. The demonic body that Xiaohua couldn't destroy before was destroyed by the black light. Demon Emperor was scared out of his wits. Almost without any hesitation, he rolled back like an iron bridge in an ordinary move. Shwa! The black light swept past. Demon Emperor's demon body, which was several zhang in size, was cut off. When that demon body left Demon Emperor, it immediately turned into hundreds of demon heads. After a few howls, it was swallowed by the demon saber. And when Xiaohua's left hand slashed down, Demon Emperor's body had already turned into a pool of blood and disappeared from the spot. Xiaohua sneered, "Are you leaving now? My dear Demon Emperor, don't you think it's a bit late? This Xiao racked his brains to prepare so many wonderful things for you. Don't you want to see a few more?" With that, Xiaohua patted the top of his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi spurted out and turned into a petal that looked like a jade archive. Dressed in Confucian robes, Xiaohua stood on the petal with a solemn expression. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua flew out. Without saying a word, he waved his sleeve and the 9 continents cauldrons landed in the air. The 9 cauldrons issued a rumbling sound and flew towards the place where Demon Emperor disappeared. The righteous qi on the cauldrons shattered the demon blood paradise. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his hand and one of the 5-colored petals above his head fell into his hand. Soon after, Confucian cultivator Xianxia soared into the sky. The petal in his hand turned into a heart shape and fell towards a certain place in space. As soon as the heart-shaped petal flew out, an unparalleled righteous qi broke through the confinement of space and revealed Demon Emperor's figure in the void. At this time, the Demon Emperor's devil qi surged in front of his chest and turned into bubbles of various sizes. These bubbles not only had a tendency to spread, but also had a tendency to burst. As soon as Demon Emperor's figure appeared, the 9 continents' cauldrons rushed out. The 9 vast righteous qi firmly trapped Demon Emperor. As for the 5-colored heart shape, it quickly melted the demon blood paradise and turned into a rainbow that rushed towards Demon Emperor, causing him to tremble with fear again. This is... Demon Emperor's one eye opened wide, revealing a look of doubt and panic. He looked at the 9 continents' cauldrons and the 5-colored true qi. He muttered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell in the air and turned into a huge demon head that rushed towards the heart shape, wanting to resist the righteous qi. However, before the devil could fly more than 10 feet, a low voice sounded from Xiaohua's direction. Namo Mithriya Buddha. The devil emperor trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. He raised his head and looked at Xiaohua with even more disbelief. Above Xiaohua's head, Buddhist light spurted out. Buddha Bodhi flew out with a monk's staff in his hand and a kasaya of the million Buddhas picture draped over his body. As soon as Bodhi appeared, the chanting of the million Buddhas sounded. Buddhist light gushed out from the kasaya. Various phantoms of Buddha lords flew out from the Buddhist light and protected Bodhi in the middle. Although Bodhi's figure was only 8 feet tall, his golden body was very condensed. The Buddhist light was even more powerful than the righteous qi and pierced through the demon blood paradise. The lotus platform under Bodhi's feet surged with a strange fragrance and Buddhist clouds. Within the Buddhist light, the demons and demon flames in the vicinity of several li turned into green smoke. Wails and cries of agony could be heard incessantly. Buddha! Buddha! As strong as the demon emperor was, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Bodhi appear. He stuttered and couldn't continue. Bodhi raised his left hand and the monk's staff turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared and pounced towards the demon emperor. Wherever the monk's staff passed, heavenly flowers would appear and kill the demons. Bodhi controlled the lotus platform to fly past the path of heavenly flowers and pounce towards the demon emperor. Bodhi began to chant Buddhist scriptures, and a series of ripples appeared in the air. Although the ripples were invisible, the Nephilim emperor retreated as if he had seen his nemesis. He did not even have time to worry about the blood demon that he had just spat out. Namo Mithriya Buddha. Seeing that the demon emperor was about to retreat, Bodhi reached into his bosom and took out an item. He shook his hand and threw it out. Shwa! The item unfolded and Buddhist light spilled out. A Buddha statue of Mahavarakana appeared in the sky. It was the Mahavarakana Buddha that Xiaohua obtained from the West Sea. The Buddha statue of Mahavarakana Buddha appeared. Even though he was facing the demon emperor, there was no change in his merciful eyes. The Buddha Lord chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Then, he raised his right hand and gently stretched out his index finger. A small world appeared where the Buddhist light was. Then, his index finger streaked across the sky and landed on the demon emperor's head. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Waves of Buddhist chants and the sound of wooden fish rang out. The demon emperor's demonic body that even the soaring dragon scissors couldn't destroy immediately glowed with Buddhist light. The demonic patterns on the demon emperor's body broke inch by inch, and the demon emperor rolled wildly in the sky. Chapter 4108. Woo woo! 2 ghostly cries rang out. 2 pitch-black devils rushed out from the devil emperor's body, their eyes flashing with blood-red light. In a flash, they arrived in front of Xiaohua and Bodhi. When the devils' pitch-black bodies were destroyed by the righteous qi and Buddhist light, the 2 devils with only their blood-red cores crashed into Xiaohua and Bodhi's bodies. Boom boom! 2 muffled sounds rang out. The devils crashed into the chests of Xiaohua and Bodhi, creating a hole in their chests. The moment the devils exploded, the bodies of the two avatars shook violently. In particular, Bodhi's body collapsed rapidly. Even his lotus throne seemed to be stained with ink. Damn it! When the demon emperor saw that his two nemesis were injured, he couldn't help but curse. He struggled to stabilize himself in midair. At this moment, the demon blood wonderland that covered thousands of miles had already begun to tremble and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, another change occurred. Strands of dark green light appeared in midair. Then, countless green seal script characters swarmed toward the Devil Emperor like a swarm of tadpoles. When they got close to the Devil Emperor, the countless green seal script characters combined together. Waves of ghostly noises resounded from the void. One after another, the thunder of 3 corpses pounced on the Devil Emperor like a flood. Woo! The Devil Emperor seemed to be weeping and shocked at the same time. The appearance of the green seal characters was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Devil Emperor's devil body had already been destroyed by the Buddha's light, and now it had been severely damaged by the soul cultivator Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. The famous Devil Emperor only said a few words and did not dare to fight anymore. His figure turned into a wisp of devil chi and fled into the distance. As the Devil Emperor fled, the demon blood utopia surrounding Xiaohua immediately collapsed and disappeared with a rumble. The devil spirit Xiaohua turned into a dispirited human form and collapsed in midair. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He sensed that the Devil Emperor used the Devil Realm's concealment technique that he was very familiar with. Xiaohua's spirit was shaken again. He shouted, "Fellow Daoists, kill!" As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flickered, and he took the injured devil spirit Xiaohua into his body. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and chased after the Devil Emperor. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Subhuti surrounded Xiaohua and chased after him. Xiaohua really didn't expect that the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's green seal script, the Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua's innate true chi, and Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light could actually injure the Devil Emperor. Although the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi were both injured, Xiaohua knew that the Devil Emperor's injuries were even more severe. Today, he relied on his 3 doppelgangers and the Devil Blade to injure the Devil Emperor when he least expected it. It would be extremely difficult for him to have such a good opportunity in the future. If he didn't kill the Devil Emperor today, he would definitely die in the future. After all, the Devil Emperor wasn't someone a 9th grade origin energy realm like him could resist. Although the Devil Emperor escaped quickly, Xiaohua's lightning escape technique had already reached perfection. How could he let the Devil Emperor escape? In just a short moment, although the Devil Emperor had escaped for hundreds of thousands of li, Xiaohua and the others were still easily chasing after him. A huge mountain appeared in front of the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor turned his head and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually saw a strange smile in the Devil Emperor's bloody eyes. The Devil Emperor plunged into the mountain. Xiaohua raised his hand and signaled his 3 doppelgangers to come closer. He followed without hesitation. His figure flickered as he activated the Devil Realm's concealment technique and rushed into the void. Wang wang wang. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the left side of Xiaohua. Then the entire void rolled, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked. Damn it, I was too greedy. Did I fall into the Devil Emperor's trap? However, the light and shadow around Xiaohua changed. Everything rushed into Xiaohua's mind like a stream of light. Xiaohua did not feel any attack. Moreover, as the scene before his eyes gradually calmed down, Xiaohua's mind was in a mess. It was like a pot of porridge. It was as if someone had stuffed a lot of things into his mind, but he just could not remember what they were. This is... Xiaohua shook his head, trying his best to shake off the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiaohua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" Indeed, in front of Xiaohua was a distorted void. In this space, a huge palace emitted a faint 9-colored light and stood there. Although the palace was very far away from Xiaohua, he could clearly see the 3 large words above the palace door. It said, Star Moon Palace. How is this possible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Didn't Dou Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden Immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Daoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice sounded behind Xiaohua. Zhu Qing from Zhaixing Lu said clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind in the 3 continents from the Upper Realm. The Upper Realm that he mentioned, isn't it the ruins here? Ah. Xiaohua was shocked and suddenly turned his head. He saw the dragon vein Xiaohua standing behind him and smiling. Beside the dragon vein Xiaohua, the bone-tempering Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, and the demon spirit Xiaohua were also standing there with smiles. The dragon vein Xiaohua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head were very obvious. The bone-tempering Xiaohua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt to cover his private parts. The phoenix body Xiaohua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for the demon spirit Xiaohua, he was completely black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. Xiaohua was a little confused. He pointed at the 4 doppelgangers and didn't know what he wanted to say. The demon spirit Xiaohua also smiled and said, Brothers, let's speed up. The demon emperor flew here and disappeared. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him, so that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. That's right. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth as well. This devil emperor is too cunning, and his strength is too formidable as well. If we don't kill him today, then we'll definitely not have such a good opportunity in the future. Of course, if we can find the spatial crack to return to the hidden immortal mainland from the Star Moon Palace, it will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The dragon vein Xiaohua agreed. But, hearing the doppelganger's agreement, Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. We will enter the Star Moon Palace now and find the way back while killing the demon emperor. Hee, if there are any treasures, we can't let them go. The bone-tempering Xiaohua said with a low laugh. Immediately after, Xiaohua led the 4 clones and flew towards the Xingyue Palace. When they got closer, Xiaohua discovered that the huge Xingyue Palace was surrounded by an inexplicable spatial turbulence. Within the turbulence, starlight was scattered and it seemed as though one would be shredded if they looked into it. Moreover, there was a huge suction force within the turbulence, pulling his body into the turbulence. In the end, when they were not far from the gate of Star Moon Palace, Xiaohua could barely fly and had to land. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen floating boulders in the turbulence. Xiaohua and his 4 doppelgangers followed the boulders and jumped to the stairs in front of the palace. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Xiaohua cursed as he jumped over the last boulder. The bone-tempering Xiaohua smiled and said, Even I think it's fine. How can something happen to you? Hee, this is our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. The demon spirit Xiaohua also seemed to have learned to be greedy and replied. There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace? Xiaohua and the others had just stood on the stairs when the phoenix body Xiaohua's sharp eyes pointed to a place above the palace and exclaimed. It must be the Devil Emperor. The demon spirit looked up, only to see a figure swaying. He unconsciously gritted his teeth and shouted, Let's hurry up and catch up. When this little brother swallows this Devil Emperor, this little brother will also reach the Devil Emperor realm. In the future, this little brother will be able to help all of you. Let's go. Xiaohua nodded and urged his spiritual power to rush to the palace door. However, when he reached the steps of the palace door, he couldn't even sense a trace of true essence. Xiaohua frowned slightly and was about to raise his hand to take out the wishful staff, but he suddenly found that he couldn't perceive the space at all. Everything in the space couldn't be taken out. Oh, what should I do? Xiaohua was shocked and immediately wanted to retreat. However, Just as he turned his head and was about to discuss with the dragon Vane Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers, he found that the boulder that he had stepped on before had disappeared into the turbulence and there was no trace of it. What's wrong, fellow Daoist? Dragon Vane Xiaohua saw Xiaohua's expression change and asked strangely. What? You don't know? Xiaohua was once again stunned. Although he had already mastered the external incarnation technique and his 4 clones were able to go out independently, his external incarnation technique had yet to reach the great perfection stage. His 4 clones were still connected to Xiaohua's thoughts most of the time. Xiaohua's surprise just now was not hidden from his 4 clones. If it was normal, Xiaohua and the others should have been able to sense the dragon vein. Dragon Vane Xiaohua was puzzled and shrugged. How would I know what fellow Daoist is thinking? It's a little strange. Xiaohua frowned and looked up at the plaque of the Star Moon Palace. He whispered, could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange? Phoenix Body Xiaohua was also puzzled and asked. Don't worry. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Unfortunately, there was no change. Whether it was the soul cultivator Xiaohua or the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, even the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi did not appear. What's going on? Xiaohua looked at Dragon Vane Xiaohua and the others, and his heart was even more puzzled. Since they are all doppelgangers, why can these doppelgangers appear beside this Xiao, but the others can't? But if the soul cultivator Xiaohua and the others can't appear, how can this Xiao be the opponent of the Devil Emperor? Chapter 4109. But now, do we still have a way out? Xiaohua smiled bitterly as he looked at the turbulence behind him. Without transcendence energy, Xiaohua had no confidence in escaping from the turbulence. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the top of the Star Moon Palace where the Demon Emperor had appeared. His eyes narrowed as he bit his lips and pondered for a moment. He waved his hand and said, fellow cultivators, this Star Moon Palace is a little strange. It seems like we can't use our transcendence energy and other remarkable abilities. Since the demon spirit Xiaohua is the same, I believe the Demon Emperor is not much stronger than us. There are 5 of us and only 1 Demon Emperor, so we have the advantage. Let's go. If we don't kill the Demon Emperor today, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. But Long Mai, Xiaohua, and the others nodded and cheered without any objections. Xiaohua calmed down and carefully walked up the steps of the Star Moon Palace. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, the 5 of them finally arrived in front of the palace door. The palace gate was at least 1,000 feet long, and there were many patterns engraved on the palace gate. The patterns seemed to be talismans and also seemed to be inscriptions, and they were somewhat similar to dragon patterns. However, when Xiaohua and the others looked at it, they all felt a little dizzy. Xiaohua's already somewhat heavy mind became even more unclear. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to push the palace door, but when he stretched out his arm, the palace door actually went through as if it was invisible. Xiaohua turned his head and pointed to the sides. Long Mai, Xiaohua, and the others hurriedly stood in a line in front of the palace door. Following Xiaohua's 3, 2, 1, the 5 of them rushed through the palace door at the same time. Xiaohua's vision blurred. When he looked again, he was standing in an extremely huge palace. The floor of the palace was paved with bluestone that was dozens of feet wide. There was nothing in the palace, not even a single pillar. On the 2 sides of the palace, and in the depths of the palace, there were 4 palace doors embedded in the stone walls. Xiaohua tried to release his divine perception and soul consciousness, but to no avail. He could only look left and right at the Dragon Vane, Xiaohua, and the others. These 4 clones also smiled bitterly. Presumably, they couldn't use any of their abilities. 5 8th and 9th grade Essence Force experts were no different from ordinary men in this Star Moon Palace. The Devil Emperor we saw earlier was at the top of the Star Moon Palace. Dragon Vane Xiaohua looked at the palace doors around him and said, that guy must have gone up through the steps behind the palace doors. It looks like we have to chase after them too. Don't be anxious. Xiaohua said softly, there are many opportunities in this stellar moon palace. Now that we have lost all our dermic powers and divine abilities, if we don't find any dermic artifacts to protect ourselves, it will be difficult to withstand the fiend monarch's attacks. Not bad. Devil Spirit Xiaohua agreed. That guy came in early, maybe he already found some handy devil tool. We are definitely not his match with our bare hands. If he had found a suitable demonic weapon, why would he need to hide at the top of the Star Moon Palace? Phoenix Body Xiaohua retorted. He must be lying in ambush here, waiting for us to stand firm before killing us, right? Hee, Big Brother Phoenix Body is right. Devil Spirit Xiaohua laughed. However, there are many of us, so there are many chances to find dermic artifacts. As long as we don't get separated, even if we encounter the Devil Emperor, we can still charge at him together. As long as there is no Devil Blood Paradise, why would I be afraid of him? Bone-honed Xiaohua sneered, full of fighting spirit. No need to say more, we will search first. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, then he led the way to a palace door on the right side of the palace. After walking through the palace door, Xiaohua was stunned again, because behind this palace door was another palace, and inside this palace, there were 4 more palace doors. Damn it! Xiaohua almost cursed. What he was most afraid of in his life was finding his way. This Star Moon Palace was obviously a huge maze. Wasn't this playing with him to death? Not to mention killing some Devil Emperor, just this tangled and complicated path was enough to kill him. Big brother, look. Devil Spirit Xiaohua was still quick-witted, hurriedly raising his hand to point at the top of the palace and shouted, "There are words here." Sure enough, Xiaohua raised his head to look, and on the palace ceiling that was as high as the sky, a row of floating cloud-like words appeared, A2. Xiaohua was bewildered, and asked curiously, "What does this mean?" Not only Xiaohua, but Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the other doppelgangers were also puzzled. This palace was the same size as the previous one, and similarly, there was nothing. Without using divine perception, one could understand it with one's naked eye. Xiaohua was helpless, and led the 4 doppelgangers into another palace door. Sure enough, behind the palace door was another identical palace, but this palace had A2 written on the roof. I understand. Xiaohua suddenly shouted, "This is the palace's serial number. Just like the rooms in the inn in Jinghua City, there are heaven and earth words. This is the 7th palace of the A Palace. That palace from before must be the 2nd palace of the A Palace. In that case, the first palace we entered should be O1. Fellow Daoist is wise." Dragon Vein Xiaohua gave a thumbs up and praised, "Such a complicated thing, I'm afraid I and the others have no way of knowing." "Let's go," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Let's look further inside." Sure enough, as they walked further inside, they saw A2, and other words, just as Xiaohua guessed. However, as everyone walked deeper into the Star Moon Palace, although they did not see any treasures, the deeper Xiaohua went, the more doubts he had in his heart. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a little surprised, looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Fellow Daoist, why is your expression so ugly?" Xiaohua pinched his chin, standing at the entrance of the 2 palaces, looked left and right and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoists, I seem to have a familiar feeling. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua said in shock, "These palaces look exactly the same. How can fellow Daoists distinguish them? Also, how can fellow Daoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before?" "I don't know either." Xiaohua frowned, his gaze deeply staring at the words on the palaces, and answered with some confusion, "Maybe it's just a feeling?" Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from a place not far away. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked, glanced at Xiaohua and the others, and shouted, "Who?" As he spoke, his figure hurriedly rushed over, and Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others did not dare to delay, following Bone-honing Xiaohua through a few palace doors to a palace. At the entrance of this palace, a jade slip lay peacefully on the ground, and the words A2 floated above the palace. "Someone's here?" Bone-honing Xiaohua bent down to pick up the jade slip, and his figure hurriedly ran to the 4 palace doors to take a look. Only then did he turn back in surprise, shook his head and said, "I didn't find him, that guy ran away extremely quickly." Damn it. Phoenix Body Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. It's really troublesome to not have an elemental sense. Otherwise, wouldn't we know with a sweep? This. Xiaohua looked at the jade slip in Bonehoning Xiaohua's hand, and said with a somewhat pale face, "This is I's jade slip." "Yours?" Bonehoning Xiaohua asked curiously, "How could it be your jade slip?" Xiaohua hurriedly reached into his bosom, but did not take out anything. He reached out and took the jade slip from Bonehoning Xiaohua's hand, looked at it carefully, and sighed. "There's no mistake, this is the jade slip that Bai Ming from White Cloud Temple gave to I. Because I wanted White Cloud Temple's orthodoxy, this jade slip was not in my eyes, so I did not put it into the space, and only kept it in my bosom. But I didn't expect the jade slip in my bosom to disappear, and I don't know how it got here." This. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said disdainfully, "Fellow Daoist, you don't have divine sense now, so how do you know this is Bai Ming's jade slip? Anything can happen in the Star Moon Palace. Fellow Daoist feelings are not reliable." Alright. Xiaohua did not intend to convince anyone, so he put the jade slip away and said, "Let's continue looking. Since there was movement just now, maybe the Devil Emperor has returned. Let's be careful." The four doppelgangers looked at each other, and vigilance appeared in their eyes. As Xiaohua walked out of the hall, the five of them were abnormally vigilant. Unfortunately, the five of them searched for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, but did not find any trace of the Devil Emperor. Instead, they found something strange in the depths of Star Moon Palace, in a hall with A71 floating on the roof. This hall was different from what Xiaohua and the others had seen before. There were some irregular mirrors on the four walls, and under the mirrors, there was an empty stone table. In front of the hall, there were several extremely tiered sacrificial tables. On the sacrificial tables, besides some strange spirit fruits, there was also a huge statue. This statue was not in the shape of a human. Its entire body was transparent, and there were some 7 colors flowing inside. Every time a wisp of 7 colors floated by, a layer of light fog would be produced, enveloping the statue. The statue had 3 arms, 5 legs, and its entire body was in the shape of a strange whirlpool, like a flipping ribbon. The statue had 3 heads, each facing the 3 directions of the hall, and these 3 heads looked like human faces, looking exactly the same. However, when Xiaohua and the others looked carefully, their faces were blurry, and they could not see clearly. "It's too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being?" Phoenix Body Xiaohua walked to the front of the statue and looked it up and down. His gaze then fell on the spirit fruits, and he casually picked up a fist-sized spirit fruit to take a closer look. The spirit fruit looked very fresh, as if it had just been plucked from a spirit tree, and a strange fragrance rushed into his nose. Phoenix Body Xiaohua could not help but open his mouth, and with a crunch, he bit off a piece. When the spirit fruit fell into his mouth, it melted into juice, and an enchanting sweet fragrance instantly spread throughout the hall. Phoenix Body Xiaohua saw Phoenix Body Xiaohua pick up the spirit fruit and was about to stop him, but the corner of his eyes occasionally swept over, and it really did fall on a mirror on the stone wall. A vague shadow flashed on it, and then disappeared, so he could not see clearly who it was. "Who?" Xiaohua was shocked, and hurriedly turned to look at the door near the mirror. Chapter 4110. Bonehoning Xiaohua and Dragon Vein Xiaohua originally wanted to follow Phoenix Body Xiaohua to get the spirit fruit, but when they heard Xiaohua's shout, they stopped and turned to look at the palace door. However, the entrance of the palace was completely empty. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Bonehoning Xiaohua frowned, picked up a spirit fruit, took a bite, and walked towards the palace door, vaguely calling out, "Damn, could it be the Demon Emperor again? What is this guy doing pretending to be mysterious? Is he trying to lure us into an ambush?" "Fellow Daoist, be careful," Xiaohua said anxiously. "We'll go take a look together." "Hee hee." Bonehoning Xiaohua laughed. "No need, I want to see if the Demon Emperor's bones are harder or if I's bones are harder." fellow Daoist, why do you have to act alone? Xiaohua opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua in the distance laughed. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to pay attention to him. The Demon Emperor has lost his demonic weapon, so I'm afraid he can't do anything to fellow Daoist. Come and taste this spirit fruit, it seems to be good for our physical strength. Okay. Xiaohua also felt a little exhausted at this time. Seeing Bonehoning Xiaohua's figure disappear at the palace door, he turned and walked towards the spirit fruit. Bonehoning Xiaohua said disdainfully, but he was also vigilant in his heart. While eating the spirit fruit, he carefully walked into the palace next door. However, this palace was empty, and there was nothing. Bonehoning Xiaohua was a little unwilling, and he walked through a few more palaces before preparing to return. However, just as he turned around, a pung sound came from the palace not far away. The Bonehoning Xiaohua was startled. He clenched his fists and tiptoed over. This was a palace hall that was exactly the same as before. The words A40 floated on top of the palace hall. There was no one inside the palace hall, but the two doors in front of the palace hall were flashing with 7 colored rays of light. Bonehoning Xiaohua slowly walked in front of the rays of light, took a look, and then his figure disappeared into the palace door. Xiaohua stayed in the palace that seemed to be a statue. He picked up a spirit fruit, stared at it for a moment, and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Sure enough, when the juice of the spirit fruit entered his stomach, a burst of heat gushed out, spreading to Xiaohua's limbs, and that rare state of exhaustion from before was somewhat alleviated. Damn it! Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, looking at the spirit fruit and that strange statue. He thought to himself, what's the situation? Ever since I started cultivating, I have never felt exhausted. Even if I was seriously injured, even if I lost all my magic power, I have never felt this way. In this Star Moon Palace. Could it be that I've become immortal? If I'm immortal? Thinking of this Xiao was suddenly startled, and an indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. If this Xiao was immortal, wouldn't the Xiao be killed by a random demonic tool? Since Xiao was eyes to Xiao to Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao, Hua Xiao 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 Hua, Xiao 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 to Xiao's Xiao S to return. But Xiao Hua swallowed the spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up. Seeing that Phoenix body Xiaohua and Devil spirit Xiaohua also wanted to follow, Xiaohua's heart moved and he said, you two wait here. If we don't find fellow Daoist tempered bones and he comes back by himself, wouldn't we be rushing for nothing? You two wait here, you can be considered a backup. Xiaohua and Xiaohua looked at each other and said at the same time, that's fine too. The two of us will wait here. And you two shouldn't be afraid of the Devil Emperor's sneak attack. Xiaohua nodded and then said to Xiaohua, you were a bit reckless earlier, Xiaohua. You shouldn't have let Xiaohua go alone. Xiaohua frowned, showing slight displeasure. Xiaohua didn't want to let Xiaohua go alone, but wasn't it because of Xiaohua's words that Xiaohua gave up chasing? However, thinking that these clones were all separated from his primordial spirit, Xiaohua didn't say anything. Without looking back, he chased after the bone-honing Xiaohua and entered the hall. Wait for me, Dao friend. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said and hurriedly chased after him. Only Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were left in the hall. Xiaohua entered the hall, looked at the scenery that was no different from before, and then looked at the words on the roof, and said loudly, where is Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't respond, and Xiaohua took Xiaohua of the dragon to choose a door to continue searching. However, after searching for half a cup of tea's time, he still didn't see Xiaohua's figure, and even Xiaohua himself was a bit lost. But just as he was about to step into a door, Xiaohua of the dragon hurriedly shouted, Dao friend, we've just passed through this door, we should go to that door. Xiaohua looked around and said doubtfully, no. I don't think we've been here before. We've definitely been here before. Xiaohua of the dragon said with a smile, Dao friend's sense of direction is not strong, naturally you can't sense it, but I can see it. This. Xiaohua hesitated slightly, thought for a moment, and said, how about this, we'll go in and take a look first, if we've really been here, we'll go back to that hall, how about it? No need, right? Xiaohua of the dragon said somewhat proudly, I still have this confidence. Let's go. Xiaohua was too lazy to say anything more to him, and stepped into the hall. Xiaohua of the dragon saw Xiaohua enter without permission, and was a little displeased. He chased after him and said anxiously, Why don't you believe I's words? However, after entering the hall, although it was also empty, the text number was indeed unfamiliar. It was the place where Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon had never been. Have you been here before? Xiaohua asked coldly. Xiaohua of the dragon was a little embarrassed, and argued forcefully, I haven't been here, but I seem to have been here before. Xiaohua frowned again, glared at Xiaohua of the dragon, and didn't say anything else. He looked around and shouted, Where is Dao friend Xiaohua? Seeing that there was no sound again, Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon once again looked for another hall. Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon vein had different opinions. Xiaohua wanted to go in this direction, while Xiaohua wanted to go in that direction. After several compromises, both of them had their own right and wrong. Finally, after arriving at a palace, Xiaohua said coldly, Fellow Daoist dragon vein, are you listening to this poor Daoist, or this poor Daoist will listen to you? I'll listen to whoever is right. Xiaohua of the dragon's expression was also indifferent, and replied, I feel that Dao friend can't distinguish the direction. After searching for so long, you still haven't found Dao friend Xiaohua, and now I'm afraid you've already lost your way. Why don't you listen to I? You are a clone of I. Xiaohua was a little angry, how can I listen to you? Xiaohua of the dragon smiled and replied, Dao friend is right, I am a clone of Dao friend. But don't forget, fellow Daoist. Since you've created our clones and cultivated the external incarnation technique, then we are no longer simple clones, nor are we the clones of the dragon clan. We're real cultivators. Since we are real cultivators, why must I listen to you? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He had always treated his avatar as himself, and his avatar would come and go as he pleased. Similarly, his avatar would also obey his orders and would never resist. What Xiaohua had said about the dragon vein, he had never thought about it. However, what Xiaohua of the dragon said was right. What was the purpose of cultivating clones? Previously, he wanted to find a helper for himself, but since it was a helper, he had to cultivate the external incarnation technique and let the 10 primordial spirits cultivate separately. But since he wanted the 10 primordial spirits to cultivate separately, it was inevitable that they would have their own personalities. It was inevitable that they would be independent. Xiaohua had already noticed some signs of this situation in the heaven prison. Sometimes, he might not know what Xiaohua of the dragon race and the other clones were thinking, especially when they were hiding something from him. He was unable to detect it. Xiaohua was already somewhat vigilant towards this abnormality. One of the reasons why he looked for Baiyun Monastery and even rescued the 10 Southwest sects was to obtain the inheritance of these sections. The Dao cultivators of the ruins did not cultivate nascent soul but primordial spirit. Xiaohua could not obtain the solution from the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, so he wanted to find some solutions from the Dao sects of the ruins. However, Xiaohua still did not expect that Xiaohua of the dragon race would have such an idea just after the battle with the Devil Emperor. Since Xiaohua of the dragon race had it, wouldn't the bone-tempering Xiaohua and the other clones also have it? And the bone-tempering Xiaohua who went to find the Devil Emperor by himself, wasn't it a manifestation of wanting to be independent? He did not seem to understand and was kept in the dark like this. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Xiaohua of the dragon race smiled and said, Since Dao friend is lost, why don't you let I lead the way? With that, Xiaohua of the dragon race waved his sleeves and walked towards a palace door. Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua of the dragon race's back and felt that it was exceptionally unfamiliar. He pondered for a moment and followed him. As soon as the two of them passed through the palace door, they heard a huge rumbling sound from inside the palace. I was right? I really haven't been here before. Xiaohua of the dragon race laughed loudly and pointed at a corner of the palace. Xiaohua's face was full of dark clouds. He looked at the corner of the palace and saw that there was really a cauldron for refining weapons. The fire in the cauldron was boiling, and something that looked like a sword embryo was floating quietly above the fire. The fire in the cauldron looked purple-green and the temperature was extremely high, but the color of the sword embryo did not change at all, as if the cauldron had no effect at all. Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, but he couldn't tell where he had seen him before. Almost at the same time, Xiaohua of the dragon race also had a strange feeling in his mouth and cried out in surprise, what is that? Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly followed Xiaohua of the dragon race's finger again. He saw that there were some bloodstains on the ground on the other side of the cauldron, and a line of blurry handwriting was written next to the bloodstains, to A31, C. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, This is the blood of the bone-tempering Xiaohua? When did he have flesh? Chapter 41:11. Fellow Daoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was somewhat dissatisfied and said indifferently, We have flesh and blood since our avatars. Fellow Daoist must have looked down on us, so you never thought about it, right? Xiaohua shook his head and said, Even if fellow Daoist Tempered Bones was injured, he would still rush back to find us. How could he go to A31? This must be a trap of the Demon Emperor. We should hurry back and meet up with fellow Daoist Phoenix Body and fellow Daoist Demon Spirit. After speaking, Xiaohua turned and left. However, when he walked to the door, he was stunned again. He turned and said, Fellow Daoist Dragon Vein, why aren't you moving? Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words almost angered Xiaohua to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. This poor Daoist feels that this was left behind by fellow Daoist Tempered Bones. He was seriously injured and was rushing to A31 Hall. He is currently waiting for our rescue. We should go to A31 Hall first. Fellow Daoist, are you sick? Xiaohua said angrily. How does fellow Daoist Tempered Bones know about A31? Why didn't he return to A31? Why did he go to A31? Naturally, it's because A31 is close to here. Moreover, presumably fellow Daoist Tempered Bones also came from A31. He knows there is a hiding place there. Dragon Vein Xiaohua pointed at the hall and said indifferently. Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, A28 was written on it. Just looking at the number, it was indeed not far from A31. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, I don't think it's possible for Xiaohua to run so far. This is a trap of the Demon Emperor. I have to rush back to A31. As for where to go, you choose yourself. The fellow Daoist in Xiaohua's mouth had now become you. After speaking, Xiaohua passed through the hall door without looking back. Of course, Xiaohua stood outside the hall door and waited for half a cup of tea's time, but he still didn't see Dragon Vein Xiaohua come out. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He was very disappointed in his heart, as if he had lost something. He turned around and walked towards A31 according to his memory. After walking through so many palaces, Xiaohua saw a lot of palace numbers. Although these numbers didn't have any particular pattern, Xiaohua still knew them from big to small. Without too many twists and turns, Xiaohua returned to Palace Hall A71. However, to Xiaohua's disappointment, no matter if it was the Phoenix Body Xiaohua or the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, they were not in the hall. Xiaohua couldn't help but punch the stone wall of the hall and cursed, Damn it! These clones look like they're about to rebel. See! Just as he finished cursing, a sharp pain came from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at his fist in disbelief, only to see that it was badly mutilated and blood was flowing out. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at the faint bloodstains on the stone wall, and couldn't help but curse again. Ever since he started cultivating, when had he ever been injured by punching a stone wall? With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua wiped away the bloodstains on the stone wall. Xiaohua was startled, but he saw that there were some black marks under the bloodstains. He hadn't noticed them before, but now they were especially eye-catching. However, just when Xiaohua wanted to take a closer look, a series of footsteps came from the distant palace door. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw Xiaohua, who was covered in blood, stumbling in from the side of the palace door. Fellow Daoist Bone Tempering. What was going on? What happened? Was it a trap set by the demon emperor? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hastily ran over. Just as Xiaohua passed by the statue, he was once again alarmed. Because all the spirit fruits that were previously placed on the statue were now rotten, and the smell of dust assailed his nostrils. However, Xiaohua couldn't care about these abnormalities now. He hurriedly wanted to run over and support Hon Xiaohua, who was about to fall down at any time. However, just as Xiaohua approached Hon Xiaohua, and before Xiaohua's arm could touch Hon Xiaohua, he saw Hon Xiaohua's bloody fist. Boom! Xiaohua was caught off guard and was hit in the chest. Xiaohua's figure was sent flying along with the wind from the fist, and he felt an indescribable dizziness. Xiaohua's mouth was sweet, and it seemed that blood was gushing out from his body. The robe on his chest was also torn by Hon Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua was in the air. Seeing Hon Xiaohua rushing over again, Xiaohua was shocked and said, "Hon Xiaohua, are you crazy?" Ooh. Unfortunately, Hon Xiaohua whimpered and didn't allow Xiaohua to say anything. He rushed forward and punched Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua was helpless. He used the ethereal steps and used the Big Dipper magical fist to fight Hon Xiaohua. Hon Xiaohua was originally Xiaohua's clone. Although he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist a lot, how could he be Xiaohua's opponent? However, bone-tempering Xiaohua's body was sturdy. Xiaohua didn't dare to meet force with force a few times and could only dodge. While Xiaohua was dodging, he anxiously said, "Bone-tempering fellow Daoist, what happened? Were you injured? Is it the demon emperor's doing? Where is the demon emperor?" Roar! Hon Xiaohua roared. His eyes were red, and he desperately rushed towards Xiaohua, completely ignoring Xiaohua's question. Xiaohua slightly leaned to the side and dodged Hon Xiaohua's attack. Hon Xiaohua crashed into the huge statue and staggered to the ground. His whole body twitched a few times and stopped moving. His two eyes were wide open, as if he died with grievances. These two eyes were looking at one of the three heads of the statue. Hon Xiaohua, Hon Xiaohua? Xiaohua truly felt that this was inconceivable. He had never thought that he, or even his doppelganger, would die so easily. Even if he died in the hands of the Devil Emperor, he should have fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. He walked a few steps, squatted down, and shook Hon Xiaohua's body. He even raised his hand and placed it on Hon Xiaohua's mouth and nose to check. He used his finger to check Hon Xiaohua's pulse, but he didn't find any vitality. After a while, Hon Xiaohua's body gradually turned cold. Xiaohua had no choice but to believe that Hon Xiaohua was really dead. Xiaohua was heartbroken, but he also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, he didn't know whether Hon Xiaohua was breathing or had a pulse when he was alive. But looking at the coldness of Hon Xiaohua's body and the blood on the ground, Xiaohua couldn't help but believe that after entering the Star Moon Palace, no matter what the cultivator's cultivation was, even if it was a clone, they would be no different from ordinary people and would easily die. Boom! Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a loud sound came from outside the other palace door. It seemed a little ethereal. What is this strange thing? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't wait to raise his head and immediately shouted, "Which fellow Daoist is here? Quickly come over, fellow Daoist Hon Xiaohua has fallen." Seeing that there was no reply, Xiaohua hastily got up and rushed towards the source of the voice. After he rushed out of the palace door and made several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He entered a large hall that looked like an auction house. This large hall was divided into 2 floors. Xiaohua entered from a high platform. At this moment, Xiaohua, 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 and Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline were all present. However, Xiaohua and Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline were squatting on the high platform. Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline was lying on the ground. Looking at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline's arm that was hanging on the ground, Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline had a bad feeling in his heart. "Fellow Daoist Phoenix body, what's going on? Why are you here? Why aren't you waiting in A71? Xiaohua shouted and quickly rushed over. Unexpectedly, before Xiaohua could get close, devil spirit Xiaohua immediately jumped up from the ground and kicked Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Damn it, you're still asking us what happened? Didn't you kill fellow Daoist dragon bloodline? Didn't you also ask us to come? What are you pretending for?" Devil spirit Xiaohua's punches and kicks were naturally inferior to Xiaohua's. Xiaohua raised his hand to block devil spirit Xiaohua and said in surprise, I just heard the roar and hurried over from A71. How could I kill fellow Daoist dragon bloodline? Moreover, where is this place? I have never been here before. You're still pretending. Phoenix body Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. You said to ask fellow Daoist I and devil spirit Xiaohua to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Ah. Xiaohua was shocked and looked up. Sure enough, A31 was written on the roof of the palace. Damn it, so A31 is right next to A71. Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, at this moment, Xiaohua saw from the corner of his eyes that on the second floor of the pavilion, a cloaked figure slowly stood up. The figure was holding something that looked like a god-slaying crossbow in his hand. Quickly dodge. Xiaohua was shocked. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled toward the palace door on the high platform. Boom! Just like the sound that Xiaohua heard in the A71 hall, on the second floor of the pavilion, a rumbling sound resounded, and a dark brilliance streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly landing on Xiaohua's back. Ah! Xiaohua screamed miserably, his entire body fell to the ground, and that huge impact nailed him firmly to the high platform. A jet-black long arrow was inserted into Xiaohua's back, and that arrow's tail was swaying, while Xiaohua's body twitched a few times, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Then he stopped moving, and it seemed like he was dead. While rolling, Xiaohua was shocked to see that the black arrow that nailed Phoenix body Xiaohua to death was exactly the same as the black arrow that pierced dragon bloodline Xiaohua's heart. Devil Emperor! This is Devil Emperor! Damn Devil Emperor! Xiaohua gritted his teeth and looked at the cloaked figure on the second floor of the pavilion. Where did this bastard get this devil weapon? Damn it, we were unarmed in Star Moon Palace. His crossbow is probably 100 times more powerful than the soaring dragon scissors. Boom! Before Xiaohua rolled to the front of the palace door, the roar of murder sounded again. Xiaohua felt a sharp cold wind coming. He hurriedly shrank back and tried his best to throw himself to the side. Although his chest was in severe pain from the bone-tempering Xiaohua's attack, escaping for his life was more important. How could he care about that? Chapter 41:12. Piv. The powerful impact brushed past Xiaohua's Daoist robe and tore the Daoist robe under Xiaohua's armpit. The black arrow brushed past Xiaohua's skin and nailed itself to the high platform. Xiaohua was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer. He leaped up and pounced towards the palace door. Boom! Another loud explosion. Ah! The demonic spirit Xiaohua screamed again. At this moment, Xiaohua had already fled to the palace door. He looked back and saw that the demonic spirit Xiaohua had been pierced by the Devil Emperor's arrow. Xiaohua's body was rolling on the high platform and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The Devil Emperor on the second floor had actually disappeared. It was obvious that he was chasing after Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua was really panicking. Is this Star Moon Palace going to be this Xiao's burial ground? It's only been an hour and all 4 of my clones have been killed by the Devil Emperor. This was the only thought in Xiaohua's mind. He rushed through the palace door and fled in a certain direction. Xiaohua's sense of direction wasn't strong to begin with. Now that he was fleeing in panic, he was like a headless fly and gradually lost his way. Even so, Xiaohua had a strong feeling that the Devil Emperor was right behind him, and definitely not too far away. At this moment, Xiaohua was full of regret. He really shouldn't have coveted the treasures of the Star Moon Palace. He shouldn't have rashly entered the Star Moon Palace when he didn't have the ability to protect himself. It was even to the extent that the more Xiaohua fled, the clearer his heart became. The words of the Phoenix body Xiaohua and the Devil spirit Xiaohua had originally confused him, But at this moment he understood that the Devil Emperor was definitely unable to kill him and his 4 clones, so the Devil Emperor had transformed into his appearance to lure the other 2 clones into his trap. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had arrived at a place that was different from the previous palaces. In the corner of the hall, there was a weapon rack. Most of the weapons on it were empty. Only at the very edge of the rack was a very ugly and shabby small sword. The small sword was only 3 inches long, and the hilt was wrapped in some rags. There was even some black hair on the edge. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the small sword, and a familiar feeling arose. Although Xiaohua didn't know why there was a flying sword here, he didn't have any other choice. He raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Jian, and a cold feeling came from the hilt. That coldness caused Xiaohua to become even calmer. He looked to his left and quickly walked to a palace door. After pondering for a bit, he raised his hand and passed through with the flying sword. However, Xiaohua didn't directly enter the next palace. Instead, he stayed at the palace door and quietly waited with the flying sword in his hand. Sure enough, after a short while, footsteps could be heard coming from his palace. The Demon Emperor had chased after him. The Demon Emperor stopped by the weapon rack for a moment, and then rushed towards the palace door where Xiaohua stopped. Xiaohua took a deep breath and tightly clenched the flying sword in his hand, waiting for the Demon Emperor to come closer and give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, when the Demon Emperor arrived in front of the palace door, he actually slowed down and finally stopped. After a moment of silence, his footsteps quickly went away. Obviously, he was chasing after another palace. Who? When the footsteps disappeared, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. His palms were sweaty. In his heart, he didn't know whether to rejoice or regret. However, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly passed through the palace door and arrived at another palace. The words A27 were floating on the roof of this palace. There was nothing inside the palace, but Xiaohua's gaze fell on the 2 palace doors on one side of the palace. These 2 palace doors were different from all the palace doors Xiaohua had seen before. The palace doors flashed with 7-colored light, as if it was a passage. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed over, holding the flying sword in his hand, and cautiously entered the light. As the light flashed in front of him, Xiaohua frowned. Behind the light was not a passage, but a long corridor. On the side of the corridor near the Star Moon Palace, strange patterns were engraved on the stone walls. There were also some protruding spikes, as if they were protecting the patterns on the stone walls. On the other side of the corridor were some stone pillars, which also had spikes and patterns. These patterns flashed with a faint purple light. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the light, and he was shocked to discover that there were battles between heaven and man, yin and yang mating, mountains and rivers, a great battle between immortals and demons, and so on. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Sometimes he would look outside the corridor. Outside the corridor, there were streams of different colored countercurrents. These countercurrents were the same as what Xiaohua and his 4 doppelgangers had encountered before entering the Star Moon Palace. They were filled with a power that could kill everything. These countercurrents filled the surroundings of the Star Moon Palace, firmly protecting it. Only some faint brilliance above the corridor blocked these countercurrents. These are the steps that lead to the 2nd level of the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua looked along the corridor again and saw a flight of steps in the distance. He didn't understand, but he understood. So the demonic emperor used these steps to ascend to the 2nd level. Xiaohua was shocked. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around to escape to the other side of the corridor. However, at this moment, clang clang, a metallic sound and rapid footsteps came from the corridor of the 2nd level of the Star Moon Palace. Ah? Xiaohua's heart suddenly clenched. What's wrong? Is there anyone else in the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua's heart clenched. A strange feeling came from his left side again. Xiaohua hurriedly pulled his head back without hesitation. Whoosh! Amidst the rumbling sound, a jet black brilliance brushed past his head and fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor. That powerful crossbow was inferior to a small stone thrown into a lake. It didn't even cause a ripple and immediately disappeared without a trace. At this moment, how could Xiaohua still care if there was anyone on the second level of the Star Moon Palace? With a sway of his body, he used the ethereal steps and rushed in another direction. Although Xiaohua's body was fast, the demonic emperor in the cloak didn't show any weakness. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He then followed Xiaohua and chased after him. Xiaohua was truly frightened. As he fled, he pondered. Looking at the countercurrent around him, his mind was blank and he didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He increased his speed and rushed in that direction. However, just as Xiaohua was about to turn to the right, his body suddenly tilted strangely to the left. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A jet black light shot into the stone wall on the right side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning. If Xiaohua hadn't dodged to the left, this arrow would have nailed him to the stone wall. Xiaohua snorted coldly after dodging the black arrow. His body didn't stop as he waved his arms with extreme agility. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the corner like flowing water and disappeared in an instant. In a situation where he didn't have any transcendence energy, even if he didn't have any light body technique, Xiaohua's agility still gave him a lot of advantages. This was also the main reason why Xiaohua was still alive when all 4 of his doppelgangers were killed by the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor in the cloak cursed angrily. He took out a black arrow from his cloak and chased after Xiaohua at the same time. He seemed to have practiced the Major Stellar Fist and his speed wasn't much worse than Xiaohua's. However, just as the demonic emperor in the cloak chased after Xiaohua to the corner, a sword light abruptly pierced out. The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so daring. He didn't run away but hid here and waited for him to catch up. However, at this moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was caught off guard. He naturally raised his hand and wanted to block with his crossbow. Puff! Seeing that the crossbow was about to hit the small sword, Xiaohua slightly lowered the small sword in his hand. The tip of the sword very strangely avoided the crossbow and pierced the wrist of the demonic emperor in the cloak with extreme precision. The demonic emperor in the cloak also seemed to be aware of it, but his movement was obviously not as fast as Xiaohua's. Deng! The demonic emperor in the cloak loosened his grip and the crossbow unexpectedly fell to the ground. Without waiting for the demonic emperor to reach out his hand to catch it, Xiaohua kicked the crossbow away. It flew out of the corridor and fell into the countercurrent. The demonic emperor in the cloak was shocked. His voice was somewhat distorted through the cloak. It sounded very different from the voice of the demonic emperor in the previous battle. However, Xiaohua didn't care about this. He held the small sword in his hand and rushed forward, stabbing the demonic emperor in the chest at lightning speed. The demonic emperor in the midst of his shock also calmed his mind. He brandished his fists and legs to fight with Xiaohua. Oh! After a moment, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. He was very familiar with the demonic emperor's fists and legs. Wasn't it just the Big Dipper God fist? Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. Aren't you too shameless? You didn't use your own demon realm's great heavenly cycle star fist and actually secretly learned this daddy's Big Dipper God fist. Although the demonic emperor in the cloak's fists and legs were similar to Xiaohua's swordsmanship was also very powerful. In just a short moment, the demonic emperor in the cloak was stabbed several times by Xiaohua. There was some blood oozing out from his arms and chest. Even the demonic emperor in the cloak was forced to the side of the corridor by Xiaohua. Seeing that the demonic emperor in the cloak was also injured, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. His swordsmanship was like a flower as he coldly asked, "Demonic emperor, if you honestly tell this Xiao how to get out of this Star Moon Palace, this Xiao might spare your life." Kill them, kill them. The demonic emperor in the cloak muttered in a low voice as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will we be able to escape, damn it." Xiaohua was enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at the demonic emperor in the chest as he shouted, "Even now, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Star Moon Palace has already been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" Pooh! The small sword stabbed into the demonic emperor in the chest. The demonic emperor in the cloak raised his hand and smashed Xiaohua's wrist. Feeling the pain, Xiaohua lifted his leg and gave a kick. Ping! The demonic emperor in the cloak was kicked out of the corridor by Xiaohua. Ah! The demonic emperor in the cloak screamed miserably. His chest, along with the small sword, fell into the reverse current and disappeared. Chapter 41:13. Damn it, I'm finally safe. Now that the enemy was gone, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. A wave of pain came from all over his body. Although Xiaohua had the upper hand in the battle with the caped demon emperor, he was also seriously injured. Xiaohua did not care when he was nervous, but now, the pain came again. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. However, just as Xiaohua relaxed for a moment, a wave of suspicion came over him again. That's not right. When I was fighting with the demon emperor, there was obviously some movement on the second level of the Star Moon Palace. Could it be that there are other people who have entered the Star Moon Palace? Could it be from the hidden immortal continent? Or Doshanjun? Xiaohua took a deep breath and stood up. Just as he was about to go check it out, a voice came from outside the corridor again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If not for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I feel that nothing is wrong. How could something happen to you? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but run towards the end of the corridor. When he arrived at the location of a stone tablet, Xiaohua stuck his head out and saw his own silhouette. Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were all standing outside the doors of the Star Moon Palace, looking up at the palace. His other self was wearing a Daoist robe and had a blank expression. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua was wearing a golden dragon robe and the dragon horns on his head looked very ironic. Bone Tempering Xiaohua was almost naked and only wore a short shirt that covered his private parts. Phoenix Body Xiaohua was wearing colorful clothes and there were wings between his arms. As for Demon Spirit Xiaohua, he was black and there were obvious demon patterns flashing on his face. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and saw himself. He raised his hand and pointed, There's someone in the Bright Moon Palace? Xiaohua was shocked and quickly shrank back. He stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze and a realization suddenly came to him. This is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Demon Emperor's illusion. Perhaps, even if this was the Star Moon Palace, these later ones were definitely the Devil Emperor's illusions. Damn it, when did this Xiao fall into the Demon Emperor's illusion? How could he escape from this illusion? Did he escape through the palace gate? At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of Mo Ling Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Go. Io, what should we do now? What's wrong, fellow Daoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Daoist thinks? That's weird. Could it be because of this Star Moon Palace? What's so strange about it? Not good. Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses and said anxiously, if these were the illusions of the Demon Emperor, it would be fine, but if they were… Damn it, why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? It's really too messy. Xiaohua thought and carefully poked his head out again. At that moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, there was no trace of Xiaohua and the others. They must have entered the Star Moon Palace. What exactly are they? Xiaohua gritted his teeth and ran to the palace gate at the side of the corridor. He rushed in, looked around, and searched for A43 in his memory. Xiaohua had just found A43, and walked to the entrance of the hall when a voice that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end rang out in his ears. That's right. Fellow Daoist, why do you look so pale? Fellow Daoists, I seem to feel a sense of familiarity. It seems like I have been here before. How is that possible? These palaces look exactly the same. How can fellow Daoist distinguish them? And how can fellow Daoist have been to the Star Moon Palace before? I don't know either. Maybe it's just a feeling? How is that possible? Xiaohua was a little dizzy. He could not help but raise his hand to scratch his head. At that moment, there was a clang. Xiaohua hurriedly lowered his head and realized that the jade slip that he had put in his pocket earlier had accidentally fallen to the ground because his Daoist robe had been torn. Who is it? It was the voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Everyone's footsteps rushed here. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment. Looking at the bloodstains all over his body and thinking about the injuries on his body, he did not dare to meet the other Xiaohua who he did not know was real or fake. He hurriedly turned and left the A43 palace, not caring about the jade slip that had fallen to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua's emotions were extremely irritable. Is the Xiaohua inside an illusion or real? If he's real, who am I? Could it be that the entire Star Moon Palace is an illusion? Or maybe the Star Moon Palace is real and we are illusions? Xiaohua's thoughts had turned several times when he saw the second Xiaohua. Now, he repeatedly thought about it, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The Star Moon Palace seemed to be huge and the palaces inside seemed to be endless. However, Xiaohua could only wander around a few hundred palaces and could not really go deeper. Moreover, the Star Moon Palace was definitely not like what Dou Shanjun and Zhu Qing had said. There were many opportunities inside. At that moment, in Xiaohua's eyes, the Star Moon Palace was a slaughterhouse. There were no opportunities to speak of. He had an impulse to escape the Star Moon Palace. However, Xiaohua also understood that if he wanted to leave the Star Moon Palace, he could only go through the palace door from before. In front of the palace door was turbulence. He could only rely on the huge rock to leave. The huge rock had disappeared after he and the second Xiaohua had entered. It was impossible for him to leave the Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua even suspected that the huge rock was an illusion. As long as he stepped on the huge rock, he would definitely fall into the turbulence. The demonic emperor would not give him this chance. How can I find the demonic emperor? How can I walk out of the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua frowned as he shuttled through the palaces. Suddenly, the cloaked demonic emperor's words appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them will you be able to leave this place. Tisk. Xiaohua curled his lips and sneered. This demonic emperor, even in death, he did not forget to set a trap for me. As Xiaohua thought, he crashed into a palace like a headless fly. Just as he stepped into the palace, he immediately heard a familiar voice. This is too strange. What kind of statue is this? It looks like the bones of a celestial being? Wasn't this what Xiaohua with the phoenix body had said when he saw the statue in A71? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw the second Xiaohua with the phoenix body and the others surrounding the three-sided statue. The second Xiaohua was also about to raise his hand to take the spirit fruit. Not good. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw that the mirror on the stone wall was precisely his own reflection. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. Although the pain in his chest made him grimace, he did not dare to stay in this palace for a moment longer. Who? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua retreated from the A71, the second Xiaohua's berating voice had already sounded. Strange. Xiaohua somewhat realized that something was wrong. Could it be that everything that I encountered earlier? Hiss. Suddenly, goosebumps appeared all over Xiaohua's body. Could it be that before I came in, there was already another Xiaohua who came in? No, that's impossible. Soon after, Xiaohua denied it again. When I chased the demonic emperor to this place, I immediately saw the Star Moon Palace. There can't be another Xiaohua in front of me. What came after must be an illusion. Xiaohua rushed past several palaces and gradually calmed down. Seeing a 7-colored palace door in front of him, he knew that the corridor of the Star Moon Palace was outside. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. The corridor was as calm as before. The turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace was similarly chaotic. Streams of unknown countercurrents tangled together, producing sparks the size of a thumb. These sparks were like candlelight bursting. The power contained within immediately bombarded the turbulence, creating a huge whirlpool. Damn it, this turbulence is so powerful. I reckon that even the demonic emperor won't be able to survive after falling in. Xiaohua pinched his chin and sneered. At this moment, footsteps came from the corridor in the distance. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly raised his head. He saw the bone-honing Xiaohua appear at the end of the corridor, full of vigilance. Damn it. Xiaohua seemed to be used to vulgarities. He cursed and prepared to dodge. However, after running a few steps, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and thought to himself, the bone-honing Xiaohua seemed to have been injured after leaving. Could it be that he was plotted against by the demonic emperor here? However, the demonic emperor has already been killed by me. He probably won't be in any trouble anymore, right? Fellow Daoist, you're quite fast? How did you get here so quickly? In such a short time, the bone-honing Xiaohua actually saw Xiaohua. He raised his hand and beckoned to Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled helplessly and raised his hand. I was afraid that you would encounter the demonic emperor alone, so I chased after you. However, fellow Daoist, you know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, as he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua was already close. He raised his head and looked at the stairs not far away. This seems to lead to the second level of the Star Moon Palace. I wonder what it's like there. Let's not go now. Xiaohua's gaze also fell on the stairs. He shook his head and said, the demonic emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together. Ooh. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua's fist appeared out of nowhere and smashed toward Xiaohua's chest. He still shouted, Demonic Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Is Xiaohua as blood-stained and bitter as you? Chapter 41:14. Xiaohua was used to being alarmed in Star Moon Palace, so he had long been on guard. Although he did not expect Honed Bones Xiaohua's sneak attack, he still easily received it. He had already fought with Honed Bones Xiaohua once before, so he was now quite familiar with it. With a push of his palm, he blocked Honed Bones Xiaohua's fist. However, the huge impact still caused intense pain in Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua had no choice but to dodge as he shouted, Fellow Honed Bones Xiaohua, please listen to this poor Daoist's explanation. You are right. This poor Daoist is not Xiaohua in A71. Furthermore, that Xiaohua is still in A71. However, I am indeed Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who came in earlier. You are I's doppelganger, so don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. What I want to say is that the bone-honing fellow Daoist who let you in earlier has been killed by the Demon Emperor. I don't know how he was killed, but there are two things that I can be sure of. First, the Demon Emperor attacked and seriously injured the bone-honing fellow Daoist near this corridor. You must be careful. Second, the Demon Emperor has already been killed by I, so you shouldn't be injured anymore. How can I believe the Demon Emperor's words? The bone-honing Xiaohua laughed. Aren't you trying to cover it up? Are you trying to make I lower my guard? Woo! As he spoke, the bone-honing Xiaohua's long leg kicked fiercely, smashing towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua knew that any explanation would be useless at this time, so he simply did not say anything. The bone-honing Xiaohua's attack was full of wind. Xiaohua raised his hands, wanting to block the attack, but there was a sharp pain in his sternum. He could only dodge and sweep his leg to the other leg of the bone-honing Xiaohua. Boom! The bone-honing Xiaohua's strength was not as good as Xiaohua's, so he was immediately knocked down by Xiaohua and fell towards the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Bone-honing fellow Daoist. Xiaohua jumped up from the ground and said, "I won't say much to you, just watch." Before Xiaohua could finish speaking, the bone-honing Xiaohua screamed. Xiaohua was shocked. When his gaze fell on Xiaohua's body, his face turned pale again. Although Xiaohua did not kill or even hurt bone-honing Xiaohua's heart, his kick had knocked bone-honing Xiaohua down. Bone-honing Xiaohua had landed on the protective spikes on the stone wall of the Star Moon Palace. Several spikes had pierced bone-honing Xiaohua's back, piercing deep into his heart and lungs. Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly rushed over and helped Xiaohua up. He anxiously said, "I didn't want to hurt you, but you forced I too much." It would have been better if Xiaohua had not helped bone-honing Xiaohua up. As soon as he helped him up, blood gushed out. Not only did it soak bone-honing Xiaohua's body, but even Xiaohua's own Daoist robe was stained with more blood. Boom. Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua did not listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He raised his hand and struck Xiaohua's neck again. Xiaohua had no choice but to let go of bone-honing Xiaohua. Bone-honing Xiaohua glared fiercely at Xiaohua as if he wanted to eat him. Xiaohua stood in place and watched bone-honing Xiaohua stagger away. He shouted, "Fellow Daoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor. Sigh, what's the use of explaining now?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and watched bone-honing Xiaohua disappear at the palace door. He then looked at the blood dripping in the corridor and thought to himself, "All words are useless. It's better to think of a way to stop this illusion." After saying that, Xiaohua turned around and came to the front of the stairs. However, when he looked at the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, an indescribable sense of danger came from the second floor of Star Moon Palace. Xiaohua stood there hesitantly and did not dare to go up for a long time. After all, he was empty-handed and was seriously injured. That's right. There seems to be a sword embryo inside the palace hall of A288. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the furnace inside the palace hall from before. He took a glance at the unpredictable steps, then hastily rushed into the palace hall. Looking for A288 is not particularly difficult. When Xiaohua rushed into the hall, he was stunned again. He saw that on top of the furnace, in addition to the sword embryo, there was also a crossbow. The crossbow was flickering with a dark luster just like the sword embryo. Next to the crossbow, there was also a small box with more than 10 small arrows inside. When did the crossbow come? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the ground. However, he saw that on the ground, the blood stain was still there. It did not seem to have changed. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the sword embryo and the crossbow. He almost did not hesitate and took down the crossbow and the small box. After all, the power of the crossbow was still fresh in his memory. Putting the small box in his arms, he took out a small arrow and put it into the crossbow. Xiaohua held the crossbow in his left hand and walked out of the palace with his chest puffed out. However, when he passed through a few palaces, his heart was moved again. He thought to himself, "If this is an illusion, then I should think about how to break the illusion. However, how should I do it? Killing these doppelgangers and even myself should be the most decisive method. However, what if I mess up what happened before?" That's right. Previously, this Xiao encountered the bone-tempering Xiaohua in statue A71 and competed with him. If this Xiao were to go over now and disrupt their competition, then wouldn't this illusion be broken? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly turned back. He abandoned the plan to go to the second floor of Star Moon Palace and hurriedly rushed to A271. As expected, when Xiaohua chased down, the injured bone-honing Xiaohua had not yet entered A271. Seeing Xiaohua come over with the crossbow, although his body was already unable to balance, he was still frightened and raised his hand to guard. Xiaohua said indifferently, "Bone-honing fellow Daoist, don't worry. I will definitely not hurt you. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. Follow I in." Bone-honing Xiaohua slowly entered A271. At this time, the second Xiaohua was in a daze in front of the statue. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that it was the bone-honing Xiaohua, he hurriedly rushed over. However, he only took a few steps before his face turned pale with shock. He stood there, thinking that Xiaohua had already walked into the palace with the crossbow in his hand. The second Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua. He was shocked at first, then he shouted, "You are the Devil Emperor!" "Damned Devil Emperor!" Injured bone-honing fellow Daoist. Xiaohua's heart turned cold. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. The crossbow in his left hand trembled slightly, almost shooting the black arrow. However, he still endured it and said word by word, "This poor Daoist is the real Xiaohua. I want to ask you whether you are the Devil Emperor or not. However, this Xiao can't tell whether this is an illusion or not, and also can't tell who you are. However, for safety's sake, this Xiao wants to use some methods to break this illusion. Therefore, I won't hide it from you. Although I really want to kill you, I am still willing to let you go." The second Xiaohua looked at the Xiaohua that looked exactly like him. His eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. However, facing the crossbow, facing a weapon that could kill him at any time, he nodded slightly. He calmly looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the bone-honing Xiaohua and said, "Okay. Although I know that I am the real Xiaohua, since fellow Daoist said so, then I will leave. However, bone-honing fellow Daoist is already injured. I ask fellow Daoist to let him rest here." The Xiao knows. Too quickly. Xiaohua coldly swung the crossbow. He was extremely disgusted by the tone of this illusion that claimed to be Xiaohua. If it wasn't because he wanted to try it out, Xiaohua almost wanted to nail him to death here. After all, this illusion might be an incarnation of the Devil Emperor that might not have fallen. The second Xiaohua nodded towards the bone-honing Xiaohua and left from the other palace door without hesitation. Xiaohua said to the bone-honing Xiaohua, "Fellow Daoist, go rest beside the statue. After I break the illusion, we will leave together." The bone-honing Xiaohua nodded slightly. He staggered to the side of the statue and slowly sat down. However, in merely a moment he lay on the ground again. Blood flowed from his body, and his eyes were still open. Just like the previous bone-honing Xiaohua, he was still staring at the statue on three sides. Xiaohua, who had already turned around and rushed out of the palace door, didn't notice this. He was still thinking about how to break the illusion. He held the crossbow and rushed towards the first palace door because he clearly knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua would definitely be killed by the cloaked Devil Emperor there. Sure enough, when Xiaohua rushed into the first palace door, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua were squatting on the high platform, surrounding the already dead Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Before Xiaohua could get close, the Devil Spirit Xiaohua jumped up and kicked at Xiaohua. He said fiercely, "Motherfucker, you still dare to ask me what happened? Weren't you the one who killed fellow Daoist Longmai? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for?" Unfortunately, this time, Xiaohua didn't waste his breath on him. His figure flashed slightly and he berated, "Scram to the side. That was the incarnation of the Devil Emperor just now. It has nothing to do with I." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his eyes and stared at the pavilion on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace, waiting for the appearance of the cloaked Devil Emperor. "What did you say? The Devil Emperor can still transform in this Star Moon Palace?" The Devil Spirit Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, a black shadow flashed on the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua shook his hand without hesitation. Boom! A rumbling sound was heard, and the black arrow on the crossbow shot out. Pa! The black arrow hit the black shadow's left arm. The black shadow shook violently, and the black arrow pierced through the black shadow's body and nailed it to the stone wall. However, in merely a moment, another crossbow escaped from the second floor of the pavilion. Xiaohua was frightened out of his wits and he hastily shouted, "Fellow Daoists, quickly dodge!" Boom! A huge tremor sounded, and a black light flashed by. It brushed past the face of the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and hit the high platform. The small arrow buzzed, and a trace of blood appeared on the face of the phoenix body Xiaohua. Let's go. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the palace. The phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua also dispelled their suspicions and hastily chased after him. Xiaohua brought the two of them around a few palaces, looked around and berated, "Did you see that? Just now, it wasn't I who attacked, it was the devil emperor. Do you understand?" Chapter 41:15. Devil spirit Xiaohua was quite puzzled and asked anxiously, "Big brother, since this is Star Moon Palace, no matter if it's Taoism, Confucian cultivators, or demons, they can't transform. All of my divine abilities have disappeared without a trace. How is it possible that the fiend emperor can still materialize?" "Damn it." Xiaohua spat. "How would I know? If I knew about it, I would be able to transform too." Phoenix body Xiaohua stared at Xiaohua and shook his head slightly. "Although fellow Daoists saved us, I still can't believe you." "Since you don't believe me, why did you come with I?" Xiaohua was a bit mad. However, he raised his hand and shook a finger a few times, saying, "Whatever I do, I don't need you to believe, and I don't need you to believe. Follow me to A71. Bone-honing Xiaohua is already seriously injured. Let's gather together to discuss." Phoenix body Xiaohua shook his head. Fellow Daoist Xiaohua was born with divine bones. How could he be seriously injured? "Don't lie to us." Xiaohua stomped his foot and threw the crossbow to Phoenix body Xiaohua. "Damn it, I gave you this crossbow, you still don't believe I?" Phoenix body Xiaohua took the crossbow and looked at Xiaohua retreating a few steps. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Fellow Daoist, you keep saying that you want I to trust you, but you don't seem to trust one either." "Forget it." Of course, Xiaohua was alert in his heart. He could only shake his head and say, "Just wait here. Remember, you can't trust anyone. This poor Daoist will go and bring fellow Daoist tempered bones over from A7. After saying that, Xiaohua hurriedly left. "Damn it, what's going on?" Looking at Xiaohua's back, after a long while, devil spirit Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Little brother's blood-dripping paradise is useless here. How can that devil emperor transform? Perhaps the devil emperor has magical powers that we don't know about." Phoenix body Xiaohua glanced sideways at devil spirit Xiaohua, raised the crossbow in his hand, and said, "Now, only this thing is the foundation of our survival." Just as they were talking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the palace door in the distance. Phoenix body Xiaohua raised his hand without hesitation. Boom! As the crossbow vibrated, a black light flashed past and nailed itself to the stone wall of Star Moon Palace. "Who?" Demon spirit Xiaohua shouted loudly as he looked towards the palace door. "Of course it's I." Following the voice, Xiaohua hurried over from the entrance of the palace. However, Xiaohua had already changed into a new set of clothes. This set of clothes was similar to a cloak, and a large patch of boots was seeping out from the left arm of the cloak. However, Phoenix body Xiaohua and devil spirit Xiaohua had never seen the cloaked devil emperor on the second floor of the Star Moon Palace. Thus, they were able to tell that something was amiss. Devil spirit Xiaohua quickly asked, "Big brother, why did you change your clothes?" "This Xiao's Daoist robe is already damaged, so I naturally have to change it." The cloaked Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he looked at his body and said, "It's a pity that there aren't any Daoist robes in the Star Moon Palace. I had no choice but to randomly find one to wear." The phoenix-bodied Xiaohua still didn't relax his vigilance. The crossbow in his hand was still pointed at the cloaked Xiaohua as he asked, "Where is fellow Daoist tempered bones? Why didn't you bring him along?" "Sigh, fellow Daoist tempered bones is already dead." The cloaked Xiaohua sighed. Devil spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "How is that possible? Big brother tempered bones is a god. What method did the devil emperor use to kill him?" "There's no such thing as a god's bone." The cloaked Xiaohua sneered, "In this Star Moon Palace, you and I are merely mortals. We can die at any time." Soon after, he pointed at the bow in Phoenix body Xiaohua's hand and said, If it was any other time, which one of us would place this kind of weapon in our eyes? But now? Fellow Daoist pointed this weapon at I. My life is in fellow Daoist's hands. Could it be that you were the one who killed fellow Daoist Tempered Bones? Phoenix Body Xiaohua asked indifferently. It seems that, out of the 5 of us, only you were together with fellow Daoist Tempered Bones. All of you follow I? The cloaked Xiaohua sighed. I will tell you how fellow Daoist Tempered Bones died, so that all of you can be at ease. Phoenix Body Xiaohua looked at Devil Spirit Xiaohua. The two of them exchanged glances. Now that the matter had reached this point, there were only 3 people in Star Moon Palace. What other choice did these two have? Fellow Daoist Phoenix Body? Fellow Daoist Devil Spirit? Where are you waiting? Suddenly, another voice came from the distant palace. It was Xiaohua's voice. Why is there another big brother? Devil Spirit Xiaohua was shocked. His expression changed greatly and he was about to answer. Shut up. The cloaked Xiaohua berated. Didn't I tell you? No one should believe that it is the Devil Emperor's transformation. As he spoke, the cloaked Xiaohua brought along the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua, who were filled with doubts, through several halls and walked into A28. However, Xiaohua's faint voice was still transmitted into their ears. Fellow Daoists, you two are already in a very dangerous situation. You must not trust anyone. Xiaohua quickly left the Phoenix Body Xiaohua and the Devil Spirit Xiaohua. They passed through several palaces with great familiarity and arrived at Palace Hall A31. However, not only did they not see the bone-tempering Xiaohua in the Palace Hall, even his corpse was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. Previously, I didn't pay attention to how the first Tempered Bones fellow Daoist disappeared. Now, even the second Tempered Bones fellow Daoist has disappeared. However, the bloodstains on the ground were still obvious. Xiaohua followed the bloodstains to the corridor outside Star Moon Palace. He saw the bloodstains disappear at the edge of the corridor. Needless to say, Tempered Bones Xiaohua's corpse was thrown into the turbulence outside Star Moon Palace. Could it be that it was done by the cloaked Devil Emperor who was injured by me? Xiaohua suddenly woke up. His heart jumped and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, that Phoenix Body fellow Daoist and Devil Spirit fellow Daoist are in danger." While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed back to the palace and went back the way he came. Boom! A faint sound of an arrow was heard. Xiaohua was even more anxious. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix Body fellow Daoist? Devil Spirit fellow Daoist? Where are you waiting?" Seeing that no one answered, Xiaohua was afraid that the 2 surviving clones would fall into the hands of the Devil Emperor. He shouted again, "2 fellow Daoists, you are already in danger. Don't trust anyone." Unfortunately, when Xiaohua chased into the palace, there was no trace of Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Damn it, we still fell into the trap. Xiaohua was somewhat angry. He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A288. That's right, why are there bloodstains there? Who could have written this? It must be the Devil Emperor. While thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly rushed out of the palace and rushed towards A288. At this time, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua had already followed the cloaked Xiaohua into A288's palace. They saw a refining cauldron in front of them. The fire inside the cauldron was boiling. An object that looked like a sword embryo was quietly floating above the fire. Devil Spirit Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, "Big brother, what is this?" "Look at the sword embryo. This is fellow Daoist Tempered Bones." The cloaked Xiaohua's tone carried a hint of sorrow. He reached into his bosom as if he wanted to take something out. The attention of the Devil Spirit Xiaohua and the Phoenix Xiaohua was drawn to the sword embryo. Whoosh! At this moment, the cloaked Xiaohua suddenly took out a small sword from his hand and stabbed towards the Devil Spirit Xiaohua in a flash. Facing the cloaked Xiaohua, who was holding a small sword, the Devil Spirit Xiaohua didn't have any power to fight back. He stared dumbfoundedly at the small sword ruthlessly piercing his heart, his face filled with disbelief. Cloaked Xiaohua simply didn't look at Devil Spirit Xiaohua's life or death. His feet slid. Following the momentum of the sword, he once again stabbed Phoenix Body Xiaohua's chest. Obviously, he had already calculated this beforehand. Ping! Although Phoenix Body Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, he still waved his bow. The black arrow flew towards Cloaked Xiaohua's face. Cloaked Xiaohua's face carried a sneer. He waved his small sword. With a chi sound, it precisely hit the body of the black arrow. However, even though the Cloaked Xiaohua's body was greatly shaken, the black arrow was still aimed at the arm of the Cloaked Xiaohua at the bow of the ship. However, after the Cloaked Xiaohua retreated, he still rushed forward. The Phoenix Body Xiaohua helplessly brandished his bow and began to fight with the Cloaked Xiaohua. Devil Spirit Xiaohua was seriously injured in one blow. However, he still didn't die. His complexion was deathly pale. Just like Tempered Bones Xiaohua before, he staggered out of the palace door and staggered to escape to the other palaces. Behind him, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was no match for Cloaked Xiaohua, who was holding a small sword. After more than 10 moves, Cloaked Xiaohua's small sword pierced Phoenix Body Xiaohua's body. Blood splattered. In just a moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua was pierced by Cloaked Xiaohua until his body was full of bloody holes. He collapsed on the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Phoenix Body Xiaohua's eyes also didn't close. He had the same appearance as Tempered Bones Xiaohua. Fellow Devil Spirit? Hearing the sound of a bow and arrow coming from A28, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly quickened his pace. However, before he could approach, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's staggered figure flashed past one side of the palace. Xiaohua hurriedly turned and ran towards the palace door. However, although there were bloodstains on the ground in front of Xiaohua, Devil Spirit Xiaohua's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Even when Xiaohua chased to the stairs leading to the second floor of Star Moon Palace, he still didn't see Devil Spirit Xiaohua. Looking at the bloodstains on the stairs, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. After experiencing so many life and death situations, he still hadn't reached the second floor of Star Moon Palace. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the second floor of Star Moon Palace was silent. Looking at the style, it was similar to the first floor. There were corridors and some spikes and textures. Between the spikes, there were also some palace doors with colorful clouds floating in the air. Outside the corridors, there was even a raging turbulence. Xiaohua lowered his head to take a look. The bloodstains extended towards a corner of Star Moon Palace. He thought for a moment and carefully walked over. After confirming that Devil Spirit Xiaohua wasn't hiding at the corner, he turned around. Looking at the corner, there was a palace that was similarly covered by colorful clouds. The bloodstains led to the palace door. Fellow Devil Spirit, Xiaohua whispered, I have come. I definitely won't hurt you, big brother. Don't kill me. Devil Spirit Xiaohua's weak voice sounded from within the palace. Xiaohua sighed and said, Don't worry. After all, you are I's clone. Now. Chapter 41:16. As Xiaohua spoke, he was on guard as he walked into the palace. However, when he walked into the palace, the latter half of his sentence was choked back. Another kind of chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He was somewhat dumbfounded as he stood in front of the palace door. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was really at a loss. This was a palace that was much bigger than before. The words, "Yi," floated on the roof of the palace, and on the bluestone floor of the palace, there were blood-stained corpses of demon spirit Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not have divine consciousness, so it was hard to count. However, with a sweep of the naked eye, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Moreover, under these corpses, there were many white bones. It was unknown how many years ago these white bones belonged to demon spirit Xiaohua who had died here. And these dead demon spirit Xiaohua were all staring at Xiaohua with their eyes wide open. At this moment, the only living demon spirit Xiaohua was crawling on the ground, trying his best to crawl towards a corner of the palace. He was trying his best to hide in a pile of demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses that had long stopped breathing. He was still shouting, "Big brother! Don't kill me! Big brother! Don't kill me!" This. Xiaohua looked at the countless demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses and felt a little dizzy. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Unfortunately, when Xiaohua finished speaking, demon spirit Xiaohua had already stopped breathing. His eyes were like the other demon spirit Xiaohua's corpses, staring at Xiaohua with horror in his eyes. Damn it! What is going on? Xiaohua was so weak that he could not breathe. He slowly walked out of the palace, his mind blank. Why did so many demon spirit friends die? Could it be I'm not the first to enter Star Moon Palace? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to the side of the corridor and leaned over to look at Star Moon Palace's door. He wanted to see if there was a third Xiaohua and his doppelganger. However, wherever Xiaohua looked, his body was nailed to the spot like a clay statue. His face turned pale again as he looked at the first level of Xingyue Palace in disbelief. Over there, two figures were fighting. One of them was wearing a cloak, the same one he had encountered previously. The other held a small sword in his hand. It was the second Xiaohua. Xiaohua stared at the corpse for a moment and discovered something strange. He remembered that he did not assassinate the cloaked devil emperor. Instead, he forced the cloaked devil emperor into the turbulence. However, beneath him, the second Xiaohua held a small sword and forced the cloaked devil emperor into the corridor. Then, the second Xiaohua stabbed the cloaked devil emperor's chest several times in succession and killed him. However, when the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked devil emperor and removed the cloak, not to mention the second Xiaohua, even Xiaohua himself was stunned once again. That was because Xiaohua's corpse was beneath the cloak. The two Xiaohus, one standing on the first level of Xingyue Palace and the other standing on the second level of Xingyue Palace, were both dumbfounded when they saw the corpse covered in wounds. Damn it, I always thought that the cloak belonged to the Devil Emperor. The previous illusions were also created by the Devil Emperor. Now, it seems that I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. All of these Xiaohus are Xiaohus. The same thought rose in the minds of the two Xiaohus at the same time. However, before Xiaohua could think any further, the second Xiaohua raised his hand and took the cloaked corpse in his hand. He gently placed it on the side of the corridor and paused for a moment. Then, he released his hand and the corpse fell into the turbulence and disappeared. The moment the cloaked Xiaohua's corpse fell into the turbulence, something that made Xiaohua's body tremble violently happened again. A voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with drifted over again. Damn it, this is too dangerous. If it weren't for my nimbleness, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the turbulence. Even I felt that nothing was wrong. How could something happen to you, fellow Daoist? Now that we're here, it's our opportunity. There must be countless treasures in the Star Moon Palace. The third Xiaohua, the Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, the Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and the Demon Spirit Xiaohua, stood outside the door of the Star Moon Palace and looked up at the Star Moon Palace. When he looked at the second Xiaohua, he seemed to have also heard the voice. He paused at the side of the corridor and ran towards the other end. When he reached a stone tablet, he stuck his head out again. When he saw the Demon Spirit Xiaohua, he hastily shrank back and stared at the cornice of the palace in a daze. At this moment, outside the Star Moon Palace, the voices of the Demon Spirit Xiaohua and the others sounded again. It must be the Devil Emperor. Let's hurry up and catch up with him. After this little brother devours this Nephilim Emperor, this little brother will also be able to reach the realm of Nephilim Emperor. In the future, this little brother will be able to lend you a hand. Let's go. What should we do? What's wrong, fellow Daoist? What? You don't know? How would I know what fellow Daoist is thinking? This is a little strange. Could it be because of the Star Moon Palace? What's strange about it? As the third Xiaohua led the four clones into the Star Moon Palace, the second Xiaohua carefully stuck his head out again. After looking for a moment, he hurriedly turned around and ran into the Star Moon Palace. Damn it! Xiaohua, who was standing at a high place, saw this strange scene and immediately understood. Needless to say, this is not the Star Moon Palace. This is the Devil Emperor's illusion. Or, even if this is the Star Moon Palace, these later ones must be the Devil Emperor's illusion. Damn it, when did I fall into the Devil Emperor's illusion? How can I escape from this illusion? Do I escape through the palace door? At this moment, the scene of Xiaohua attacking the cloaked Devil Emperor, attacking the cloaked Xiaohua appeared in Xiaohua's mind again. The cloaked Xiaohua's words also rang in his ears. Kill them, kill them. Only by killing them can we escape. I understand. Xiaohua looked at the empty first floor of the Star Moon Palace and narrowed his eyes. He said word by word, only by killing all the people who came after I, the bone-honed Xiaohua, the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua and the devil spirit Xiaohua, will those stones be able to appear. Only then will the other group of people outside the Star Moon Palace be able to enter. I'm afraid, only by doing this, can I escape from the Star Moon Palace. Of course, if it's like the cloaked Xiaohua who escaped into the turbulence alive, he should be able to escape from the turbulence as well. The problem is, if I were to jump out now, it would be different from if I were to be forced down in the past. The time and place would be different. If I were to be forced down, I might be able to escape. But if I were to jump down now, I might not be able to escape. Damn it, no matter what, no matter how I think about it, the only thing I need to do now is to kill the 5 people who just entered the Star Moon Palace. This is something that must be done. Moreover, now that things have come to this, even if I don't take action, those 2 Xiaohus will definitely take action. I am now seriously injured, how can I be their match? Rather than being killed by them, I'd rather I kill them. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart gradually hardened. After thinking for a moment, he quickly ran up the stairs from the corridor on the 2nd floor. Hearing the sound of his own footsteps, Xiaohua suddenly recalled that after he killed the cloaked Xiaohua, he thought that there was no one else in the Star Moon Palace. However, weren't the footsteps above his head the same as the sound of his running? Wasn't it the same as the previous one who ran? He had tried so hard to break out of the illusion, but in the end, he still fell into the illusion. Xiaohua thought and was about to walk down the stairs when he heard a familiar voice. It was the 2nd Xiaohua talking to the 3rd Xiaohua who had honed his bones. Fellow Daoist, you're quite fast, aren't you? How did you get here so quickly? Of course, I was afraid that you would encounter the Devil Emperor alone, so I specially chased after you. However, fellow Daoist, you also know that I get lost easily. See, I actually came out from this palace door. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise, it's better not to go now. The Devil Emperor is in the Star Moon Palace. Let's go together. Woo! While they were talking, the sound of punches and kicks came from below. The voice of the bone-honing Xiaohua was even more obvious. Devil Emperor, do you think I can't recognize you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Even if you want to transform into Xiaohua, can't you show some professionalism? Do you think Xiaohua has such a blood-stained, bitter, and vengeful appearance? Xiaohua stood on the stairs on the 2nd floor and listened coldly because he knew that the 2nd Xiaohua would kill the bone-honing Xiaohua by accident. Sure enough, with a boom, the 2nd Xiaohua shouted, "Fellow Daoist tempered bones, this is an illusion. This poor Daoist has just killed a person who looks exactly like this poor Daoist and is wearing a cloak. This poor Daoist won't say much to you, just watch." Before the 2nd Xiaohua could finish speaking, the 3rd Xiaohua who had honed his bones screamed, "Psst. Fellow Daoist, I am indeed not the Devil Emperor." The 2nd Xiaohua tried his best to explain, but the 3rd Xiaohua who had honed his bones clearly did not listen. Then, there was a series of staggering footsteps that gradually faded away. The 1st floor of the Star Moon Palace was deathly silent, but the 2nd floor Xiaohua's heart also clenched. He thought that he knew that the 2nd Xiaohua must be standing on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor and pondering, just like what he did before. However, he could not guarantee that the 2nd Xiaohua would give up like him. After all, the second Xiaohua killed the cloaked Xiaohua. Whether it was what he said to the third Xiaohua or what he did, it was not the same as what he did. Fortunately, after a moment, Xiaohua heard the sound of the second Xiaohua leaving quickly. Xiaohua knew that the second Xiaohua went to A28 to look for crossbows. He hurriedly came down from the second floor and rushed into the first floor of the Star Moon Palace. However, after passing by several halls, Xiaohua encountered the staggering bone-honing Xiaohua. The bone-honing Xiaohua immediately clenched his fists and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. Xiaohua coldly glanced at him and hurriedly walked past him, ignoring him. The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua's back and fear appeared in his eyes. Chapter 41:17. Xiaohua quickly rushed to the A71 hall. When he entered the hall, he didn't forget to look at the stone wall. Sure enough, there was another faint bloodstain there, and it smelled a little bloody. Oh, fellow Daoist, why did you turn back? Fellow Daoist Long Mai didn't come back with you? At this time, in the A71 hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were each holding a spirit fruit and tasting it with interest. Hearing footsteps, they were very surprised to see Xiaohua walk in. Phoenix Body Xiaohua asked with a smile, "Big brother? Why do you have injuries on your body?" Xiaohua asked even more. Xiaohua's gaze was extremely complicated as he looked at the two people. He couldn't bear it in his heart. After all, it was his clone. However, after a few breaths, Xiaohua said faintly, "Fellow Daoist Long Mai went to A31 first. You guys go and meet him now." After speaking, Xiaohua pointed to the hall door leading to A31, and he turned and walked to another hall door. "Fellow Daoist." Phoenix Body Xiaohua said curiously, "We will go now. However, fellow Daoist, are you not going to A31? "I naturally have to go," Xiaohua replied without turning his head. "However, before going, this Xiao wants to find something." "Okay, then big brother, go quickly and come back quickly. We will wait for big brother in A31 hall." Devil Spirit Xiaohua said with a smile and pulled Phoenix Body Xiaohua in the direction Xiaohua pointed. They didn't know that they were now walking on a road of no return. Xiaohua walked out of the hall and quickly came to A28. Sure enough, the second Xiaohua was no longer here. Moreover, there was a crossbow and a small box in the cauldron. Especially, next to the cauldron, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse was full of bloody holes lying on the ground. In front of him, there were 5 big words written in blood: "Murderer's original body Xiaohua." Xiaohua raised his hand and took the crossbow and the small box. He squatted down expressionlessly and erased the 5 words written by Phoenix Body Xiaohua. He dipped his hand in the blood on the ground and wrote, "Go to A31. Then, when he got up, he saw a neatly folded cloak next to the cauldron. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to pick up the cloak and put it on. Then, he raised his hand and picked up Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpse and quickly left A28. Immediately after, Xiaohua walked back to A71. At this time, the bone-honing Xiaohua had already fallen dead beside the 3-faced statue. Xiaohua's other hand similarly picked up his corpse and walked to the corridor outside the eaves of the Star Moon Palace. When Xiaohua casually flung his hand, the bone-honing Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua's corpses crashed into the turbulence outside the Star Moon Palace and instantly disappeared. After doing this, Xiaohua turned around and quickly rushed to the second floor. He casually found a hall door and entered. Then, according to the same pattern as the first floor of the Star Moon Palace, he easily found the hall B31. When Xiaohua entered the hall door, he was welcomed by a small pavilion. Xiaohua leaned forward and saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua standing on the high platform of A31. He also happened to see Xiaohua with a glance. "Fellow?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a little surprised and shouted, "Didn't you go to A31? Unfortunately, before Dragon Vein Xiaohua finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand. Boom! A black arrow shot out and nailed Dragon Vein Xiaohua to the high platform. Dragon Vein Xiaohua screamed. Outside the hall, Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Devil Spirit Xiaohua exclaimed, "Fellow Dragon Vein, what's going on?" Xiaohua hurriedly squatted down and used his cloak to cover his face. At this time, he heard Dragon Vein Xiaohua's weak voice again. It's Xiaohua, the main body killed I. Dragon Vein Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall again. Needless to say, this was the third Xiaohua walking in. Sure enough, the third Xiaohua's extremely innocent voice sounded out. Fellow Daoist Phoenix Physique, what's going on? Why are you all here? Damn it, you're still asking us what happened. Weren't you the one who killed fellow Dragon Vein? Weren't we also asked to come here by you? What are you pretending for? I just heard a rumbling sound and hurried over from A31. How could I kill fellow Dragon Vein? What's more, where is this place? I have never been here before. You keep pretending. You said you wanted I and fellow Daoist Devil Spirit to come to A31. Isn't this A31? Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered and slowly stood up. He extended his crossbow. Quickly dodge. The third Xiaohua shouted. His figure hurriedly rolled on the ground and rolled towards the hall door above the high platform. As for Xiaohua's crossbow, with two loud boom sounds, Xiaohua's phoenix body Xiaohua and devil spirit Xiaohua were killed in A31's palace hall. Soon after, Xiaohua raised his hand again. Boom! A black arrow chased after the third Xiaohua and nailed into the stone wall. Seeing the third Xiaohua disappear, Xiaohua lifted his leg and jumped down from the second floor of the pavilion and chased after it. However, after looking for several hall doors, he finally walked to a hall door and looked at it with a cold smile. He clearly remembered that he should be hiding inside this hall door, so he didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Boom! The crossbow vibrated and the black arrow rushed into the hall door. However, the miserable scream he expected didn't come. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rushed into the hall. However, he saw that his black arrow fell on the bluestone, but there was no figure of the third Xiaohua inside this hall. Damn it! How could Xiaohua not know that he had already missed the real hall door where the third Xiaohua was hiding? He hurriedly turned around to search. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he did not find anything. Xiaohua simply rushed towards the corridor of the Star Moon Palace. Sure enough, just as he walked out of the door of the palace with the rainbow clouds, he saw the third Xiaohua standing at the steps. Xiaohua did not hesitate to raise his hand. Whoosh! The black arrow in the crossbow shot towards the third Xiaohua. Unfortunately, at the same time that Xiaohua raised his hand, the third Xiaohua seemed to be on guard. He suddenly lowered his head and the black brilliance of the black arrow brushed past the third Xiaohua's head. It fell into the countercurrent outside the corridor and immediately disappeared without a trace. The third Xiaohua hurriedly fled into the distance. Xiaohua took out a black arrow from his cloak and placed it on the crossbow. He followed the third Xiaohua and chased after him. Seeing that there was a turn in front of him, Xiaohua was delighted. Boom! The sound of the crossbow rang out again. A black light shot towards the left side of the Star Moon Palace like lightning because Xiaohua remembered that he had dodged to the left. However, the strange thing was that the third Xiaohua didn't dodge to the left. Instead, he rushed to the right and disappeared. Damn it! Xiaohua saw that the third Xiaohua didn't stop at the turn. He knew that what he had encountered was different from what he had done before. He cursed and chased after him. However, just as Xiaohua reached the turn, a light whoosh sound rang out and a sword light suddenly pierced towards him. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He had guessed the process, but he hadn't guessed the result. Although the third Xiaohua had fled to the right, he still hid at the turn. Seeing that his crossbow was knocked away by the third Xiaohua's small sword, Xiaohua helplessly waved his fist and fought with the third Xiaohua. The result was needless to say. The third Xiaohua was also Xiaohua. He held a small sword in his hand. No matter if it was the first Xiaohua or the third Xiaohua, no one could win against them. In the end, Xiaohua was forced to the side of the corridor by the third Xiaohua. However, the third Xiaohua's swordsmanship was like a flower. He asked coldly, "Demon Emperor, if you tell me honestly how to get out of this Xingyue palace, I might spare your life." Kill them, kill them. Xiaohua knew that he had no other way out. He could only shout in a low voice as if he was roaring, "Only by killing them all will I be able to escape, damn it." The third Xiaohua was also enraged. The small sword in his hand suddenly pierced toward Xiaohua's chest. He shouted, "Even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to sow discord. Everyone in this Xingyue palace has been killed by you. Who else do you want to kill?" Pooh! The small sword pierced Xiaohua's chest. That Xiaohua raised his hand and smashed the wrist of the third Xiaohua. The third Xiaohua raised his leg in pain and kicked. Peng! Xiaohua was kicked out of the corridor by the third Xiaohua. Xiaohua screamed in pain. His chest fell into the turbulence with the small sword in it. Xiaohua's body floated in the turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua's figure emerged from the turbulence. See? Xiaohua was a little confused. He turned his head and looked around. It was also in this moment that an extremely dim green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It instantly disappeared. Xiaohua muttered to himself, Where is this? It was also at this moment that a voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with, one that seemed to be in his dreams, rang out, "Husband, go ahead and fly towards the depths of QC. You are no match for them. However, if you head east, you will definitely find a way out." Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw the unforgettable Xue flying out from a bamboo forest. Her face was snow-white. She stared at Xiaohua and said word by word. Her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. He, a foundation establishment girl? Perfected Du. He suddenly appeared not far behind Xiaohua and laughed arrogantly. "I join in?" Another voice that Xiaohua was extremely familiar with strangely rang out. "Ah?" Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. "Master! Why you here?" Of course, at the edge of the bamboo forest opposite Xue, a white-haired, wrinkled face helplessly revealed himself. A pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 41:18. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Helpless didn't even look at Xiaohua. He only faced the two nascent soul cultivators and said indifferently, "Although I didn't teach you anything, but I see you as my disciple. You will always be my disciple." "Are you all sick?" Kind child slapped his hand, and the pressure above his head surged, instantly making Helpless unable to move. "My husband, farewell." Xue glanced at Xiaohua, and her eyes turned red. Then, a layer of blood mist appeared in her body. With a loud boom, the blood mist suddenly exploded and covered Reverend Du. "Wife!" Xiaohua looked at this heart-wrenching scene and raised his right hand slightly. Seeing the blood mist gushing out, he cried out sorrowfully, "Boom!" At this moment, beside Kind Child, Helpless also self-exploded, turning into a blood mist of the same shape and covering Kind Child. "Master!" Xiaohua's heart twitched again. He looked in the direction of the kuei he see in the distance and rushed over without hesitation. Woo-woo. Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning as he rushed forward crazily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the air in front of him. Xiaohua fell into it and created thousands of fireflies and sparks, illuminating the air. In the light, the invisible barrier was torn apart. Inside the invisible barrier, a majestic palace slowly appeared. As Xiaohua's figure swayed, Xiaohua's figure strangely shattered and reformed, and a brand new Xiaohua appeared in the air. In the midst of shattering and reforming, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua slowly appeared behind him. Xiaohua shook his head, trying his best to get rid of the heavy feeling. However, the more he shook his head, the more confused his mind became. Xiaohua could only raise his head. When he saw everything in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" The majestic palace in the invisible barrier emitted a faint 9-colored light as it stood there. The 3 big words above the palace door could be seen clearly. It said, "Star Moon Palace." How is this possible? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Didn't Dou Shanjun say that the Star Moon Palace is somewhere in the hidden Immortal continent? How can it be in the space of the ruins? Fellow Daoist, have you forgotten? At this moment, another voice rang out from behind Xiaohua. Zhu Qing from Zhaixing Lu said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the 3 continents. The upper realm he spoke of, is it not the ruins here? Xiaohua was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and saw Xiaohua of the Dragon Vein standing behind him. Beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua were also standing with smiles on their faces. You all. Xiaohua was bewildered. He pointed at the 4 clones, not knowing what to say. The Devil Spirit Xiaohua also smiled and said, "Brothers, let's speed up." When the Devil Emperor flew to this place, he actually disappeared without a trace. He must have discovered the Star Moon Palace hidden in the void. He must be hiding in the Star Moon Palace. Let's hurry over and kill him, so that we can take revenge for injuring us earlier. When Xiaohua brought his 4 doppelgangers and flew towards the so-called Star Moon Palace at an extremely fast speed, a strange black shadow appeared outside the invisible barrier. This black shadow was extremely faint, as if it had no form or substance. This black shadow looked at Xiaohua's fleeing figure and opened its mouth. A golden light mixed with blood-red light flew out from the invisible barrier and landed in the black shadow. That black shadow trembled slightly and groaned softly, as if it was enjoying it very much. However, after a moment, the black shadow made a strange noise again. Damn it! This Xiaohua! What kind of reincarnation is he? This is about to be broken down by a tribulation. Why hasn't his physical body been completely shattered yet? Why can the 4 clones be broken down every time we pass through an illusion? When exactly will I be able to completely devour his essence? I can't possibly let him endlessly kill my clones here, right? However, it only lasted for a short while before the voice burst into laughter again. Luckily, I had nothing to do, so I went down to the lower realm to take a stroll and happened to meet such a human with such abundant energy essence. Luckily, this human was greedy for the cloning technique and didn't focus on the immemorial Tao. That's why I was able to take advantage of him. This human's essence is so strange. Just by relying on this human's essence, I should be able to obtain the devil fruit of the supreme heavenly demon, right? So what if he's the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Falling into the hands of a heavenly demon king like me, he's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A tribulation of tempering and killing is enough to crush a true heavenly god's essence. I just need to wait for a moment. When this human kills a few more of my clones and sends his essence into the illusion, I should be able to obtain the devil fruit, right? The closer we get to the end, the more we can't be careless. This human's luck is extremely strong. I definitely can't let him make a comeback. However, in this illusion, the sky is the universe and the earth is the earth. The so-called yin and yang and the 5 elements are the principles. All the illusions in the illusion are set up according to his thoughts. Everything is the same as what he thinks. What's special is that there's no divine ability of the supreme heavenly demon in the illusion at all. It's just a simple karmic cycle. No heavenly god can sense anything strange, so how can a little human cultivator notice it? I don't believe that a little human like him can escape from my hands. At this point, ripples appeared in the space behind the black shadow. The black shadow laughed and said, "Treasure's essence, come quickly. When the last number of calamities arrives, this lord will be able to bear the devil fruit." Haha, I don't know which heavenly god set this up. In the end, it actually benefited me. Sure enough, with a flash of a black shadow, the scenery of the entire space was completely void. And with the appearance of Xiaohua's figure from the ripples, the bamboo forest, the pursuit, and the story of Shue's helplessness played out once again. Xiaohua was still grief-stricken as he rushed into a new cycle of karma. Gradually, the whole space began to change. Black demonic patterns began to appear. These demonic patterns were different from the ones around the Devil Emperor. They were more ethereal, and each demonic pattern contained Sanskrit sounds. As the demonic patterns gathered toward the black shadow, indescribable small worlds appeared and disappeared rapidly in the light and shadow. The whole space was shrouded in a kind of solemnity, like the suffocation before the thunder tribulation. The black shadow was no longer as empty as before. Gradually, there was a sense of heaviness. The heaviness was so great that it was like everything in the world was condensed in the void. In the solemn atmosphere, there were tiny, almost imperceptible waves, like innumerable small insects appearing inexplicably in the whole space. The light and shadow that were still there were completely annihilated by the waves. An indescribable darkness gradually shrouded the space, as if a supreme devil kingdom had silently descended. In the silent darkness, the black shadow suddenly laughed strangely. After billions of years of waiting, I finally got everything I wanted. As soon as the laughter stopped, another weak ripple appeared from the side of the space. Xiaohua's abnormally thin figure appeared. At the same time, everything that was engraved in Xiaohua's bones and heart appeared again. Everything was exactly the same as before. The profound qi in the illusion gradually flew out. As long as it fell into the black shadow's body, Xiaohua's profound qi would be absorbed by the black shadow, and the entire space would change again. At this moment, the entire space was vibrating, as if the black shadow couldn't suppress its joy. Husband, just fly to the depths of the Kuai-He Sea. You are not their opponent, but if you fly to the east, you will find a way out. Shui was still that determined. Her face was snow-white, and her eyes gazed at Xiaohua. She said word by word, her eyes were filled with attachment, reluctance, and endless affection. At this moment, if the previous cycle continued, it would definitely appear again and explode again. But at this moment, a green light lingered between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Thousands of soul strands flew out. Xiaohua's eyes immediately brightened. However, the space was already abnormally dark. The soul strands flew out like moths to a flame. The strands broke, and the demonic patterns surged wildly, wanting to extinguish the only hope in this space. Shui. Xiaohua's voice was very vague and slow, but he said with extreme determination, I know that you are just an illusion. I also know that you can't hear what I am saying. In fact, when I fell into the illusion for the first time, I already knew what was happening in front of me. However, I was only clear-headed for a moment. The moment I rushed out of the illusion of the Star Moon Palace, I knew what I was doing, and I knew what I needed to do. Previously, I used this moment of freedom to accumulate soul cultivation divine arts, preparing to break this illusion. However, after a few times, I knew that even if I accumulated more soul cultivation secret arts, I would not be able to break out of this illusion. Because this illusion is the tribulation of my primordial spirit, a battle between my primordial spirits. With my own strength, I am powerless to break out of it. However, just as I gave up, I saw you. Although you are an illusion, you are really standing in front of me. When I saw you, I could not help but think of everything that happened before. When I saw you, all my efforts, all my hardships, all my hopes turned to nothing. My only goal is to be able to hold your hand again and tell you my love. Now, I have finally accumulated an aeon of tribulation. An aeon of tribulation is not enough to support me to escape from the illusion. However, this aeon of tribulation is enough for me to say these words to you, enough for me to hold your hand. As he spoke, Xiaohua reached out his right hand to hold the right hand of the illusion of Shui. He muttered again, there is no fate, no tribulation, no love, no hatred. My love, you are the netherworld lotus of the Yellow Springs. I am the guardian stone of the Blood Sea. I am willing to wait for you for billions of years. I am willing to accompany you for eternity. However, that time is too long, that loneliness is too cold. For your life, for your survival, I am not willing to accompany you until the end of time. I am not willing to accompany you for eternity. I am not willing to be the venerable one in the heavens. I am not willing to be the king of hell. For this moment, I am willing to give up everything. I only want to gently hold your hand and tell you, I love you. Chapter 41:19. Xiaohua said in a daze. His originally illusory figure gradually dissipated, but he still persisted in reaching out his right hand to grab the illusory Shue's hand, even though he knew in his heart that in this lifetime, he would never be able to hold that warm and smooth hand again. Ha! The entire space was filled with a strange laughter that sounded like a night owl. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of human emotions like Xiaohua. However, as soon as the laughter ended, Xiaohua's surprised voice sounded. His originally blurry consciousness was suddenly maintained at that place. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that there was a kind of warmth and trembling coming from his hand. Xiaohua lowered his head in disbelief. He saw that on his right hand, there was a broken heart-shaped symbol that was emitting a holy light in the pitch-black devil nation. Furthermore, as the light was projected onto Shue's illusion, the same spot where Xiaohua was holding Shue's right hand also emitted a holy light. The two rays of light flickered as if they were breathing, but also as if they were talking to each other. As the light flickered, a beautiful woman's figure appeared in Shue's illusion. The woman's face was filled with surprise and joy. Although the woman's appearance couldn't be seen, she was holding Shue's right hand with the same strength as Xiaohua's. Their fingers were interlocked. "My love," Xiaohua moaned. He couldn't help but shout, "You're finally here, boom." As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, the imprints on their right hands trembled at the same time. They flew into the air and landed between the two of them. With a boom, they transformed into a complete heart-shaped symbol. Swoosh! There was another crisp sound of a silver bottle shattering. From above the two of them, a pillar of moonlight pierced through the air and shone on the heart-shaped symbol. Then the entire space rumbled like water. The moonlight was like water. In just a moment, the entire pitch-black devil nation was illuminated. Damned moon beast. Do you really think that you're the moon elder that the humans speak of? A voice that came from nowhere echoed in the space. Then, like a tide of demonic patterns, the sound of Sanskrit was like thunder. The entire space was turned upside down. How could moonlight defeat the devil nation? Could true love resist heartlessness? Seeing that the moonlight was about to be extinguished, Xiaohua, who was holding the woman's hand, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He waved his left hand at a spot in the air. Under the dim moonlight, a black light that was even darker than the devil nations flashed. This time, Xiaohua's figure was still faintly discernible, but his hand firmly held the woman's hand, blocking her behind him, and said coldly, "You think that because you're hiding in my master's body, I'm not willing to destroy my master's illusion? It's a pity that you only know how to look for my master in my memories, but you don't know that when I finally called out to my master, he had just condensed his core, and his appearance had already returned to his youth. And my memory of his old appearance is too deep. Whenever I think of master, I will think of his stern appearance, and I will never think of his youthful appearance. So that's how it is." Helplessly, the two halves of the body swayed back and forth in the air. From time to time, bubbles of demonic energy would fly out from the two halves of the body, but the entire devil nation was still deathly silent. Although the moonlight was still faintly flowing in the devil nation, even the previously brilliant heart shape was beginning to dim. "Could it be, you already knew?" The heavenly demon probed. "Is it really as you said, that you've been accumulating power to counterattack in this cycle of karma for countless years?" Strands of essence chi floated over from the devil nation, but because of Xiaohua's existence, these essence chi didn't fall into the heavenly demon's mouth, but instead instinctively fell into Xiaohua's body. Unfortunately, this essence chi was so little that Xiaohua's nothingness didn't change much. "That's right." Xiaohua took a breath and nodded. "The first time I woke up, I realized it, but I only had a moment to resist. I was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, after a few times, I realized that I had a secret technique that I could accumulate and use, so every time I woke up, I would use my magic power to accumulate the secret technique. Unfortunately, your supernatural power is too boundless. Even after accumulating power for countless years, I could only accumulate enough power to say one sentence and the strength to raise my arm." Speaking of this, Xiaohua said indifferently, the Devil Emperor doesn't have such a powerful supernatural power. If you're not the Devil Emperor, who are you? Damn it. The heavenly demon was a little regretful. With just a sentence and the strength to raise your arm, you can break the illusion that I painstakingly created? I really don't believe it. The one who defeated you is not me. Xiaohua said word by word. The one who defeated you is the love of the human race. Behind me, there is a sea of love that you can't imagine. This sea of love is enough to destroy all the demons. Ha! The heavenly demon laughed wildly. It's just that the moon beast is meddling in other people's business. If I sneak into the moon world one day, I'll skin it, pull out its tendons, cut its meat, and barbecue it. Now you should take care of yourself first. Even if you broke my illusion, do you still have the strength to fight back? Xiaohua smiled strangely and replied, Why don't you guess? Seeing that Xiaohua was so calm, the heavenly demon was a little speechless, as if the situation had become awkward. Behind Xiaohua was naturally not the real Xue Xue, but Yu Mingxin from the fragrant cult. At this time, Yu Mingxin was holding Xiaohua's hand, which seemed to be neither there nor there. Listening to the conversation between Xiaohua and the heavenly demon, she had long forgotten her surprise of appearing here for no reason. She looked at Xiaohua's almost transparent body, which was still like a mountain in front of her, and tears fell down uncontrollably. She really wanted to dig out her own flesh and give it to Xiaohua. However, she didn't dare to move. If even Xiaohua couldn't deal with the enemy, how could she be his opponent? However, she had already made up her mind. As long as Xiaohua opened his mouth, she would definitely die for Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua smiled and said to the heavenly demon in a low voice, You should tell me who you are. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to say it in the future. The heavenly demon sneered, With just a trace of your profound qi, do you think you can go against me? Why do you think I'm talking so much nonsense with you? Xiaohua asked back meaningfully. The heavenly demon didn't pay attention to him. His whole body was trembling as he replied, Who knows? Maybe you're a chatterbox? I'm waiting for my doppelganger. Xiaohua smiled, looking very honest. The heavenly demon was not moved. He looked at Xiaohua with interest. Then why don't you show me your doppelganger? Ah. Xiaohua laughed, then said in a low voice, Mingxin, I'm sorry. Yu Mingxin stared blankly. Suddenly, her palm tightened. A huge suction force came from Xiaohua's hand. The magic power in her body, as well as something she didn't understand, were all sucked out. However, why would Yu Mingxin care about this? She thought with incomparable sweetness in her heart, He called me Mingxin. The heavenly demon seemed to have understood something and said in shock, You can actually use magic? The path of Taoism is broad and profound. How can you demons know? Xiaohua proudly smiled and waved his left hand again. Woo! A black light flashed, and the devil kingdom that the heavenly demon was barely supporting, as well as his own body, finally collapsed. Fuck, this sovereign's biggest mistake was to not let your devil blade murder stay by your side. The heavenly demon's body collapsed, and he hurriedly turned into black gas. When he was preparing to abandon everything in front of him and escape, he still didn't forget to regret. That's because you were greedy. You have to get the devil blade first. Xiaohua's devil blade surged out a myriad of devil qi and black flames, pouncing towards the entire space. He was still sneering. Following the collapse of the heavenly demon's body, everything in the devil kingdom, no matter if it was the devil patterns, Sanskrit chants, or fluctuations, also collapsed. Even outside the devil kingdom, the star moon palace in the void distorted and collapsed at the same time. The remaining profound qi inside turned into brilliance and fell into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua didn't stop. His figure shook, and phoenix body Xiaohua, dragon vein Xiaohua, bone tempering Xiaohua, and devil spirit Xiaohua also turned into phantoms and flew out, rushing towards the heavenly demon. Moreover, at this time, outside the devil kingdom that was split open. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound rose again. 9 huge cauldrons appeared in the night sky, and the five-colored true qi turned into five-colored clouds, covering the space within 1,000 miles. This was nothing. An eighth-grade lotus throne surged with supreme Buddhist light and hung above the 9 cauldrons. Inside the Buddhist light, 10,000 Buddhas cried out in grief. Each and every one of them opened their compassionate eyes and looked at the collapsing devil kingdom. Among the 7 colors, a bright green color floated there like a light smoke. At the tip of the brush, a green vitality appeared like a seed. Soul cultivator Xiaohua, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Bodhi respectively stood in 3 different directions of the heavenly demon, their faces expressionless and on guard. "I really didn't lie to you, heavenly demon," Xiaohua said rather innocently. "No matter what, we are old acquaintances. How could I lie to you? I am indeed waiting for my 3 doppelgangers to arrive." How could the heavenly demon talk nonsense with Xiaohua? The only regret in his heart was that when he was hit by the devil blade, he didn't hesitate to abandon Xiaohua, no longer maintaining the devil kingdom, and hurriedly escaped. Now that Xiaohua's doppelgangers had arrived, he was hit again. Not only did Xiaohua's profound qi have to escape from his body, even his heavenly demon body was in danger. The heavenly demon's body swayed, turned into a supreme demonic body, and rushed out of the devil kingdom. Boom! Unfortunately, just as he came in contact with the brilliance of the 9 cauldrons, he was immediately blasted down. However, the heavenly demon only flipped in midair and flew to another place. Namo Maitreya Buddha. With a Buddhist chant, the phantom of an 8th-grade lotus throne fell down and destroyed 10% of the heavenly demon's body. Roar! The heavenly demon screamed, and his figure strangely disappeared. Chapter 41:20. Seeing this, soul cultivator Xiaohua sneered, "Turning the void into a void again, heavenly demon is indeed a heavenly demon." While speaking, soul cultivator Xiaohua opened his mouth and tens of millions of green seal characters rushed out. As Ye Bai pointed at them, the green seal characters immediately disappeared. Boom boom. In the rumbling sound, green lines rolled and appeared, revealing the heavenly demon's figure. At this time, the heavenly demon's figure shrank by another 10%. Formation. Hearing Xiaohua's cold shout, the 9 cauldrons once again let out a rumbling sound, rolling in the air one after another. The 9 cauldrons spewed out thick 9-colored light pillars, sealing off the heavenly demon and even the collapsed devil nation. Fum! Buddha Bodhi raised his hand and took out the 10,000 Buddha paintings Kasaya. The Kasaya instantly became empty and tens of thousands of Buddha lords appeared in the air, blocking the space outside the 9 cauldrons. The 8th-grade lotus also broke down, turning into 8 petals and falling among the 10,000 Buddha lords, urging Buddha light to force the heavenly demon. Kacha! Soul cultivator Xiaohua didn't have a soul weapon to kill, but with a wave of his hand, 13 huge green seal characters flew out and turned into huge thunderbolts. These thunderbolts flashed and condensed into the appearance of 13 gods. These thunderbolts flashed in the air like pythons, trapping the heavenly demon in the center. Every time the thunderbolts came with the sound of gods and ghosts, the heavenly demon couldn't help but tremble. Refine. Xiaohua didn't stop at all. He chanted the incantation and the 3 doppelgangers urged their divine abilities. The Buddha light mixed with innate true qi entangled with the green seal characters and surged violently towards the heavenly demon. Woo-woo. Everything fell into the heavenly demon and the devil country. An indescribable sobbing sound came out and the whole space began to tremble. Even Yu Mingxin, who was hiding behind Xiaohua, turned pale and showed extreme fear in her eyes. Green-robed fellow Daoist. Xiaohua smiled faintly and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space, shouting, "Please send Yu Mingxin into the Kunlun mirror to rest." Alright. Green-robed Xiaohua stayed in the space because of his heavy injuries, so he didn't fall into the heavenly demon's illusion. He agreed and took out the Kunlun mirror. With a flash of light, Yu Mingxian was sucked into the mirror. Yu Mingxian pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand. Her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. The heavenly devil was being refined in the Buddha, Confucian, and Soul formations. Every time a wisp of black smoke was released, a corresponding devil pattern from the devil kingdom would fall into it. Then, layers of devil shadows would appear. The demonic shadow was filled with killing, peace, savagery, love, hatred, and so on. It was as if everything in the world was contained in this small wisp of black gas and demonic patterns. When these demonic figures disappeared, the black gas and demonic patterns also disappeared, and a wisp of extremely pure essence appeared within the three formations. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the profound qi entered his body. His illusory figure began to solidify. After a full 81 days of refining, Xiaohua's figure finally recovered. At the same time, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua also recovered. Looking at the heavenly devil inside the formation, it was no longer as incorporeal as before. It had turned into a slightly turbid black fog. This black fog still had many devil patterns dancing with the formation. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the black fog and he said, "Fellow Daoists, from the previous demonic shadow, we can see that this heavenly devil's origin is not small. It used illusions to lure and kill countless cultivators. Now we have taken back our profound qi. However, there is still a lot of profound qi hidden in the heavenly devil's body. It is not good to stay here for a long time. I want to take the heavenly devil into the space and refine it. After I refine all of its profound qi, I will share it with fellow Daoists. How about it?" "Good." The several clones nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiaohua waved his hands and hundreds of lightning bolts flashed outside the formation. These lightning bolts were like surging pythons that surrounded the formation. Then, they gradually shrank until they were only a few feet in size. Xiaohua's mind rolled and the lightning balls immediately fell into the space. "Ooh!" Not only did Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, but all the clones also let out sighs of relief. Although the previous three formations trapped the heavenly devil, everyone didn't dare to relax. Although the heavenly devil itself didn't have the power to attack, it was good at transformation and knew how to bewitch. The slightest carelessness could cause cultivators to fall into an illusion and kill themselves. And if the heavenly devil fell into Xiaohua's space, even if it was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to escape. However, after a moment, Xiaohua faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, don't be too relaxed. Our space is also a space, and it must be related to the devil realm where the heavenly devil came from. Before I completely refine the heavenly devil, we can't be careless." "Big brother!" Devil Spirit Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Little brother can devour the heavenly devil and get everything big brother knows. Similarly, little brother can also get his magical power from devouring the heavenly devil." "Don't worry." Xiaohua nodded. "After I rest for a while, I will find a way to separate the heavenly devil's devil qi from the devil pattern and give you what you need. Compensate you for the loss in the illusion. Fellow Daoist." Bone-honing Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "You were the first to kill me in the illusion." Xiaohua angrily glared at the bone-honing Xiaohua, then looked at the phoenix-bodied Xiaohua and the others. He said word by word, "Although the dreamland is just a dreamland, it really gave us a wake-up call. You and I are from the same roots. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? When I wasn't ready, I rashly separated my primordial spirit, which caused the great calamity of today's primordial spirit battle. We must take this as a warning. Before the hidden danger of the primordial spirit separation is eliminated, we must not have any more twists and turns. And we must remember, we are one person, no matter when, even if there are other changes when I ascend in the future, we must never be enemies with each other." "Good. We understand." The avatars agreed in unison. "Hee, fellow Daoist, please take a look." Hearing Xiaohua being so serious, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua could read Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's thoughts, At this time, he already understood that avatars were avatars. He had to respect them first, only then could they truly become independent cultivators. Therefore, Xiaohua took the spatial ring and checked it with his divine sense. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Is this the orthodoxy of the 8 great sects? Yes. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile. In the 10 years that fellow Daoist disappeared, this one, the little monk, and fellow Daoist soul cultivator assisted General Sun in the southwest border, rescuing the 8 great sects from the siege of the devil race. These sects were the same as the White Cloud Temple's sect master. They all wanted to use their orthodoxy to exchange with our Fortune Gates sect protecting formation. Deferentially, this one will do his best to exchange with them. Good. Xiaohua put away the spatial ring and said with a smile, the sects of the ruins specialize in cultivating the primordial spirit. Their cultivation technique will definitely be useful to us. Moreover, the ruins is the upper realm. Their orthodoxy must have something that our Dao Gate can use as a reference. This transaction is really worth it. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked at the 3 avatars and asked tentatively, there are 10 sects in the southwest border. 10 years ago, when I was fighting with the Devil Emperor, the Devil race had besieged these 10 sects. Now, our Fortune Gate has helped 8 sects escape from the Devil race. What about the other 2 sects? What is the situation of our Fortune Gate's disciples? This. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then said, it's a long story, we should return to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Soaring Dragon Mountain Range? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, not only did you move the Fortune Gate to the ruins, you even changed the ruins mountain range to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. It's not a matter of moving or not. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua answered, our Fortune Gate's disciples are fighting for the ruins. We need a place to stay. We can't enter the 8 sects foundations as we wish, but finding a barren mountain range to stay is still easy. Moreover, we don't plan to leave the Fortune Gate's descendants in the ruins. Many other sects' disciples wanted to join our Fortune Gate, but we didn't agree. Xiaohua nodded, then looked around and ordered, fellow Daoists, we will search carefully within 10,000 li radius. Don't let the heavenly devil's avatar escape. The various avatars were already prepared. Hearing Xiaohua's order, each of them executed their divine abilities and carefully searched within 10,000 li radius, whether it was in the void or in midair. Xiaohua even opened his delusion breaker law eye to search inch by inch. Sure enough, in a short while, the heavenly devil's avatars hidden in the void were found one by one, and all of them were devoured by Xiaohua. After searching 10,000 li radius, they found a total of 8 avatars. Not daring to be careless, Xiaohua's avatars once again searched 10,000 li radius until they found no more avatars. However, Xiaohua stood in the void, looking at the place where the Star Moon Palace had been. Although everything seemed like a dream, it was deeply imprinted in his mind. He sighed softly, knowing that the heavenly devil had been planning for this place for more than a decade. It was impossible for him to not have a backup plan. Moreover, the heavenly devil must have left some avatars in the sky of freedom. His divine abilities were limited. It was impossible for him to completely exterminate the heavenly devil. Xiaohua snorted coldly, even if I don't refine the heavenly devil, he won't let me go in the future. Then why don't I refine him? My divine abilities have yet to reach major completion, but when my cultivation becomes stronger, would I still be afraid of him? Heavenly devil, heavenly devil, I'm looking forward to it. When will you come to see me again? Tribulation? After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow, flying into the distance with the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. In the first light of dawn, within the dewdrops on a blade of grass, a wisp of dim black qi, less than an inch long, trembled slightly as the sunlight shone on it, like a trembling eyelash. When the dewdrop's water vapor dissipated, the black qi also hid in the void, slowly disappearing. The heavenly devil's 9th avatar finally escaped Xiaohua's search. It was unknown whether he had returned to the Dazizai heavenly devil kingdom or if he had other plans. Chapter 41:21. In a bamboo forest, under a bamboo pavilion, Xiaohua sat cross-legged at the center of the pavilion under the scorching sun. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and his other avatars were not present, only Sun Jian stood respectfully at the side. On the other side of the mountain peak where the bamboo forest was, there was another majestic mountain range that stretched across the land, resembling a sleeping dragon. Above the mountain range, 2 lightning boats were hovering in the air, emitting faint rumbling noises. Vaguely, the Fortune Gate disciples on the lightning boats were flying around, either setting up defenses or patrolling the area. Amidst their orderly movements, there was an austere atmosphere. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Although he did not release his divine sense, he saw everything with his eyes. It had been 3 days since he returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. His avatars had temporarily returned to his body to rest. After all, he had been refining the heavenly devil's essence in his space, and his avatars would be nourished as long as they were in his body. In these 3 days, Sun Jian had also reported the situation at the Fortune Gate and the southwest border to Xiaohua. Only now did Xiaohua know that when he had chased after the Archdevil Emperor with his 3 avatars, he had fallen into the heavenly devil's meticulously laid-out illusion. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, soul cultivator Xiaohua, and Buddha Subhuti had lost contact with him, and their search was fruitless. After a short discussion, they had immediately caught up to the lightning boat and explained the matter to Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned pale with fright and wanted to turn around and search for Xiaohua, but scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others knew that although Xiaohua was missing, his life was not in danger. Moreover, the heavenly devil emperor was powerful, and only Sun Jian's 3 avatars could restrain him. The other Fortune Gate disciples were no match for the heavenly devil emperor, so they stopped Sun Jian. Sun Jian then discussed with the White Cloud Monastery's disciples. Since the heavenly devil emperor had attacked the 10 southwestern sects at the same time, the other sects must have been surrounded by the heavenly devil emperor. They hoped that the White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate disciples would join hands to rescue the other sects. The White Cloud Monastery understood that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Sect Chief Bai Shan followed Sun Jian and led the 2 sects' disciples to the nearest White Cloud Monastery's Light Melody Palace to rescue the heavenly devil emperor. Sure enough, the Light Melody Palace was also trapped by the heavenly devil emperor's formation and could not send any disciples to ask for help. The White Cloud Monastery and Fortune Gate's disciples' arrival was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. After several months of fierce battle, the 3 sects finally repelled the heavenly devil emperor. Moreover, what made Sun Jian feel at ease was that other than the demon monarch, the demon emperor who disappeared at the same time as Xiaohua did not appear. Following that, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and Fortune Gate's disciples joined hands to rescue Fu Ridge. In this manner, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, Fu Ridge, Curved Cloud Pavilion, Bright Dawn Hall, Jingbo Mountain, Zhanhong Faction, and Water Cloud Sect were rescued from the Devil Clan siege. In the last few years, the White Cloud Monastery, Soft Melody Palace, and the rest of the 8 sects did not send out all their forces. Instead, they sent out their elite disciples to assist the Fortune Gate. They once again focused their attention on their sect's defenses. Under the guidance of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, the 8 sects laid down the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation at their respective mountain gates to guard against the devil race's invasion. Of course, during these 10 years, the devil race had returned to besiege the Soft Tune Palace and the other sections. In the end, all of them were defeated by the Pleiades devil-devouring immortal formation. However, the cruelty of war was not to be underestimated. After more than a decade of war, more than half of the 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples had fallen. Currently, there were less than 50,000 disciples guarding the 2 lightning boats. Xiaohua flew all the way back. Because he had just recovered, he did not have the time to investigate the wandering souls in the space. Now that he had heard Sun Jian's report, he could already imagine the hardships of the war. He retracted his gaze from the lightning boats and sighed, "Sun Jian, it's been hard on you this time." This Xiao thanks the general on behalf of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Sun Jian was terrified. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master Xiao, although this one is a Confucian cultivator and an Immortal Palace's true monarch, this one has received a lot of help from Master Xiao. The Fortune Gate's disciples also respect this one. This one can lead the Fortune Gate's disciples to fight for the human race in the ancient ruins. This is 100 times better than leading immortal soldiers and immortal generals to kill the Dao Gate's cultivators on the hidden immortal mainland. This one is willing to do all of this. Master Xiao does not need to thank me for this." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. This old man will definitely not treat you unfairly." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian solemnly replied. Since Xiao Hua's return, Sun Jian felt as if Xiao Hua had been reborn. That aura of a saint on the inside and a monarch on the outside was undoubtedly revealed in his every action. Sun Jian could not help but feel like he was looking at a high mountain. In his entire life, he had only felt this kind of feeling in front of one person, and that was the immortal emperor. Now that this feeling appeared again, Sun Jian believed without hesitation that Xiao Hua would become another immortal emperor in the future. Of course, Xiao Hua did not know what Sun Jian was thinking. He was a little puzzled and asked, "Could it be that in these 10 years, that devil emperor never appeared?" "Indeed, he never appeared," Sun Jian nodded. "Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to rescue the 8 sects. That's strange." Xiao Hua was a little bewildered. Until now, he still did not know when he had fallen into the Sky Devil's ambush. He also did not know if the Devil Emperor he was chasing at that time was the real Devil Emperor. Xiao Huan naturally did not tell Sun Jian about his encounter with the Sky Devil in detail. At this moment, Sun Jian carefully said, "Presumably, Master Xiao injured him that day, and he saw that Master Zhao's 3 old friends were here. He knew that he was not a match for them, so he did not dare to appear. And that's the only way I can think of it." Xiao Hua nodded. "My 3 old friends are the Devil Emperor's nemesis, so it is normal that the Devil Emperor does not dare to appear. Also, the Ruins Conference Hall only sent 20,000 disciples and no other assistance?" "Yes." Sun Jian nodded. "Other than the 20,000 disciples and the basic supplies used by the Ruins army, the conference hall does not have any other assistance. However, according to the information obtained by White Cloud Monastery and the other sects, the Ruins' current situation is worrying. The conference hall sending 20,000 disciples is already not bad. Oh, they also sent the conference hall's military order, inviting Master Xiao to the conference hall." As he said this, Sun Jian took out a purple token and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at it, then casually handed it back to Sun Jian. "This old man doesn't know how to arrange troops, so why should I go to the conference hall? Do you want me to bicker with them? If the conference hall needs it, General Sun can go there yourself." "Yes, this one understands." Sun Jian did not dare to decline and accepted the token. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua asked again, "Is the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples enough?" Sun Jian answered without hesitation, "Other than the 50,000 Fortune Gate disciples, there are 20,000 conference hall disciples under my command. Other than that, the White Cloud Monastery and the other 8 sects sent another 80,000 disciples. However, my Fortune Gate's disciples use the lightning boats as the formation base, so other sects' disciples cannot help. Therefore, although there are more people, their battle strength is lacking, so this one did not dare to make a decision on the 2 most difficult battles at the Snow Chopping Gate and Yong and Mountain." Then Xiao Hua nodded. "Then this old man will give you another 100,000 disciples." "So many?" Sun Jian was shocked. He knew that Xiao Hua would send out more disciples, but he did not expect it to be 100,000. Xiao Hua did not explain. He flew up into the air and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the mirror vibrated, 100,000 disciples flew out and lined up neatly in the air. "General Sun." Xiao Hua raised a finger and said, "I'll leave these disciples to you today. This old man has just recovered from a serious injury, so I need to enter seclusion for the time being. The remaining 2 sects will depend on you and these disciples to rescue them. Of course, you can rest assured that on the day the army departs, This old man will send 3 of his good friends to accompany you. Many thanks, Teacher Xiao. Sun Jian was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully and ordered the lightning boat to come over. Xiaohua said, "While this old man is in seclusion, if there is nothing important, there is no need to report to me. You can decide for yourself. Also, Fortune Gate disciples are not to approach this old man's seclusion area." "Yes, this one understands," Sun Jian respectfully replied. "This one will give the order immediately." "Good. Go and train these disciples." Xiaohua nodded. "Let Lu Yi and the others come over." Naturally, Lu Yi and the other disciples were the happiest with Xiaohua's return, but they were Sun Jian's subordinates. Without Sun Jian's orders, they did not dare to come over. Now that Xiaohua had given the order, Sun Jian naturally had to let them pass. In just a short while, Fu Jiwen and the other personal disciples, as well as the Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion, flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already seen that all his disciples were present, and was overjoyed. Looking at these disciples who had experienced the flames of war, their temperament was completely different from before, he was even more gratified. Wu Tian, Fu Jiwen, and the others roughly recounted their experiences in the past 10 years. Since it was war, there was naturally blood. Although Xiaohua's disciples did not die, injuries were unavoidable. Even Yuanya was almost killed by the devil army. In short, these disciples had experienced more life and death situations in the past 10 years than several thousand years. These life and death experiences were extremely beneficial to their cultivation, and everyone had made considerable progress. After listening, Xiaohua gave them a few words of encouragement and gave them a large number of medicinal pills refined by Xiaogua. Then, he asked them to stay behind and give them face-to-face guidance. A few days later, after passing on the strength, Xiaohua gave them the witch dolls refined by soul cultivator Xiaohua, and ordered them to keep them close to their bodies. Of course, Xiaohua did not explain the use of these witch dolls, so as to avoid these disciples from slacking off. After the group of disciples thanked Xiaohua and left, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and his figure disappeared. Light smoke slowly rose from the bamboo forest in the distance, completely covering the scenery of the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure landed in the bamboo forest, but did not directly return to the bamboo pavilion. Instead, he frowned and looked at the green bamboos that pierced straight into the sky. These green bamboos were different from the ones Xiaohua had seen before. The bamboo joints were very long, at least several feet long, and the connections between the joints were also thick. As for the bamboo leaves, they were small and even somewhat oval. When the wind blew, not only did a kind of fragrance hit his face, but the rustling sound made Xiaohua feel as if it was the sound of nature. Chapter 41-22. Dozens of years passed in the blink of an eye, but in Xiaohua's eyes, these dozens of years were another tribulation of tempering. During this tempering, not only was Xiaohua racking his brains at every moment, he was also suffering a kind of painful torment at every moment. A simple cycle of karma was merely a process for Xiaohua's clone, but the experience of a tribulation of his clone was an enormous and inconceivable experience for Xiaohua's main body. In particular, this cycle of karma was not only for Xiaohua's main body, but also for his phoenix body Xiaohua, bone tempering Xiaohua, dragon bloodline Xiaohua, and devil spirit Xiaohua. These 4 doppelganger experiences were also added to Xiaohua's main body. In this world, which Mahayana stage human had experienced so much tempering, early on, in the heavenly demon's illusion, not only was Xiaohua's physical body sucked dry, even his Tao foundation, consciousness, primordial spirit, and so on showed signs of collapse. If Xiaohua didn't have a little obsession in his heart and wanted to hold Xue Xue's hand again, he would have already fallen in the star moon palace formed by the heavenly demon. The first strike to kill the heavenly demon was a strike that Xiaohua used up all his remaining essence, and it was also a strike that condensed his strength before his body collapsed. At that time, although Xiaohua looked calm, he really didn't have the strength to strike a second time. He was in the same situation as the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was trying its best to maintain its demonic body, trying its best to not let the newly built demonic kingdom collapse. The heavenly demon also saw Xiaohua's collapse. The heavenly demon didn't escape because it wanted to have a final competition with Xiaohua to see who could last until the end. Of course, Xiaohua didn't dare to strike a second time because the backlash from the demonic saber was exactly what the heavenly demon wanted. At that time, Xiaohua had already noticed that the heavenly demon's consciousness had begun to invade his essence. However, the heavenly demon still underestimated Xiaohua. Its understanding of Xiaohua was that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qi refinement disciple. Although the heavenly demon had overestimated Xiaohua, it was far from enough. Not only did Xiaohua obtain Songlangzi's inheritance, but he also obtained Du Shanjuan's Scarlet Infant technique and many other secret techniques. Moreover, Xiaohua obtained the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Dragon Language technique and the inheritance of the 13 Soul Cultivators. Xiaohua even had the most basic understanding of Time of the Eye in the Heavenly Prison. Xiaohua had far exceeded the heavenly demon's estimation. The heavenly demon not only didn't notice Xiaohua's every time the karma cycle, but it also didn't notice that Xiaohua's of the soul cultivator's souls of the demonic saber's demonic qi after the of the demonic saber. That of the heavenly of the eyes of the eye, of the heavenly demon's heavenly Dao. What the heavenly demon didn't expect the most was that Xiaohua, a Daoist cultivator, was actually so unprofessional. Not only did he cultivate Confucianism, he also cultivated Buddhism, and he even cultivated the rarely seen soul cultivator. The combination of these three divine abilities perfectly trapped him in the Great Formation, leaving him no chance to escape. In the end, the heavenly demon went for wool but came home shorn, falling into Xiaohua's trap. Based on his understanding of Xiaohua, Xiaohua would definitely refine him until not even dregs were left. Fortunately, he had 9 doppelgangers, and their consciousnesses had long been left outside the Devil Kingdom. The heavenly demon wasn't afraid that he would die without descendants. Xiaohua's harvest was full, but the accumulation of 5 eons of tribulations tempering exceeded what his current cultivation could bear. At first glance, he heard the ordinary sound of bamboo leaves, which was like the sound of nature, cleansing his murderous heart. He couldn't help but be intoxicated. Just like that, he stood in the bamboo forest, quietly listening to the wind blowing, the flowers blooming, the rain falling, and the stars shining. After a long time, another bright moon hung in the sky. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and a majestic, and austere aura was emitted from his body. All the bamboo within several feet of him instantly turned into powder. However, just as this aura was about to spread out, Xiaohua frowned and immediately restrained this aura. Sighing, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Cultivation, cultivation, it seems like there's no end to it. This Xiao has just gone through 10,000 years of bitter cultivation and just stepped into the Mahayana realm. Now I have to face an even more severe test. The tempering of the illusory realm has passed, but the real tempering of the mind has just begun. This tempering, damn, it's more effective than any experience or seclusion. In the future, this Xiao probably doesn't need to travel and comprehend anymore. Just these difficulties left for this Xiao by the heavenly demon should be enough for this Xiao to set foot in the immortal world, right? Now, Xiaohua's goal was naturally the immortal world. He couldn't imagine what kind of test the heavenly demon had left for him in the ruins in the illusory realm, and how shocking the effects of this test were. All kinds of karma could only be truly experienced by Xiaohua in the future. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at the empty space on his left, closed his eyes, and curled the corner of his mouth. The soul tool brush appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, rays of dark green light flashed, and in an instant, a large patch of green bamboo appeared out of thin air. These bamboos looked a bit illusory, as if they were suspended in the air, and they were slightly twisting. When the brush was put away, all of the bamboos began to stand straight and firm. Finally, Xiaohua smiled, and green runes bloomed on the brush like green buds. As Xiaohua tapped on the bamboos one by one, the bamboos miraculously came to life, and thin roots slowly pierced into the ground. The wind blew, and the bamboo leaves shattered. Another song of moonlight bamboo. Since he had thought about it, Xiaohua had already made his decision. He put down the brush, and his figure landed in the bamboo pavilion. He raised his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. As the light vibrated, Yumingxin appeared in front of Xiaohua. At this moment, the moonlight cleansing landed on Yumingxin's body, and an indescribable luster was born from her body. Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he understood. Because of Yumingxin's prayer, the moon beast had left the moon god's mark on Yumingxin and him. It was this moon god's mark that had saved him at a critical moment. It was also because he and Yumingxin had used the moon god's mark that Yumingxin's body would be blessed by the moon god. Xiaohua lowered his head to look at himself. He looked no different from usual. It was probably because his thoughts and prayers were not the Yumingxin in the moon god's mark, so he couldn't receive the so-called moon god's mark. Xiaohua. Spiritual Master Xiao. Senior Xiao. When Yumingxin saw Xiaohua, she immediately called out in concern. However, after calling him 3 times in a row, she felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, her face actually turned red. She lowered her head and asked in a voice like a fly, Are you all right? AI. Xiaohua sighed. He raised his eyes to look at the natural bright moon. He suddenly thought of a poem. My heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. At this moment, the bright moon was naturally Xiaohua and not Yumingxin. However, the falling flower has feelings for the heartless brook. It was nothing more than this. Lady Yu. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, Yumingxin's body trembled. She raised her head. Xiaohua couldn't bear to look at her, slightly biting her lips and her embarrassed and helpless expression. The soft-hearted Xiaohua almost wanted to call her Mingxin. However, when he thought of his tolerance toward Xue Xue back then, and Xue Xue's sorrowful and bloody confession, and even Xue Xue's tragedy, Xiaohua hardened his heart and said, Thank you for saving this old man's life again. This old man doesn't have anything to repay you. Cultivation methods, spiritual treasures, whatever you want, this old man will definitely satisfy you. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua raised his hand and a thumb-sized pure white profound qi fell into his hand. He said again, This old man offended you that day and recklessly used your profound qi. This old man will compensate you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand again. That profound qi immediately flew out and was about to fall between Yumingxin's eyebrows. Wait! At this moment, Yumingxin's eyes became distressed. She opened her mouth and shouted, Xiaohua, can you wait for me to say something? Can you listen to what I'm thinking? Can you not measure everything with spiritual treasures and primeval stones? All right. Xiaohua smiled and said, If you have something to say, then say it. This old man is here to listen. Xiaohua. Yumingxin bit her lips. There were tears in her eyes. I hope you can understand my recklessness tonight. Tonight, I won't call you Senior Xiao or Spiritual Master Xiao. I'll just call you Xiaohua. All right. Xiaohua's heart ached slightly. He nodded and replied. Xiaohua, I know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained. I only met you once and was saved by you once. Actually, even I don't dare to believe it. After I returned to the sect, I thought of you almost every moment. This feeling is something that I have never felt before. Do you know? Why did the Luna Beast's imprint take effect at that time? Why did I appear in front of you from hundreds of millions of miles away? Why did I hold your hand and face a powerful opponent? The Luna Beast's imprint wouldn't take effect for no reason. If you and I didn't miss each other, how could the Luna Beast's imprint make me appear in front of you? If I didn't pray under the moon god that you were safe after disappearing for more than 10 years, how could I make the Luna Beast's imprint take effect? Xiaohua, don't say that you didn't think of me at that time. Don't say that what you thought of that day wasn't me. When she said the last sentence, Yumingxin's head almost dropped to her towering chest. However, after a short moment, she raised her head again and looked at Xiaohua stubbornly. She didn't seem to avoid Xiaohua's gaze and said directly, Xiaohua, some people don't have any feelings of longing in their hearts after seeing someone for their entire life. However, some people know that it's something that they've been chasing for their entire life after seeing someone once. I don't know how many disciples in my sect have confessed their love to me. At the same time, many young cultivators from other sects in the ruins have also begged my sect's elders, but I didn't feel anything. You and I are both Dao sect cultivators. You should be the most clear about this kind of cause and effect. You don't need me to explain it in detail, right? But Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, this old man doesn't think that this kind of feeling is the so-called emotion. Chapter 41-23. Unfortunately, Yuming Xian didn't want to listen to Xiaohua's explanation. He continued to talk to himself, Xiaohua, I know your cultivation base is profound. After my senior martial brother and I reported your matter, even the patriarch's eyes shined with splendor. He wanted to rope you in to become an elder of our fragrant religion. He even hinted to me that I must pass this information to you. I don't know how to tell you. I know my cultivation is shallow and I'm only a junior in front of you. I'm not worthy of a great hero like you. But my heart is sincere and even the moon beast of the moon palace recognizes it. I just want to be by your side, even if I can only look at your back. I want to see everything about you, whether it's Ao Xiaoshu or your name that shook the cultivation world. I just want to see your figure and be proud of you. Alas, monsieur. Xiaohua sighed. He clearly remembered that Shui had said the same thing in the past. He opened his mouth and said, You don't understand. What you said, what you thought, can't be considered true love. It's just a kind of longing, a natural closeness to the strong. It's easy for anyone to have this. Maybe after a long time, you'll really understand. You're wrong. Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin interrupted Xiaohua without hesitation and retorted, You're not a woman. You don't understand a woman's heart. You also don't know how women think. We women understand much more than men when it comes to worship and love a person. Maybe I have more longing for the elders of my fragrant religion, but how can I have the same longing for them as you? You don't even know that women hate you. But where is this hatred? Where does this hatred come from? There's no such thing as love for no reason. This hatred can only come from love. A woman can't hate a man who doesn't have any love for her. Even this man doesn't exist in a woman's eyes. Maybe. Xiaohua couldn't convince Yu Mingxin, so he could only look at the bright moon outside the bamboo pavilion and say, Now that it's come to this, I think, this old man should also tell you my story, my experience, and even my thoughts on that day. Women were naturally curious and Yu Mingxin was no exception. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told the story of himself and Shui. Finally, he said, I believe you understand, monsieur. Of course, I'm not thinking of you. What I was thinking of that day was my lover. That was for my dead lover. I used an eon's worth of accumulation, just to hold her hand. I'd rather go through an entire eon to truly fulfill my dream of seeing her. However, it wasn't her, it was you. Perhaps this is what they call a freak combination of circumstances? One calamity. Yu Mingxian was obviously a little dazed. Her face was flushed, and she was almost moaning, If someone is willing to miss me for one calamity, I don't care even if I'm smashed into pieces. How fortunate was that girl named Shui. How can I have no regrets? Even in the 9 underworlds, there's an infatuated man who'd rather give up his life and use an eon's worth of longing to hold her hand. If it was me, I'd rather take his place. Even if I can't fall into the 9 underworlds, I'd be willing to fall into the bottom of the sea river. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohua rebuked. Why are you acting crazy? Xiaohua, are you worried about me? Yu Mingxin asked. Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he continued, The feelings of 2 people depend on fate. Don't the people of the secular world have a saying? Fated to meet thousands of miles apart, fated to meet, fated not to meet? Actually, monsieur, you and I really don't have any fate. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua sighed. The people of the secular world all think like this. We Daoist cultivators easily live for hundreds of years and even thousands of years. We have even more opportunities to find our own fate. Sigh, however, how can a person's fate be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet again? Speaking up to here, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Xianxia from Dawn Rain Continent. However, because of some grudges, the two of them had been separated for tens of thousands of years. Although Xue had fallen, her soul was in the inside of space. Xiaohua could see her from time to time. Although Fairy Xianxia was still alive, she was far from yin and yang. Xiaohua sighed again. Sigh, perhaps, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly. However, she gritted her teeth and said, Xiaohua, I know your love for Xue. I also deeply sympathize with her experience and admire her sacrifice. However, even if it's me, I can also do it. The so-called, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need, I really don't understand. I'd rather stay by your side and not forget each other in the pugilistic world. Miss you are still young. Perhaps in the future when you have experience, you'll understand. Xiaohua couldn't explain his thoughts. He took out the essence and said, Now, you should replenish the essence that you owe. This essence is very important to you. It's also very crucial to your Dao heart. The heavenly devil's dance overturned the mortal world. Although you weren't directly injured by the heavenly devil, when this old man borrowed your essence, perhaps the heavenly devil's dance had already taken advantage of the situation. Not only were you injured, your Dao foundation was also damaged. If you don't replenish it in time and don't repair your Dao heart in the future, you may encounter the tribulation of the mortal world. Especially when your cultivation is somewhat damaged, it's even more likely to happen. Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin stared at Xiaohua, as if she wanted to imprint Xiaohua's appearance into her heart. She said word by word, Take back that essence. I don't need it. Since I've already paid, I don't want to take it back. I also don't want to take back what I've paid. I'd rather you owe me. I'd rather my essence be in your body. I'd rather you owe me a lifetime. In the future, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps I'll turn into nothingness, perhaps I'll fall into the 9 underworlds. When you think of all of this, when you think of everything that happened today, you will think of me. You'll think of a pitiful woman who's willing to show you everything she has. If I take this so-called essence, perhaps your karma will be severed. In the future, you'll never think of the woman you met in the ruins. The woman who will think of you for who knows how many years in the future. Looking at this stubborn woman, Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He didn't know how to explain it to her. After all, this was the ruins, not the hidden immortal continent. In the hidden immortal continent, he provoked Fairy Jing and Exen. Fairy Jing drank the forgotten love water for him, and Exen was the princess of the immortal palace. He didn't know how to deal with her. How could he provoke a little woman who fell in love with him at first sight in the upper realms ruins? Thinking of this, Xiaohua took back his essence and said seriously, Lady Yu, this old man won't say anything unnecessary. After all, life and time are the best teachers. In the future, you'll understand what this old man said today. Moreover, in the future, you'll inevitably meet a man who's more suitable for you. You'll also inevitably have an even more unforgettable love. You'll also have a true life, a true love. Forget about me, I'm just an outsider. In the end, I'll return to my own world, and won't leave a trace in the ruins. How can it be that easy? Yu Mingxin's eyes flashed with determination as she replied, Xiaohua, love is a seed that has already been planted. How can it disappear? Perhaps it'll never sprout, so let it ferment forever. Let this love dissipate in the night sky with the moon god's favor. Saying this, Yu Mingxin took out a veil from her spatial ring and covered her head. She looked up at the round moon that was as bright as a mirror. Her gaze was so sad. Lady Yu, Why are you doing this? Looking at Yu Mingxin's veil, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. You have your persistence, I have my principles. Yu Mingxin indifferently replied, perhaps one day, when the knot in my heart is gone, I'll remove this veil. I'll face this world once again. AI. Xiaohua sighed again. He knew that he had hurt a girl's heart and even changed her life. However, he knew that he had done the right thing. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. This was a kind of rebirth pain for Yu Mingxin, but it was also a kind of relief for him. Lady Yu, I'll send you back to the fragrance order. Xiaohua looked at the moon that was gradually setting and asked in disappointment. No need. Yu Mingxin slightly shook her head. You only need to tell me where this place is, and I'll take the transmission array back to the fragrance order. This place? Xiaohua stuttered. I don't know where this is. Now that the devil race is rampant, I'll personally send you back. You've just recovered from your injuries, it's better for you to cultivate here. Yu Mingxin indifferently replied, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Coiling Dragon Mountain of the Ruins, which is the so-called Soaring Dragon Mountain range of the newly risen Fortune Gate. There's a transmission array for Soft Sound Palace nearby. I'll go back myself. Who knows how many people died in the war between Daoists and devils? I'm just an ordinary female cultivator, the devil race might not put me in their eyes. Fine. Xiaohua was speechless, then said, do as you wish. Do you hate me that much? Yu Mingxin asked again, you can't tolerate me staying here for a few more hours? No. Xiaohua hurriedly denied. Even if Lady Yu doesn't leave, this old man won't say anything. Yu Mingxin looked at Xiaohua and sighed. Xiaohua, you're obviously so approachable, why are you so heartless towards me? Xiaohua was speechless. Yu Mingxin didn't seem to ask for an answer. She walked to the side of the bamboo pavilion and looked up at the moon. Her gaze followed the moon as it gradually set. When the first rays of dawn rose, the east was about to break, and the three suns jumped out of the horizon. Yu Mingxin turned her head and said, Daoist Xiao, this junior will take her leave. Chapter 41-24. The words Daoist Xiao seemed to sever all ties. Xiaohua's heart ached as he raised his hand. I'll send you off. No need. I have my own legs. Yu Mingxin was still stubborn. As she spoke, she flew into the air. Green-robed Daoist. Xiaohua called out softly. Help me send Lady Yu back to the incense cult. Sigh, what a good girl. Green-robed Xiaohua flew out and shook his head. Why don't you cherish her? Xiaohua rolled his eyes. I do want to cherish her, but do you think I can take her away? What can I use to cherish her? You're quite considerate, why don't you share some with her? It's your decision whether to take her away or not. If you feel that Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent aren't suitable, you can bring her to Shenhua Continent. Shenhua Continent is full of vitality now, it's more interesting than the ruins. Green-robed Daoist. Xiaohua said helplessly. Emotions are emotions, they have nothing to do with one's heart. I've only seen Lady Yu a few times, how could I fall in love with her? Daoist, you still don't understand such emotional matters. When you have enough essence, perhaps you'll understand. Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Daoist, you mean we've profited from a disaster? Yes, of course. Xiaohua nodded. Being banished to Black Ruins Mountain was a disaster. Drifting in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years was also a disaster. Even being plotted against by the heavenly demon was a great disaster. However, now we're in a better place. Accidentally entering the ruins is an opportunity, and refining the heavenly demon is another. It's impossible to encounter such an opportunity in the three continents, or even Dawn Rain Continent. Daoist, please send Lady Yu off first. When you return, we'll discuss it carefully. All right. Green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands and disappeared in the air. Xiaohua looked at the place where Yu Mingxin had disappeared and sighed. He then released his divine sense. After looking for a moment, his figure flickered and a faint thread of fire flashed in the air. He used the fire escape technique to fly tens of thousands of miles away. When Xiaohua reappeared, he stood in the air and looked around with satisfaction. This was a wasteland, and there were no signs of human habitation, cultivators, or devils within 1,000 miles. There were only withered yellow mugwort scattered all over the boundless mountains. Occasionally, there were some undulating hills, on which stood some unknown plants with thumb-sized berries hanging from the sharp branches. There weren't many rivers in the wilderness. In some places, there were deep ravines carved into the ground. In the middle of the ravines, there were brown mountain rocks. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then made a hand seal. A yellow light flashed around his body, and his whole body fell to the ground. Then let's do it here. Xiaohua's figure moved under the ground for a moment. After observing for a while, he stopped about 100 feet away from the ground and said to himself, "The heaven-earth essence qi in this area is extremely rich. There are no sects nearby, and the devils won't notice this place. Although there is a teleportation array not far away, few people use it. Ordinary cultivators can also come here. If I build a teleportation array here, it shouldn't attract anyone's attention." After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hands and shot out 365 jade talismans. It took him half an hour to set up the Capital Heaven Star Array in an area of more than 10 mu. When the Capital Heaven Star Array was set up, Xiaohua released some puppets and let them clean up the soil and stones in the Capital Heaven Star Array to make room for the teleportation array. At this time, green-robed Xiaohua had returned. "How come you're so fast?" Xiaohua frowned as he looked at green-robed Xiaohua's figure gradually appearing. Green-robed Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? Daoist, I still want to send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains?" "Yes, that's what I meant." Xiaohua didn't hide it. At this time, the devils are rampant. There's still a long way to go from the southwest border to the 7 Ridge Mountains. Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you not want her? Why are you so concerned?" These are clearly two different things. Xiaohua was helpless. Yumingxin saved our lives. Sending her back to her sect safely isn't a big deal, right? Green-robed Xiaohua looked at the puppets that were busy and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although I didn't send her back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, when I followed Miss Yu to the teleportation array, we met the disciples of Fragrance Cult and Shendao sect. Among them was Wan Wuxin, whom you saw earlier. There were dozens of them, and they said that they were going to Qinghe under the orders of their sections. After Miss Yu heard this, she didn't return to the 7 Ridge Mountains for the time being and went with them to Qinghe. I saw them enter the teleportation array before returning." "Qinghe?" Xiaohua slightly nodded. According to the battle report from the discussion hall, there aren't any devils in Qinghe. They probably have other missions, right? "Yes, I also thought so I returned without worry." Green-robed Xiaohua blindly moved. "Moreover, even if I send Miss Yu back to the 7 Ridge Mountains, as long as the devils in the ruins aren't eliminated, she'll be in danger at all times. You probably can't do anything about it, right?" "Sai, that's true." Xiaohua could only nod. "If Miss Yu's personality isn't so stubborn, I can help her raise her strength. That would be the best." "Hee, if that's the case, she won't be called Yumingxin." Green-robed Xiaohua chuckled and changed the topic. "Oh right, what did you say our opportunity in the ruins was? Take a look at this." As he spoke, Xiaohua took out the orthodoxies of the 8 sects in the southwest that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua gave him and handed them over to green-robed Xiaohua. Green-robed Xiaohua took it and opened his mouth to swallow it. However, after a moment of hesitation, he placed the jade slip on his forehead. In just a short moment, shock appeared on his face. Then he carefully read through all 8 jade slips before closing his eyes and pondering. After an entire hour, he finally looked up at Xiaohua and enunciated each word clearly. "Fellow Daoist, the cultivators of the ruins. Do they cultivate the nascent divinity arts? Is it the Dao sect's primordial spirit technique?" "That's right." Xiaohua also nodded solemnly. "The Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents cultivate the primordial spirit, so there are realms of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the ruins, the Dao sect's cultivation system is different from the three continents and Dawn Rain continent. They also cultivate the primordial spirit, and the realms are refining essence, transforming qi, refining qi, returning spirit, refining spirit, returning void, refining void, and transforming Dao. Apart from the last transforming Dao, the first 8 realms are almost exactly the same as the Confucian cultivators. However, the Confucian cultivators cultivate the qi of righteousness, while the ruins cultivators cultivate the qi of heaven and earth. That's strange. Green-robed Xiaohua comprehended a lot of cultivation methods, and his understanding of cultivation methods and secret arts was also extremely deep, but he was also somewhat confused when faced with such a different cultivation system. The Dao sect cultivators of the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent cultivate the nascent soul, but the Dao sect cultivators of the ruins cultivate the primordial spirit, so why do they all use the qi of heaven and earth? And many of the arts are the same as well? There are 2 possibilities. Xiaohua said indifferently. First, the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent are lower realms. Not only is the qi of heaven and earth there not abundant, but it's also different from the ruins' qi of heaven and earth. It can't allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. But the ruins is a higher realm, so the qi of heaven and earth here can allow Dao sect cultivators to cultivate the primordial spirit. That makes sense. Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. Other clones might not be able to detect it, but I can clearly sense the faint fluctuations within the qi of heaven and earth with the help of the formless nascent soul. This is something that the 3 continents don't have. Then what's the second? The second is the essence energy. Xiaohua answered, if it wasn't for the heavenly devil, I still wouldn't know that we human cultivators still have essence energy in our bodies. Even more so, I don't know the importance of this essence energy and how to use it. Fellow Daoist must also know about the rejuvenation pill that we refined previously, right? I'm afraid that there's a small amount of essence energy mixed in it, that's why it has such a miraculous effect. Fellow Daoist means that the essence energy in the bodies of the ruins cultivators is different from the essence energy in the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continents human cultivators? It's not different, the essence energy is presumably the same, but the amount of essence energy contained in each human cultivator's body is different. Xiaohua said with a smile, you can see the difference from the orthodoxies of the 8 great sects? The first stage of Dao sect cultivators is to refine essence. Only those who can control the essence energy in their bodies and refine it for their own use can be called Dao sect cultivators? The essence mentioned by Confucian cultivators seems to be the essence of essence, energy, and spirit, right? Green-robed Xiaohua probed. It should also be the essence of essence energy. Xiaohua explained. However, the essence energy in the bodies of the humans of the 3 continents is really too little, so they have to borrow the human qi, in the noble qi to refine it into qi. In that case, it should be a great opportunity for fellow Daoist Confucian cultivator. What does it have to do with us? Green-robed Xiaohua was completely stupefied. Fellow Daoist, Confucian cultivators often hear people talk about essence, energy, and spirit. Only with these 3 things can there be a living person. This essence is the most basic foundation of a person. Xiaohua said with a smile, and for fellow Daoist and your clones, although you've used the external incarnation technique to separate yourself, you can't be considered as living people. Who says we can't? Green-robed Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. Isn't the person standing in front of you a handsome man? But, fellow Daoist, do you think you'll love Yu Mingxin? Xiaohua's eyes turned as he said with a smile. What's love? Green-robed Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. Could it be that fellow Daoist feels sorry for Yu Mingxin and wants I to replace you? People often talk about the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions are happiness, anger, grief, fear, love, disgust, and lust. The 6 desires are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, the 6 desires. As for human nature, it's even more impossible to use words to express it. Xiaohua said again, fellow Daoist and the others are currently only clones of I. They still don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so they can't be considered as separate people. And this essence energy is the most basic foundation for fellow Daoists to become human. Chapter 41:25. Xiaohua looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and said faintly, I didn't understand before. However, ever since I experienced the illusory array of the heavenly demon and witnessed the emotions of the bone-tempering Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, and the devil spirit Xiaohua in the illusory array, I realized that those clones were the real clones. Moreover, when I took back my own profound chi from the heavenly demon, I understood that the prerequisite for practicing the external avatar technique is to have enough profound chi. Only with enough profound chi can one create a real doppelganger. I may have enough profound chi, but when I split my doppelganger, I didn't know how to split my profound chi. Moreover, your doppelgangers were split by I a long time ago. This is an early congenital deficiency, which gave the heavenly demon the opportunity to have a primordial spirit battle. The green-robed Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, so, there are a lot of cultivators in the Xiaoyu continent and even the hidden immortal continent who know about the primordial spirit splitting technique, but there may not be many who successfully practice it. It's all because the human race in the lower realm doesn't have enough profound chi? Yes, it should be like this. Xiaohua nodded. Even now, looking back, the primordial spirit splitting technique that I got before seems to be very perfect, but in fact, it's just a small trick to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It's all a shortcut. In the end, because of insufficient profound chi, one will go astray and destroy the body. No wonder the external avatar technique was called the supreme secret technique of the demon realm by the so-called empress. Only the strong of a realm can practice it. So this is the reason. The green-robed Xiaohua somewhat understood, so, although the strength of the cultivators in the ruins is not high, they are in the upper realm, so they are born with sufficient profound chi, which is 100 times stronger than the human race in the 3 continents. These are just I's guesses. Xiaohua smiled. It's impossible to record this in the orthodoxy of the 8 major sects. Who cares if their profound chi is 100 times stronger than the human race in the hidden immortal continent? As long as we can use the ruins technique to make up for the deficiency of our primordial spirit that day, cultivate our primordial spirit to perfection, and then use the profound chi in the heavenly demon's body to supplement the profound chi of the doppelgangers, and mold you into real cultivators with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! When green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, on behalf of the other fellow Daoists, I thank fellow Daoist for his great kindness. Although I didn't participate in the battle of the primordial spirits, I also heard something strange from the words of Mo Ling. I also felt the crisis and was afraid that fellow Daoist would have other thoughts. Now that we've heard it, we're truly at ease. Fellow Daoist, your heart is as pure as the heavens, and your sincerity is greater than the sun and moon. Hee, I also had evil thoughts. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, in the end, I still feel that since I was able to bring all of you fellow Daoists into this world, I should be responsible to the end and do as much as I can. When he spoke up to here, Xiaohua continued proudly. Moreover, I believe that with my character, all of you were separated from my soul core, so I presume your characters aren't much different, right? Even the little Mo Ling was so obedient in the illusion and didn't dare to resist in front of this Xiao. This was what he truly thought in his heart. Therefore, I am extremely relieved to let all of you out. Hee, that's. A smile appeared on green-robed Xiaohua's face. Apart from being sentimental and being greedy, fellow Daoist doesn't have any special shortcomings. Sweat. Xiaohua's face turned green as he said somewhat awkwardly, green-robed fellow Daoist, can you not speak so bluntly? These can't be considered as shortcomings, right? Besides, does fellow Daoist know what sentimental and being greedy are? When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, I have to warn you. Before your profound qi is replenished, don't do sentimental things. Otherwise, you will know what it means to be sentimental since ancient times." "Tise," green-robed Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I still don't know what it means to be a good match between a man and a woman, although the so-called old man pushing the cart." "Shut up." Xiaohua was anxious. Although no one was listening, his face was still red. He didn't think that some details that he didn't pay attention to would now become his weakness. "All right." Green-robed Xiaohua saw that Xiaohua was really anxious and hurriedly changed the topic. "I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist in these aspects. If you need I and others in other aspects, fellow Daoist can just let me know." Xiaohua pointed at the busy puppet and said unhappily, "Do you still need to say it? Could it be that this transmission array needs I to personally arrange it? If fellow Daoist personally arranges it, it's naturally foolproof." Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "However, for such a small matter, there's no need for fellow Daoist to have such a profound cultivation. I will help you deal with it." Seeing that green-robed Xiaohua had already started to flatter him, Xiaohua smiled. The heavenly devil's profound qi was really boundless. He had only just refined it and it made green-robed Xiaohua have such rare emotions. He was really looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to him and his clone after refining the heavenly devil's profound qi. It's just that. Without waiting for Xiaohua to be gratified, green-robed Xiaohua suddenly brought him back to reality. "I feel that this place isn't suitable for setting up a transmission array." "Oh?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua looked around and said, "This place is relatively close to the ground. It's easy to be discovered by the devil race. Moreover, now that the ruins is besieged by the devil race, even if we set up a transmission array, we may not be able to find the location marked by fellow Daoist's divine sense. Why don't fellow Daoists take advantage of the war between the devil race and the cultivators of the ruins to sneak out of the ruins? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to set up a transmission array in other places similar to the ruins?" Xiaohua could only smile bitterly in his heart at the thought of green-robed Xiaohua who didn't care about the cultivators of the ruins. He understood that green-robed Xiaohua still couldn't really understand the meaning of life at this time, so he explained, "This transmission array only needs to be connected to the divine sense mark in the Elysium world. That divine sense is very weak. If the transmission array goes too deep underground, I am afraid that there will be a problem when the transmission array is activated. As for setting up a transmission array in other places, I have also thought about it. However, since we were interrupted here during the transmission process previously, it is more likely that the ruins can sense that divine sense. If we put it in other places, perhaps without the interference of the devil race, we may not be able to sense that divine sense. As for the devil race, without us in the ruins, there may be no hope of defeating them, but with us and the fortune gate, there is always hope of defeating the devil race." "Good." Green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "I know, fellow Daoist can go do other things. Leave the transmission array to I. And my fortune gate lost tens of thousands of disciples in the ruins, and their souls are still floating in the sky above the ruins. The devil race surrounded the ruins with the purpose of collecting wandering souls. I can't let the devil race take away the wandering souls of my fortune gate disciples." Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the ground and said indifferently. Green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly urged, "Fellow Daoist is right, this matter should be done sooner rather than later, fellow Daoist should go quickly." Subsequently, Xiaohua cupped his fists at green-robed Xiaohua and flew out from the capital star formation in a flicker. His consciousness wrapped around the netherworld origin force, and while flying, he collected the wandering souls into the inside of the space. The 10 years that Xiaohua was trapped in the netherworld blood sea was also the most crucial period of the war in the southwest. The Fortune Gate had lost 40,000 disciples, and the 8 sects in the southwest had lost even more disciples. On top of that, the Devil Clansmen had also been killed. Inside Xiaohua's space, the underworld fruit tree had begun to expand rapidly. A continent similar to Shenhua continent had also emerged from the netherworld Blood Sea. On top of that, strange underworld beasts had also appeared on this continent. These underworld beasts looked like insects, but also like ants. There were many kinds of them, and they could be found all over the continent. Xiaohua collected the wandering souls near the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and just as he was about to go to other places to take a look, Sun Jian sent him a message. Xiaohua received the message, and after reading it carefully, he couldn't help but frown. The message clearly stated that among the 10 great sects of the southwest border, only the Snow-Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain had not been rescued by the Fortune Gate from the Devil Race's encirclement. This was not because the Fortune Gate did not want to rescue them, but because the location of these two sects was too dangerous. This danger was nothing to the Devil Race, who had the ability to control space, but it was troublesome for the other human cultivators. This danger was originally a barrier for the two sects to resist the foreign enemies, but now it had become an obstacle for the Fortune Gate to rescue them. Now that Sun Jian had received Xiaohua's reinforcements of 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples, he began to train the new disciples while contacting the Snow-Chopping Gate and Mount Yong, and to send disciples to investigate the Devil Race's situation. However, the situation was beyond Sun Jian's expectations. Not only did the two sects not respond, but none of the disciples sent out to investigate had returned. Sun Jian felt that this matter was strange, and contacted the ruins assembly hall. In the end, the assembly hall's message was the same as Sun Jian's. The assembly hall had also lost contact with the two sects half a year ago, and the disciples sent out by the assembly hall also did not return. In other words, at this time, no one had any news about the Snow-Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. If Sun Jian wanted to send the Fortune Gate's army to these two sects, he must obtain news from them. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Sun Jian sent a message to Xiaohua, hoping that Xiaohua could send his friends to the Snow-Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain to inquire about the Devil Race's movements. When Xiaohua saw this message, he was displeased at first. After all, whether it was Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's 3 doppelgangers, or himself, they were all 9th grade Essence Force cultivators. If they wanted to kill the Devil Race's Devil Monarch and Devil Emperor, naturally they would have to go. This kind of small matter of inquiring about information, how could it be worth it for him to take action? However, after thinking about it for a while, Xiaohua also understood Sun Jian's difficulties. The cultivation of the disciples sent by Sun Jian to the two sects might not be too bad, and they would certainly be good at escape techniques. The assembly hall wanted to control the situation in the ruins, and the disciples sent out were familiar with the situation of the Snow-Chopping School and the Eternal Peace Mountain. Even they had fallen there, how could Sun Jian send more disciples? Perhaps only Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and other experts who were not afraid of the Devil Race were suitable, right? Chapter 41-26. Hehe, the teleportation formation was built by fellow Daoist Green Robe. This Xiao can be considered to have nothing to do now. Since that's the case, this Xiao might as well make a trip. Either way, I can also snatch some souls from the devil's mouth. It can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaohua made up his mind and sent back the transmission talisman. After identifying the direction slightly, he released the netherworld origin power and flew towards the direction indicated by the transmission talisman. After flying for more than 10 days, he saw that the originally undulating mountain range had gradually turned into sheer cliffs and precipitous cliffs. Huge cracks were deeply carved on the ground. The cracks here were radial, as if a large hand was pulling the ground apart. There was not a single plant on the cliffs in those cracks, not even the commonly seen green moss could be seen. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and only saw a kind of huge green rock. This huge rock was exposed in the air. There were strange scratches on it, like a folded sticky cake. Xiaohua's figure stopped on top of a cliff and released the netherworld origin power again. Woo! A strange whirlwind was born from Xiaohua's body and spun towards the distance. Following this whirlwind, wandering souls flocked into the dark side of Xiaohua's space like a swarm of bees. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had collected no less than several tens of thousands of wandering souls. It's a bit troublesome. Xiaohua stopped. At the same time he identified the direction, he thought to himself, along the way, the number of wandering souls of the human race has increased, and the number of souls of the devil race has also decreased. Now that I'm close to the two sects, I can't even see the souls of the devil race. In other words, these two sects might have already been annihilated by the devil race. However, if these two sects were annihilated by the devil race should have retreated long ago. It's impossible for those disciples who came to scout not to return. Furthermore, since the devil race's devil emperor wants to collect the souls of the human race in the ruins, why didn't they make a move on the hundreds of thousands of souls in the southwest border? Why did they have to wait until the last moment to collect them all together? Could it be that they want to use so many souls to refine the devil artifact at the same time? Just as he was thinking, woo! A gust of wind whistled from afar, blowing on the rock under Xiaohua's feet and releasing an even more horrifying sound. Furthermore, as the wind blew past, the rocks within 1,000 li to the left of Xiaohua also released this kind of sound. These sounds gathered together, formed a chaotic fluctuation. These fluctuations not only attacked Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, they also directly shook Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud. A green light flickered between Xiaohua's eyebrows as he urged his soul cultivation technique to block these fluctuations. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. Granny, Sun Jian's messaging talisman did mention the dangers of the southwest border, but this Xiao still underestimated this danger. No wonder Sun Jian didn't dare to send any more disciples here. This natural attack is comparable to a soul cultivation secret technique. How could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Another gust of wind that was twice as loud as the previous one came out. Xiaohua hastily raised his head, only to see that in front of him, there was a gloomy coldness that pressed down on the sky for thousands of li. That gloomy coldness was full of killing intent. The chaotic fluctuations were even more like 10,000 waves crashing over. Although Xiaohua's head was flashing with a green light, outside his mysterious dark cloud, there was still a violent impact that was like thunder. That's not right. Although Snow Chop School and Yong and Mountain are in dangerous terrain, if they were attacked by this kind of impact, how could their disciples still survive? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered, but after a moment, he woke up. Oh no, there's no need to say any more. This Xiao is lost again. Seeing that the indescribably terrifying storm was about to hit, Xiaohua knew that this heavenly might was absolutely not something that could be resisted by human strength. He hastily urged the wind escape technique to flee into the distance. After fleeing for a few more days, the storm finally lessened, and sunlight began to appear in the cold sky. Looking at the 3 weak orange-like suns gradually setting in the sky, and then looking at the mountain peaks below him that were getting fewer and fewer, and the ravines that were getting deeper and deeper, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "It seems that this Xiao accidentally found the right direction." After saying that, Xiaohua rested for a moment, released his divine sense, and urged the lightning escape technique to rush towards the place where the suns were setting. In just half an hour, seeing that the 3 suns were about to set, Xiaohua arrived at a very wonderful place. The earth seemed to have come to an end here. Broken cliffs appeared below Xiaohua. In front of the cliffs, there was an empty space. Vaguely hundreds of miles away, there were huge rocks floating in the air. Above the earth, a huge cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge protruded from a broken cliff, and it was dozens of li long. The 3 suns were setting in the distance of the cliff, and they looked like 3 red balls rolling on a bridge. Below the bridge, there was a green void, and in that void, the outline of a group of stars was faintly visible. Xiaohua understood that as long as the 3 red suns set, a bright starry sky would be born under this cliff, and it would be born under his feet. This is Yong and Mountain. Xiaohua looked at this beautiful scenery in a daze and whispered, if it was snow/gate, it wouldn't be a rainbow bridge protruding out of the earth, but a cliff that seems to have been cut off by a knife. Snow/Gate and Yong and Mountain built their sects in such a dangerous place, so it is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, this cliff is so strange, even this Xiao's divine sense is disturbed by the fluctuations outside the cliff, and I can't see the situation inside the cliff. Looking at the unusually quiet Yong and Mountain, he felt a little strange. Why don't I see the Demon Clan's demon array? Not to mention the Demon Clan siege? It seems that I can only fly over and take a look. Finished thinking, Xiao Hua's figure fell towards the cliff, but after falling for more than 100 zhang, a very strange whirlpool suddenly appeared under Xiao Hua's feet, as if it wanted to drag him into the void. Xiao Hua was shocked, and lightning surged around his body, and his figure rapidly rose. And as Xiao Hua's figure rose, that whirlpool disappeared again. Xiao Hua helplessly flew towards the distance for a moment, and then landed again. As he expected, when his figure fell to a certain height, that whirlpool appeared again. Alas, I'm afraid this is the natural barrier of Yong and Mountain. Xiao Hua sighed, looked at the left, and thought to himself, only by walking out of the cliff will it be safe. No wonder the discussion hall and Sun Jian didn't dare to come to rescue me. Thinking, Xiao Hua flew towards the large area, and prepared to walk over from the cliff. However, right before he flew to the cliff, the 3 red suns behind him completely sunk into the ground. However, in the extreme distance to Xiao Hua's right, there was still a ray of sunlight that stubbornly shone on the cliff. That bright red color seemed to be quite pleasing. Xiao Hua's figure stopped in midair, slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at the location of the setting sun in puzzlement. That place was already dark, and the 3 suns had already disappeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of something, and his figure rapidly rose. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua rushed to the sky, the setting sun appeared again in the distance among the shattered rocks. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. Only when a strong wind appeared above Xiao Hua's head, blowing Xiao Hua's body to the point of pain, did Xiao Hua stop. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and he secretly shouted, "This place is where this Xiao saw the torn gap in the ruins when the transportation formation collapsed. No wonder there are strong winds and strange fluctuations here. These should exist in the starry sky. Moreover, the ruins is a planet in the upper realm, and it is originally circular. These 3 suns rise in the east and set in the west, and they won't fall below the ground. As long as you fly towards the location where the suns fall, you will always be able to see the suns. If you fly 1 round around this planet, you should be able to see the sunrise of the 2nd day. The hidden Immortal continent and the Dawn Rain continent are a piece of land, and the suns rise in the east and set in the west must have fallen below the ground. Oh no. The hidden Immortal continent and the Dawn Rain continent might not be a piece of land, and they might also be huge planets. It's just that they are too huge, and even Tribulation Transcendence cultivators can't fly faster than the speed at which the suns set. Otherwise, how could Confucian cultivators have the legend of Kua Fu chasing the sun? After comprehending this point, Xiao Hua seemed to have been enlightened. Previously, Heavenly Dao Xiao Hua had imparted to him a lot of comprehensions, and the areas that he couldn't understand before were now easily comprehended. Even the starry sky within the space was rumbling, and not only was the starlight shining brightly, but the Xinhua continent was violently expanding once again, of course. Xiao Hua's figure flashed 9 times in midair, and then stopped. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and smiled. This Xiao's Xinhua continent and the continent on the inside of the space are also continents. The hidden Immortal continent and the 3 continents might also be continents. But the fact that the ruins are planets is real, and there are also many planets in the upper realms cultivation world, and this is also real. This world may be continents or planets, and there might be other forms. Isn't the wonder of heaven and earth here? If this Xiao didn't accidentally fall into the ruins, how could I comprehend the profound meaning of the space law so easily? How could I comprehend the minute details of the time law? Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and his figure rapidly descended. When his feet touched the ground, he looked at the Yong and Mountain in the distance, which was already shrouded by the curtain of night. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked over. However, just as he walked out of the cliff, a faint brilliance emerged from the mountain rocks, and then an obscure fluctuation rushed to the other side of the cliff like lightning. Xiaohua only raised his eyelids slightly to take a look, but he didn't stop walking. He knew that this was the restriction of the Yong'an Mountain, and if someone broke in, it would definitely send a warning to the sect. Sure enough, after walking for another 100 feet, a voice came from the front. Which fellow Daoist has come to my Yong'an Mountain? Please report your name. Xiaohua smiled and stopped, and calmly said, I, Xiaohua of the Fortune Gate, am here to pay my respects to the Yong'an Mountain sect master. Oh, so it's Senior Xiao. Please wait a moment. This junior will release the restriction and invite Senior in. That voice didn't sound particularly respectful. Chapter 41:27. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw 100 or so feet in front of Xiaohua. Shua! Like a flash of water, hundreds of light blue sparks appeared out of thin air and then exploded at the same time. After a series of crackling sounds, hundreds of beehive-like flying boats appeared in the air. On each flying boat stood 2 human cultivators wearing black armor and holding magic treasures. The black armor didn't have any brilliance and looked like it was refined from wood vines. The armor covered the cultivators' heads and faces, making it impossible to see their appearance. The first flying boat landed in front of Xiaohua, and a tall cultivator flew down from it. He bowed and said, Junior Ding Hong, the guard of Yong'an Mountain, greets Senior Xiao. And Xiaohua waved his hand and helped Ding Hong up. He asked, This Xiao heard that the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. Why is there no trace of the devil race here? Senior, please no. Ding Hong respectfully replied. Several years ago, the devil race besieged the Yong'an Mountain. However, under the tenacious resistance of the disciples, the devil race didn't succeed. Later on, a large-scale star tide occurred near the Yong'an Mountain. The disciples of the Yong'an Mountain were lucky enough to escape by hiding in the mountain protecting formation. However, the devil race was killed by the star tide. After the star tide passed, the devil race retreated. That's strange. Xiaohua curiously asked, Since the Yong'an Mountain has been rescued, why didn't they send the news to the conference hall? Under the star tide, the Yong'an Mountain's sect protecting formation was smashed into pieces. The other restrictions, including the transmission array, were completely destroyed. The news of the Yong'an Mountain couldn't be sent out. Ding Hong replied neither arrogantly nor humbly. Moreover, the Yong'an Mountain can't enter the conference hall. Why would the conference hall care about the safety of the Yong'an Mountain? Thinking about the conference hall's attitude towards the 10 sects in the southwest, Xiaohua knew that Ding Hong was right. However, he still asked, But recently, not only the conference hall, even my Fortune Gate has sent some disciples to investigate. Why didn't I receive any news from the Yong'an Mountain? There's such a thing? Ding Hong was obviously surprised to hear this for the first time. He replied, This junior has only been on guard duty for a few months. There are also shifts during this period. This junior doesn't know what senior is talking about. Forgive junior for not being able to answer. Where's your sect master? Xiaohua asked as he looked at the dense palaces on the cliff that looked like a rainbow bridge after the restriction was removed in the distance. Ding Hong looked at Xiaohua and smiled apologetically. To be honest, Junior has never heard of the Fortune Gate, but since Senior is concerned about my Eternal Peace Mountain and is a human cultivator, Junior removed the restriction. However, if Senior wishes to meet with my sect master, I would like to ask Senior to take out your nameplate, or a token from the conference hall. Then Xiaohua nodded, took out a jade slip, wrote something on it, and handed it to Ding Hong with a smile. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't get the assembly hall's token. Moreover, I'm not a cultivator of the ruins, so I don't have any nameplates. This is the message this old man left for your sect master. Take it to your sect master. I'm sure he'll meet this old man after reading it. Yes, I understand. Ding Hong took the jade slip, but didn't look at it. He waved his hand and took out a wooden object that looked like a flying sword. He placed the jade slip inside and turned to a disciple behind him, instructing, "Take this to 7th Martial Uncle." Yes. That disciple took it and drove the flying boat away. After half a cup of tea's time, that disciple drove the flying boat back and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. "Senior Xiao, my sect master has a favor to meet you." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Your sect master is quite arrogant." "I wouldn't dare." Ding Hong hurriedly explained, "My sect master was seriously injured in the battle with the devil race. He can't walk, so he can't welcome you from afar, so I hope Senior Xiao can understand." "What injury? He hasn't recovered after so long?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "This." Ding Hong hesitated and smiled apologetically. "Forgive Junior for not being able to disclose. Senior should ask my sect master face to face." "Then lead the way." Xiaohua nodded. "Perhaps this old man can take a look at your sect master's injury." "Very good, Senior, please." Ding Hong slightly leaned to the side and motioned Xiaohua to get on the flying boat, explaining, "The restrictions of my Yong and Mountain are quite powerful. If you don't take the flying boat, it will be a bit troublesome. Of course, with Senior's cultivation, you may not care about this, but in order to not destroy the restrictions, I ask Senior to take the flying boat." But Xiaohua didn't make things difficult for Ding Hong and agreed, his figure floating on the flying boat. When Xiaohua landed on the flying boat actually sank slightly, as if Xiaohua's figure was extremely heavy. Ding Hong was stunned for a moment, then respectfully said, "Senior, please sit, Junior will send Senior in. Along the way, there are many restrictions in my Yong and Mountain. Although many of them are being repaired, their power is not small." Let's go." Xiaohua laughed. "If this old man can't even deal with this, how could this old man dare to come to Yong and Mountain?" Ding Hong somewhat awkwardly replied, "Senior must be joking." My Yong and Mountain may be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den for the demon race, but how could it be possible for the cultivators of the human race? While speaking, Ding Hong activated the flying boat. The flying boats of the other disciples were hidden in the air, but a faint aurora-like dazzling light was emitted from the flying boat. Wherever the flying boat passed, strange fluctuations would appear one after another. There were even a few times when an extremely powerful magnetic force rushed out from the cliff. The magnetic force was like a big colorful tiger, roaring and pouncing towards Xiaohua. However, before Xiaohua's face could change, a green cloud immediately appeared above the flying boat. When the magnetic force fell on the cloud, it slowly turned into nothingness. Of course, these clouds couldn't completely eliminate the sharp magnetic force. Some of the magnetic force still broke through the flying boat's defense and fell on Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the magnetic force actually pierced through the brilliance. "Senior." After doing this several times, Ding Hong's face couldn't help but smile apologetically. These defenses were originally controllable, but because of the siege of the demon race and the destruction of the star tide, some of the defensive arrays have already lost their effectiveness. "Please forgive me, Senior." "It's okay." Xiaohua waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly, flashing brilliance, brushing away the magnetic force. He smiled. No wonder fellow Daoists said that although Yong and Mountain was besieged by the demon race, it would definitely be fine. With this magnetic force, even the demon race would be defeated. In this aspect, my Yong and Mountain has some unique conditions. Ding Hong saw that Xiaohua didn't blame him, so he also smiled and replied. Xiaohua looked at his feet and asked curiously, "Your flying boat of Yong and Mountain is strange. What material is it made of? It's actually not afraid of the magnetic force?" "Senior, please no." Ding Hong didn't hide it and explained, "This flying boat is made of Yong and Mountain's specialty, the nightbreaker wood. This nightbreaker wood grows day and night in the polar magnetic field, and the wood grain has developed natural runes. These runes have the effect of using and avoiding the polar magnetic field. And my Yong and Mountain has also inherited the use of the polar magnetic field secret technique, so we also set up a secret array inside the flying boat, so this flying boat can pass through the polar magnetic field without attracting the polar magnetic field. If Senior were to fly outside the flying boat at this time, the natural polar magnetic field would have already attacked Senior. So, Xiaohua looked at the beehive-like flying boat and said with a smile, "The strange appearance of this flying boat is also to avoid the polar magnetic field, right?" Senior's eyes are really sharp. Ding Hong gave a thumbs up and said, "This beehive naturally has 6 edges, which coincides with the array of my Yong and Mountain, so..." At this point, Ding Hong realized that he had misspoken, so he hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "This matter involves the secrets of the sect, so it's inconvenient for Junior to say more. Senior, please ask the sect master." But Xiaohua nodded, then looked to the left and asked, "This magnetic force is very powerful. This old man's divine sense can't be released too far. Could it be that your Yong and Mountain's disciples are all hidden in the array?" Ding Hong said with a smile, "The polar magnetic field is a natural barrier. My Yong and Mountain's disciples are all hidden behind the polar magnetic field, but in a while, Senior will be able to see my Yong and Mountain's disciples." While speaking, there were many remnant magnetic force flying out from the space. Xiaohua was also used to it. He knew that the closer he got to the core of Yong and Mountain, the more array would be destroyed. Seeing that the flying boat had flown halfway, another faint magnetic force rushed out and fell like a waterfall. The flying boat flew out of the clouds and was blocked, and similarly, an even fainter remnant fell into the flying boat. Xiaohua glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. However, when the faintly discernible magnetic force was less than half a foot away from Xiaohua, Hong! A loud sound was heard, and the entire flying boat roared. Then, the clouds of the flying boat rushed out crazily, and the moment the remnant magnetic force came into contact with the clouds, it suddenly changed. The light curtain was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the flying boat outside the clouds also made a wang sound. The 6 magnetic forces echoed the previous magnetic force and slashed toward Xiaohua's head. Ha! Ding Hong's figure suddenly dimmed, and like a ghost, he quickly disappeared. His laughter was extremely mocking, however, he only laughed halfway, and immediately, like a duck that had its throat grabbed, he made a quack quack sound and couldn't laugh anymore. Moreover, his half-disappeared figure also stopped in the void, and gradually revealed itself. Gotcha! At this time, the 6 magnetic forces were already closing in. Xiaohua's body flashed with intense lightning as hundreds of electric arcs rushed out, blocking the magnetic forces. Amidst the intense rumbling, the 6 magnetic forces only managed to cut down 60% of the electric arcs before disappearing completely. How did you find out? Seeing this, how could Ding Hong not know that Xiaohua had already discovered the abnormality? His hands and feet struggled futilely in the air, and he screamed with extreme unwillingness. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.